Last season on the Sith Clone Wars. Following a battle between two Jedi Knights on Tython, the Jedi learn of an ancient weapon of great power called the Starforge. Anakin Skywalker and Natabre Morden, following their victory over Darth Sion, would be assigned Jedi Padawans Ahsoka Tano and Zala Issaka. At the same time, over Coruscant, the Sith were preparing for their own hunt for the Starforge, but had a power struggle. From their midst rose Exar Kun, a power-obsessed Sith Lord, with one desire: absolute control over the Sith Empire. The race to the Forge began, but on Mandalore, Duchess Satine and her Mandalorians held off an incoming attack made by Darth Xana. With the aid of Jedi General Plo Koon, the Sith were defeated and a war-torn planet was saved from another civil war, when Duchess Satine defeated the greedy Pre Vizsla. Across the galaxy, battles waged. Jedi Knights Anakin and Natabre had a costly loss to Lord Nihilus on the dead world of Thyfera, and Sith Lord Malgus breached the Axis of Three with a successful invasion at Biss. In Revan's ranks, a rebellion grew as they moved west of the galactic map, finding more clues but being deterred by the treacherous Coriel Sue. In the chaos, Sola Grey, after having served with Revan and Malgus, retreated from the Sith ranks to tip off the Republic. Thanks to her intel, she was given safe passage away from the combat, as Delta Squad was sent to Endor to locate relics that could find the Forge. With help from the local Ewoks, the Republic commanders were able to inform the Republic of the potential location of the Forge. Anakin and Natabre were the closest in the area, and therefore led the charge. But even with their intel and a series of skirmishes with Exar, the Sith would reach the Forge first. In his arrogance, Exar Kun severed all contact with his allies and took the Forge for himself, as the Republic waged battle against him and the Leon system over Tupla. Through the bravery of Natabre and Anakin, the Republic was able to stall Exar from creating the ultimate super cruiser. But Exar's death would come from his own foolishness. His acolytes would betray him, giving the two Jedi a chance to defeat him and secure the Star Forge from the Sith. Our story begins inside of the medical facility of Admiral Coburn's flagship. The medical droid was standing next to Anakin, holding his arm out for stability. Skywalker was gripping the droid with all of his strength, as he used his metallic wrist to pull himself off the ground. Anakin held onto the droid as they paced back and forth a couple of times. The droid was checking on Anakin's movements. Due to his back, hip, and shoulder being cut by a lightsaber, there were some movement issues. Anakin's non-dominant shoulder was very limp, but there were a couple of nanodroids working to piece together the tissue inside of his body. This went for his back and his hip as well. These weren't deep cuts, luckily, though the issue is, what the doctor believed to be, was a short-term problem. The droid seated Anakin back down and pulled a needle around, placing it into the now forming scars and injecting the Bacta for Skywalker. It stood up, sauntered over delicately, and told Anakin that he should be fully healed soon. The wounds had a couple days to heal. Ever since the Battle of Tupla, the Republic had a chance to repair what damages they caused to the Starforge, while also informing short-range command posts of the change. The Republic High Command was relocating to the Leon system, so that they could discuss this super weapon. As far as the Republic was concerned, the Sith were completely unaware of the defeat of Exar Kun. This was true, but they couldn't be safe enough when it came to safeguarding their victory over the super weapon. With the Leon system dark, the Jedi present had to accept what this weapon was capable of. Several planets in this system had millions of life forms, and all of them were dying out without the light and without the nutrients from their sun. The debris field around the massive weapon was being used to funnel resources into the Forge itself, so that they could be reused for other vessels. Inside the weapon, Kit Fisto walked beside Natabre and Cody. They were discussing the arrival of the Republic High Command, including other Jedi Masters from the High Council. They didn't have a lot of time to be away, but because of Exar's overconfidence, the other Sith fleets were remaining at bay. If he was able to secure the Starforge, then it would be a matter of days or weeks until he could win this war for the Sith. Also, due to Exar's behavior, the Sith were waiting for their quote-unquote excellency to win this for them. All of them had their own ideas about ripping Exar from power once he won this battle. Fisto stopped in the throne room, which had been cleared out, and turned into a conference room. He looked at the fleet that the Starforge created and sighed. Natabre asked the Jedi Master what the issue was, and he twisted his mouth, as if to ponder what the best approach to giving an answer would be. She noted this and looked at Cody. The clone commander was still as a statue. Fisto expressed that there was an ethics of war, one that would determine the future of their order. Perhaps this war would be the end of the Sith, maybe even the end of the Jedi. He crossed his arms and said that he didn't agree with the usage of the weapon. His eyes moved from the fleet, filled with Venators, support ships, and the brand new Republic Star Destroyer. He told her that the planet they were orbiting would die. Everything on that planet would die with her. Kit turned back to Natabre and expressed that he understood the importance of this war. Without fighting, they would sacrifice the galaxy to an eternity of suffering. But what would their fight against the Scourge of the Sith cost them? Using this weapon was using the wishes of darkness. It would bend their order and their morals. Even if the system didn't have a planet, the star of the system was still a life. As Jedi, they were meant to protect the life, and without doing so, wouldn't that make them the anti-heroes of their own righteous fight? Cody spoke up, believing that this was an open conversation, which it was. He told the general that using this weapon could save lives. It could generate the ability for the Republic to front a fully automated army or navy. They could produce new weapons like Star Destroyers or even something bigger, like the ship that Exar was creating when they first arrived before the battle. Fisto agreed, which is what he believed was the silver lining, but he told Cody that the Sith could gain control over this weapon once more, and if they did that, then there'd be no stopping them. If they could destroy stars with a weapon and build fleets, why would they stop with the Leon system? They could go to Coruscant, they could go to Mandalore, Kamino, Tython. Nowhere in the galaxy would be safe. Natabre agreed to these points, interjecting as Fisto slowed down, telling Cody that she didn't doubt the resourcefulness of their forces or their abilities, but the Sith outnumbered them when they first arrived. What if a less capable Republic officer or Jedi lost a Starforge? That would mean everything in the galaxy was in jeopardy. So Cody asked her, what is it that they could do? Destroy the Forge instead of use its remarkable powers? That would be a waste of everything they did trying to get here. It would be a slap in the face of all the dead soldiers who died trying to capture this device. She agreed. There was no way to please everyone with this, but Fisto was also right in his own way, and it was something she hadn't personally considered yet. If they wanted to maintain operation, they would have to take a life, and while sure, if they chose a star without a system of planets around it, it was only one life. But that star had a gravitational pull, and in billions of years, or millions, or thousands of years, that star could be as populated as Alderaan or Chandrilia. So sure, they were destroying one life with the destruction of one star, but how many more billions were to follow? To Cody, these thoughts were existential and rubbish, but they were Jedi, and he understood that their code would get in the way of their productiveness in this war, especially when it came to this weapon. With another couple of vessels arriving out of hyperspace, Cody dismissed himself. He and Admiral Coburn were going to be greeting the new captains, admirals, and generals, showing them around and then bringing them here. As Cody left, Fisto asked Natabre if she had spoken to Anakin about this, and she expressed that she hadn't. She had mentioned it to him before, but the thought escaped her mind in the days since the battle. She had been caring for Anakin and taking initiative with Ahsoka and Zala in the meantime. Natabre had been carrying the weight of the fleet in Anakin's absence, which wasn't an issue for her, it was just a role to do, and it filled her mind. The Jedi instructor said that she should tread carefully when she brings things like this up to him. He believed that Anakin's opinions would vary greatly from hers. Chances are, his opinions on the matter would reflect those of Commander Cody. She agreed and told him that she'd be observational upon their first discussion to come. Fisto nodded his head, and she did as well before leaving. It was about that time of day to start training the students. Natabre would pass by a number of Republic leaders, including Captain Tarkin, Shak Ti, and Oba Rancisis. She made her way back to Admiral Coburn's flagship and met up with the students. They were in Anakin's room for a little, but he was either sleeping or pretending to be asleep. Zala noted that there was something off, and Ahsoka denied those feelings, suggesting that she was just imagining things. Zala thought Ahsoka was being a little too overconfident with her thoughts on the matter, but it was alright. She knew her master better than Zala did, so no need to worry about that. Zala and Ahsoka joined the Tabre in the training halls. They were doing a simple meditation and mixed martial art lightsaber spar. The spar was less sabers, more focused harmony. It was something that Natabre was especially good with, especially in teaching. They would spend an hour together. The students had been using all their energy as it was today, not to mention the fact that they were following Natabre's unguided instructions. Every day, Master Morden gave them a set guide of tasks to complete before their training seminar, and a set amount of tasks afterwards. Zala and Ahsoka for the last few days rushed through their work early and then had their fun running around and doing kid things. It was very beneficial for the two of them to have each other. Zala was coming to her own finally, but there was still something off. Similar to how Zala noted something with Anakin, Ahsoka felt something off from within Zala, but she played it cool, which allowed Ahsoka to kind of forget about it when they were hanging around with each other. As their training finished, the two girls ran off. Natabre walked through the halls and into the medical facility. Anakin was seated, upright, facing the wall of the room, and as still as a statue. He looked almost robotic. He was wearing a basic Jedi tunic, and he wasn't really breathing. She assumed he was meditating, but the closer she got, the colder he felt. Natabre called his name, and all that he said were the same words he said before. "Come to me, boy." It was a broken record inside of Anakin's mind, playing on a loop. Anakin told her that the Shadow Man was coming for his power. Natabre asked what he meant, and when she came around, Anakin's eyes were darkened. There were heavy bags under his eyes, and he told her that the man, he was coming for him, or them, or someone. He wasn't really sure, as he rolled his eyes and slammed backwards into the bed. Anakin looked over himself, with the entire facility upside down. He pointed towards the door and asked if she saw anything, and Natabre looked over, only to see an empty room. She shook her head and put her hands on his shoulders, pulling him up and laying him the right way on the bed. She sat down and asked what was going on with him. He told her that there was something out there. It was calling to him, like a ghost or a phantom. He wasn't sure. But he had felt it before, maybe on Ahch-To, maybe once or twice inside the temple and on Tatooine, but this was as clear as day. She asked what he thought it was. Anakin rubbed his eyes and sighed. He didn't know, but he was tired. She asked if he would like to leave the room. Maybe it would make him feel better. Anakin nodded his head with his eyes closed, so she helped him up, and he threw on some more appropriate Jedi General attire. The two of them walked out of the room, and the cool air of the Venator corridors were a lot more freeing than the stuffy chambers of the medical facility. Anakin asked for updates, and she informed him on everything he missed, including the meeting that would transpire in the late evening. They had a couple hours until everyone got here. Anakin expressed his desire to be on the move for the entire time, but Natabre suggested that he at least lay down for a little while before that meeting started. They would be forced to stand throughout the entire duration of their conversation. Anakin would agree to her suggestion, but first, he wanted to see this new fleet she was talking about. When they got to the bridge, Coburn looked over with excitement, glad to see that Anakin was seemingly feeling better. The young Jedi just smiled and walked to the front of the bridge. He looked at the surrounding vessels. The Republic fleet was vast, but this was because of ships galaxy-wide transporting their leaders here. Of course, it wasn't full fleets, more so just personal vessels or flagships. Anakin asked how they got them to get out here without opening a long-range communication. Coburn pointed down towards the hangar bay, informing him that they used scout ships to deliver the message to the other leaders, and then they followed those scouts back to Tupela. Coburn left Anakin and Natabre so that she could explain everything else. But aside from the scouts and the meeting soon to come, there wasn't much more of anything else to say. Anakin leaned over, stretching out his back, and then asked about Master Windu. She smiled and told him that he'd be glad to know that Mace was making his recovery. It wasn't going as fast as Mace wanted it to, but he was able to express how proud of them he was. Without their diligence, in the face of adversity, the Republic could be lost. Anakin eventually was walked back to his quarters, and before he entered his room, he saw a shadow lurking behind one of the corridors. Anakin chased after it, and Natabre, shocked by his immediate change in tone, followed him. He sped around the corner and slammed into a couple of troopers, knocking them over in the process. Natabre stopped before falling into the mess. She asked Anakin what he saw, and he shook his head. Natabre helped him and the other clones up, As he asked the clones if they saw that shadow figure, he raised his hand a couple feet above his head, telling them that the figure was very tall, covered in a dark robe and quick. The clones were all confused, none of them seeing anything. Anakin apologized before turning back and walking into his room. The clones looked to General Morden. The concern on her face was much more visible than the concern under their helmets. Anakin walked into his room, and the Tabre stood at the door, asking if he was alright. He sat down and waved her in, reminding her of the thing he saw their first night after victory. There was something or someone out in the galaxy calling to him. He didn't know what it was or who it was, but their presence was dark. He could feel it every time it was around, and it terrified him. She asked what she could do to help, but he didn't know. He just asked that she stay until they had to go. The Tabre nodded her head, sitting at his desk and telling him to rest. She'd be right here. Inside of the Star Forge, as the leaders of the Republic military effort were getting their introduction to this massive facility, there were clones going missing. Despite the battle having been won, there was a Sith acolyte, one that had survived the Republic attack, and one that had been trying to get into contact with the rest of his allies across the stars. The Republic was jamming all signals, and there were Jedi and clones filling the control rooms of the vessel, so the acolyte couldn't really do anything about it. He was lurking in the halls, silently snapping necks of clones on patrol and hiding their bodies in unused rooms. The clones had reported the issue to Master Fisto, but he wasn't picking up on anything. Their patrols had doubled, but it wasn't really getting anything done for them. Fisto was wandering around. With such important personnel, he wanted to make sure this individual didn't make a show at the Republic High Command discussions. As he was walking around, he stopped, feeling something close, and then from the hall in front of him, he saw Zala and Ahsoka approaching. He asked what they were doing, and they smiled, telling him that they finished their tasks for the day. At the moment, they were actually discussing the whole Star Forge thing, and if it was right for the Republic or not to use it. Fisto looked at them, and then back to where he felt something coming from. He raised his finger and told them to tell him about their thoughts. He peeked his head into a room and saw that it was clear, as Ahsoka started speaking about the wrongs of using such a weapon. Fisto walked back out and ushered them towards the discussion room, as they continued speaking in a similar respect to Tabre, which was being more grounded about the idea of using the weapon. Jedi Master Opa was in the bridge, but decided to move about, after he overheard a clone captain being informed that a number of clones had gone missing on patrol. He didn't verbally say he was interested, he simply just followed along and kept his eyes and ears open. Inside of the hangar bay of the Star Forge, the last leaders were arriving, and they were being greeted by Commander Cody and Admiral Yularen. They both expressed their excitement to have them here and begin their discussions around the use of the Star Forge. Not far from the hangar bay, the Sith acolyte watched these individuals funnel into the Sith weapon. His blood boiled. This was their tech. This was their achievement, and now the Jedi were using it to save their war effort from total collapse. He knew that he needed to stop them from succeeding. The acolyte started to move for the bridge. He knew that he could trigger a misfire inside of the reactor. It would reroute all the processing power inwards and create a chain explosion that would kill everyone inside the ship and destroy part of the Republic fleet. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make for the Sith Empire. The acolyte knew of this simply due to some technicians that worked for Exar. He was assigned to patrol the bridge, but wasn't there when the Republic raided him. He actually planned on betraying Exar, but by the time he got his chance, the Sith Emperor, or whatever he called himself, was dead. As the acolyte was moving discreetly through the facilities, he could feel something lurking, and when he turned around, he was ambushed by a Jedi Master. It was Master Opa Rancisis, who used his tail to whip the acolyte across the corridor. The clones next to him raised their weapons, but Opa told them to steer clear. It wouldn't be safe for them if they got any closer. The Jedi Master told the Sith to surrender, but he didn't have any plans to, shooting electricity outwards and throwing the clones into the wall. Opa was able to block it from himself. The acolyte then ran, and Opa chased, calling in a medic to his location. The Jedi called it over, telling the other Jedi in the facility to be careful. There was an acolyte on the run. Fisto told Ahsoka and Zala to get to the command bridge and hold it. They nodded their heads and ran. Opa was currently chasing after the Sith, one who was doing everything in his power to get away from him. But the Jedi Master was making sure that this individual wouldn't escape. This individual's freedom would expose their victory and force them to relocate the weapon or move a fleet to protect it. As the Sith got more distance between him and Oppo, another Jedi pulled out in front of him. He stopped and slid, avoiding the lightsaber strike from Shaak Ti. The Sith got off the ground and rolled across it, igniting his blade to defend from a strike made by Oppo. The two Jedi Masters were moving in to defeat the Sith. The Acolyte tried his hardest to defend himself, but it wasn't working. His blade parried and defended each strike. Behind Shaak Ti were a number of more clones, but she kept them far behind her. Oppo used his tail to strike at the Acolyte, which hurt incredibly badly. Despite not breaking the skin or the clothing he wore, the tail broke bones and tore muscles. It was a very stressful fight for the Sith. He used his weapon to beat back at the Jedi, but every hit by the tail was something he couldn't prepare for. There weren't many of Oppo's species, and certainly not many of them who were Jedi Masters such as himself. The Acolyte struggled. Shaak Ti's movement with the lightsaber was too much until he was thrown back into Oppo. The two Jedi Masters, with their combined strength, quickly cut the Sith down. The Starforge was once again protected. Instead of Anakin's quarters, Natabre was using his tablet to read. It had all the same reports as hers, so it wasn't like she was snooping around in his stuff or anything. Sure, there were personal documents, but she never touched those. She was just reading reports from battles that had been updated with the arrival of Republic High Command away from Tupla. She knew this information would come up during their discussions, and wanted to be at the top of her game so that she could hold her own position. Though, as she was sitting there, she could hear Anakin tossing. He didn't mean to fall asleep, but he did. They were having a conversation and his eyes just closed. Her presence was soothing, and that was enough to gift him rest without the pull of the dark figure lurking around. Though the specific rest would be a curse worse than death itself. His skin was shredding sweat, and his body felt cold to the touch. He was surfing through visions, terrible, terrible visions, like the ones he had of his mother before her death. Anakin was in his ship. They were being bombarded, and he could see Zala's starship blown out of the sky. Her comms were filled with her screams of terror as her ship slammed into the bridge of another Venator. Natabre and Anakin were on the ground, and Anakin's vision transported him there, as he watched a Sith drag Ahsoka through the dirt before cutting down Natabre and twisting his wrist, killing Ahsoka in the process. The Sith smiled. It wasn't the same one that had been haunting him. Anakin believed it was Malgus, but he wasn't sure of the name. Anakin fell to his knees as the Sith surrounded him. His clone brothers were executed around him, and as the Sith pressed forward, they created a line around him. The Republic was crumbling. Everyone he loved was murdered. As he was on his knees, Malgus pointed his face to the sky, so he could watch the Starforge explode, creating an explosion ring around the sky. The world became one of fires, and the Sith surrounded Anakin, chanting something he couldn't recognize. And then from the shadows emerged the Sith. He was the one behind this, their leader. He had influence greater than Exar or Nihilus. Anakin looked at the shadow as it approached him, and waited for a face to be revealed. And then there was nothing. Anakin jolted from his sleep. The room was empty, and he looked towards the seat Natabre was in. It was covered in blood, and ripped apart clothes. Anakin ran out towards the door, and a crimson lightsaber ignited in his face, before he actually jolted from his sleep and looked at Natabre, whose hand was wrapped around his forearm. She asked if he was alright, and he nodded his head, telling her it was another nightmare. She told him that if he was comfortable, he could tell her about it, and he nodded his head, swinging his legs over the bed and preparing to speak, before a knock came at the door. It was time to go. The meeting was starting. Anakin looked to her and said that perhaps he would tell her another time. He got up and she looked at him as he passed by her, almost like a ghost. The doors opened and they followed Admiral Coburn across the ship and into the hangar bay. Cody was waiting for them in an LA-18. He informed them of the little acolyte outbreak on their ship, one that had been dealt with by Generals Rancisis and T. They thanked him for the update and the doors locked, sending them across a short distance from the flagship into the Starforge. Anakin was silent, thinking on his thoughts. He was comfortable with Natabre. He knew he could tell her, but it would just have to wait. They had a very important meeting coming up, one that would decide the fate of the Starforge and how the Republic would conduct the military effort for the foreseeable future. If they agreed to use the weapon, then it would begin eliminating systems. If not, then it would have to be moved so that it could continue to churn out vehicles and weapons until it was out of resources. Natabre was very hopeful that Anakin, as a Jedi, would take her side, but truthfully, his mind was locked in on that creature, and the fear that now consumed him. He knew that if they didn't use this weapon, then his visions would come true again. He couldn't lose Natabre, Ahsoka, or Zala. They all meant so much to him, and their lives were incredibly important. If he lost anyone else, he would be inconsolable. His lessons with Nihilus were enough to remind him how much he cared about those around him. Anakin silently thought to himself as they exited inside the hangar, and joined the rest of Republic High Command inside the former throne room of Exar Kun. The table was long and filled with Republic military personnel from across the galaxy. Each of them had reports filled out. The Sith had slowed down their pursuit. There was obviously still the whole headhunting game they had, but they weren't doing large fleet operations. The past week was very quiet, and they were curious as to why the Sith were slowing down their movements. Coburn, Natabre, and Anakin walked in as this conversation was going on. Yularen expressed that perhaps these two Jedi generals could inform them. They were caught up, and both Anakin and Natabre said that it was likely because Exar was overconfident. He probably told the other Sith to wait for his mark. Surely, they'd figure out he died. There were still no signs of that being the case, but that at least gave some temporary answer and satisfaction. The admirals went back to the discussions, knowing that they could fully begin talks of this weapon. However, they wanted to quickly address some mild concerns. Despite the Sith Empire slowing down their attacks, there were rumors from scouts and at least reported fleet movements from the Separatists. They were seemingly mounting up for something really large, but that was still very unknown at the moment. A couple Jedi asked what they meant, and Captain Tarkin, one of the many individuals present, told them that it meant the CIS was preparing for something large. Tarkin's style wasn't appreciated, not by clones, not by admirals, and especially not by the Jedi, though the admirals believed the Separatists were preparing for a move against the Sith. If they were going to make a move against the Republic, then they would lose their semi-formed alliance, one that wasn't formalized. There were some individuals who liked this alliance with the CIS, and even suggested formalizing it, but others, like Tarkin, believed that their filth should be removed from the galaxy after they claimed victory. Anakin and Natabre stood next to each other, listening to the debates, as Admiral Killian spoke up and broke the discussion of the Separatists. He expressed that they could get to that later, but now they had much more pressing issues, such as a decision on what to do regarding the Starforge. He said that there were two very clear parties, the one that believed the weapon should be used, and those who believed it should be held in reserve and not used unless the situation became unsustainable. He did note that those who wanted to keep the weapon in reserve were in agreement that the weapon should be used until it no longer had any more energy. Killian told them all to begin their discussions. The admirals and captains started their back and forth. There were some clone leaders who spoke behind the non-clone leaders. The Jedi across the room were silent. Despite fighting on behalf of the Republic, the war brought out the worst of everyone. The respective command fleets and ground commands were at each other's throats. The non-Jedi leaders, who sided with the Jedi argument of not using the weapon, held such ideals because they had since proven that they didn't need to destroy systems to win. Mandalore was a prime example of that, and despite Master Plo not being here, the reports from the battle were well known. If the people could stand on their own, if they could fight the Sith Empire, even without Jedi interference, then what was the need of a Star Forge? This was obviously some naive thinking, but it was a valid argument. The other side of the table believed Mandalore was a drop in the bucket, a rare circumstance, one that without Jedi intervention at the end of the siege wouldn't have been a success. The Duchess and her people were on the brink of losing from the report, not to mention their own miniature civil war that almost took place because of that Vizsla individual. The first Jedi spoke up, and it was Oppo Rancisis, who believed that the Republic war effort was sustainable without the weapon. This was accompanied by Natabre's report, which was founded in the study of stars, and how there had been many circumstances of a Big Bang, if you will, turning an unpopulated system into one with life and abundance in the span of a decade. It wasn't common, but it was called hyper-evolution. It was a mixture of the right circumstances, but it had happened a number of times throughout galactic history, pointing to Tarkin and expressing that his own home system of Eridu was formed by this Big Bang. And he snapped back, asking how likely it was for his system to have such intelligent life on it. His home world was filled to the brim with vile creatures, none of which providing to the war effort, but they added to the galactic ecosystem, so that had to matter, right? Tarkin and Natabre had a slight back and forth before Admiral Dao jumped in. While Anakin didn't appreciate Tarkin's tone, he couldn't help but agree with his points over Natabre's. She had a stronger case, but Anakin believed the Jedi needed to put their code away in favor of winning the war. If they remained married to the code, then they would forfeit their chances at reclaiming their galaxy. The conversation moved on with Tarkin suggesting that if the Republic wanted to truly win this war, perhaps they should forget about the Jedi, force them to renounce their leadership, and take the Starforge from them. Then they could win and the Order could go back to doing nothing and being useless. Admiral Killian stood up and told Tarkin that while he had some valid points, his demeanor and lack of respect for the Jedi would not be tolerated. If he did not stop, he would be dismissed from these discussions. Tarkin stood up, calling Killian a Jedi lover and a fool. They may have won some battles, but if they were allowed to dictate this decision around the Star Forge, then they would ruin everything for the Republic. Their code would prohibit the Republic. Killian pointed towards the door and told Tarkin that if he couldn't have a proper discussion, that he would not be welcome to speak on it. Tarkin's scowl turned towards the Jedi, as he told them that they caused fragility in an already weak system. It would be the Jedi who would cost the Republic this war. As he left, Commander Cody spoke up, speaking from a semi-middle ground, telling the officers that the Republic could use the Starforge to protect the clones. They wouldn't be able to continue giving troopers the armor and tools necessary to fight this war. Perhaps the Forge could be used to outfit an automatic military, one to take the brunt of the fighting, so that the clones could be the Republic's elite military. This was actually a sound idea, but the Jedi, again backed by Natabre, believed that the Forge should only be used in extreme circumstances. During these talks, Anakin would openly side with the Republic admirals that pushed for the use of the weapon. This kind of blindsided Natabre, believing that in his silence he was agreeing with her. And while she wasn't mad, she believed that they needed to have a talk about it once they were finished with this meeting as well. The end of the discussion, which lasted for about 2 hours, concluded with a vote, one that was a decision on what to do. High Command came to the conclusion that the weapon should be and would be used. They would finish using the resources they had available to use them, and then they'd begin searching for another source of energy. Though, due to the agreement coming from Republic High Command, it was very important that they dedicate their resources properly. What they scavenged from the battlefield put the Starforge almost all the way back up to maximum capacity. When the discussion was finished, the admirals, generals, and captains dispersed, and the remaining Jedi leadership had their own talk. The Council and other Jedi present agreed that they would comply with the decision of Republic leadership. Anakin listened, and he was very disheartened by their failure to recognize the importance of this moment. Sure, everything was going positively, because they were actually going to use the Starforge, but seriously, how could the Jedi not recognize this, especially in Anakin's mind, Natabre? The makeshift quote-unquote council session wasn't long, but when it ended, it left Anakin and Natabre alone inside the throne room, the same place where they helped defeat Exar Kun. The two of them were quiet for a moment, as Anakin asked her why she sided so much with their code. He obviously was on edge because of his visions, and this was something that she wasn't aware of. He expressed that she needed to stop relying on the code for these military decisions. She asked where this was coming from. She thought that he would have sided with her, kind of. He didn't know why she would think that, but their conversation continued to build up, until Natabre asked why he was being hostile. He stopped and told her of the vision, expressing that he had fear that if they didn't use the Forge, then he would lose all of them. She shook her head, telling him that they wouldn't lose them, but even if they did, it was important that he always remember to never lose himself. She told him that she understood his fears, because she had them too, and she did have her own nightmares of losing him, Zala, and Ahsoka, but she had the trust that it would not happen. Natabre asked Anakin in a hypothetical situation, one that he didn't have the visions, would he still feel inclined to destroy star systems for the war effort, and he nodded his head. Maybe she should have seen that coming, but she worried for the potential divide this could cause between them. But as everything that came before, she believed that they would remain strong, even if they disagreed with how the Republic would conduct the rise of the Starforge. Our season continues inside the Starforge. It had been a month since the discussions between Republic High Command, resulting in the decision around the Superstation. The war had continued since the defeat of Exar Kun, but it had taken a serious time for the Sith Empire to respond to his death. There were rumors going around in the days after his defeat, but with the death of the surviving acolyte inside the vessel at the hands of two Jedi Masters, there was no one to inform the rest of the Empire that XR failed. It was a strategic decision of the late Emperor to keep everyone away from the Leon system. Revan and Malak weren't too far away from the station inside of the Endor system. Revan had his own plan of attack for handling the loss of Emperor XR, but there still wasn't confirmation around it. Inside of Republic lines for the past month, troop movements had continued. The Jedi spread back out and maintained front-of-the-line positions, and for the first time since the war started, there was a calmness that filled the galaxy. The war slowed down. There were remaining skirmishes that plagued the front lines, but actual battles were scarce. The Jedi and the Republic were able to utilize their superweapon, and as a result, the Star Forge ran out of energy. It built up a huge military for the Galactic Republic. There were debates that filled the ranks of Republic military personnel, and despite the discussions that took place after the victory over the Star Forge, there were now new votes revolving around focus for their projects. The engineers inside the vessel used Sith designs for the Star Destroyers, as they were now called, and built off the blueprints, obviously changing them up to suit their desires. The way the Republic divided up the resources of the Star Forge went as such: focus on fleet build, ensuring that they could have larger flagships. The second focus was for the militia force that was going to counterbalance some of the frontline operations for the clones. Most of these were droid units that would be used in mundane positions or as cannon fodder. Either they'd work on the deck of these new Star Destroyers, where the clones or military personnel couldn't fill, or they'd be placed on the front lines of battlefields to stoke up damage for clone troopers, entirely used to be destroyed by Separatist or Sith forces during combat. And the third, and arguably most important, was the armor for future clones. The Kaminoans were working at two facilities, Kamino and Borovio. The biggest difference between the Borovio facility and the Kamino facility was the accelerated aging. Clones on Kamino were double accelerated, so they would be 20 years old in 10 years. The hyper-acceleration on Borovio would have the clones rapidly growing, and they would be prepared by the end of the second year of combat. There were complications with this, and there would be a great number of clones that would be damaged by this, but they needed able-bodied men regardless of how humane it was or wasn't. The Kaminoans on Borovio conducted horrific operations to make sure they had everything they needed. They broke past boundaries to make sure that they could provide clones for the Grand Army. It would still be another year and a half or so until the first batch of clones from Borovio could be ready, but the main point being that they were preparing armor for when the army was actually ready. With the Star Forge out of energy and ready to begin searching for new resources, the debate around the decision resurfaced. Anakin and Natabre had been free from combat since they captured the space station. Skywalker's nightmares had subsided for the most part, but there was still the lurking inside of his mind. Natabre was an important support for him, and it was with her friendship that he was able to avoid these night terrors. Natabre taught Anakin an old chant used by the Jedi of Ahch-To, which helped him deal with these nightmares and terrors. Apparently, when the original Jedi started to use the Force on such a balanced planet like Ahch-To, they experienced horrible nightmares. They saw war, destruction, greed, pain, and death. These original Jedi, due to being the first to harness the Force the way they did, had to deal with the expansion of it. They opened themselves up to it, and it gave them everything. They were the ones who decided to regulate how to use the Force, and understand how to limit how much of it influenced their dreams. Anakin used these chants during his night terrors. A lot of the time, he'd be sitting, standing, or crawling when this happened. He would have the weight against his shoulders, and he wouldn't be able to move. Anakin's eyes would find a shadow that kept poisoning his mind, and then he would chant the ancient Jedi verse, and the nightmare would release him, and he'd have to calm his heart before trying to go to sleep again. Republic High Command stationed Anakin and Natabre at the Star Forge, with Admiral Coburn, due to their success. They were also controlling one of the larger fleets in the Navy. Admiral Yularen, despite working with General Windu, had been dispatched to Malastare to reinforce the current fleet over the system. Master Windu, by the end of the month, had a full recovery, but he spent the rest of his recovery, after Yularen left, inside the refurbished medical bay inside the Star Forge. Despite the obvious necessities for the larger war effort, some of the energy used for the Star Forge was used on redoing important pieces of the interior of it. The rusted metallic walls, damaged consoles, need for a solid hyperdrive, and even reactor were all rebuilt with the Star Forge. Natabre had seen the massive starships produced by the Forge, and she believed that they'd be enough to counter the Sith. In the absence of true combat since their victory, there was a genuine hope spreading along their lines that the war would come to a close soon. The Sith seemed weak, and with a weak enemy force, it was entirely possible that the Jedi could make a push on their fledgling leadership and wipe it out. She didn't want another star to die for this, and of course by the end of the month, when the Forge finished pumping out every last burst of energy, that conversation would change. Republic High Command seemed very adamant on the usage of the Forge at other locations, many of which having been mapped out by Republic scouts. But conversation between Anakin and Natabre were still peaceful, but consistently in disagreement. It wouldn't do them any change, but for Natabre especially, she believed that it would do Anakin well to change his mindset. They had done this tussle before, so it wasn't a negative outburst or show of emotion, just a simple conversation. Her worries were that these nightmares were triggering his pull towards darkness. He said it himself shortly after the initial meeting with Republic High Command, but her theory was that if he could change just a little bit of his focus on victory, he might be able to find more peace with all the negativity around. Anakin did see her points though, because as of late, he had been getting a little bit more outbursty with his student. Ahsoka and Zala continued their training together, and everything was much more strengthened between the four of them, but the outbursts from Anakin led to outbursts from Zala. In a weird way, Ahsoka emulated Anakin but acted like Natabre, whereas Zala emulated Natabre but acted like Anakin. It was a weird role reversal, but in a way that two children might adopt quirks from their parents, Zala and Ahsoka picked up on quirks and traits from their two masters. Anakin and Natabre were standing inside of the former throne room of the Starforge. They had once again had a discussion about their quest for victory. Anakin had seen the reports as of late, and he did start to see Natabre's points, especially because one of the main things she expressed concern about during the initial meeting happened. Aside from full-blown campaigns, battles, and sieges turning into skirmishes, there was a dormant star that had a hyper-evolution, what she had talked about in that meeting. The star was a B-class, bluish-white star, and it detonated, resulting in a rare occurrence, creating not just a multitude of planets, but life in the most microscopic form. Of course, this being the Force. The reports were forwarded by Admiral Coburn, who, in the months since the original discussion, like Anakin, saw her points. He made the case because he knew that since she originally had a disagreement with the rest of command, it would make their case look stronger. It found its way to Tarkin's desk and was never seen again. Anakin and Natabre turned back when they heard the door behind them open, and the two young Jedi had large smiles form across their faces. It was Master Windu. He was alright. He was finally up and walking. The Jedi Master was wearing less formal gear, and he walked in with a slight hitch in his step. In his hand was a datapad, and he asked them how they were doing. The instant disregard for his own personal health was of course a trait shared by the former Master of the Order and interim Grand Master. The title didn't really pass around all too much, but it was shared between Oppo Rancisis and Shaak Ti. Mace informed him of his full-time return before he came to greet Anakin and Natabre inside the chambers at the top of the station. They both asked how he was doing, and he expressed little concern for his well-being. He was fine. As he got to the edge of the room, where they were standing, he commented on the expansion of the fleet. Marvelous vessels designed by the oppressors in the galaxy. Republic Star Destroyers would be quite the way to make a mark against the Separatists and the Sith. At this point, neither faction knew about these vessels, according to Republic intelligence. Mace asked about their students and how their training was going. There were some comments made about it, and he smiled and carried the conversation forward. His eyes drifted from the two young Jedi to his datapad, and told them that he had fears about this information here. Because Mace had been in recovery for so long, he had clone intelligence officers report to him everything they heard. He had a personal datapad that he kept track of all this information on, and he expressed to the two young Jedi that he was worried. He placed the tablet on the massive table in the middle of the room, and paced around the window. Mace expressed that all of this was making him uneasy. Natabre questioned with the word Master, while raising her eyebrow. He told the two of them that he believed the Sith Empire was preparing to mobilize. Their silence could not be seen as victory, suggesting that they needed to take a lesson from the past. Palpatine was a Sith who became Chancellor. If he could lurk in the shadows and perhaps even summon these Sith, then surely they were capable of doing that same silence. No one knew, at least on the Republic side of things, what Exar Kun planned on doing, or what he told his Sith operatives, but it was important for the Jedi to be on top of their game with this. Anakin asked what it was that he was suggesting. Mace turned back and told them that they couldn't be approaching this as if victory had landed for them. Much of the war had come to a standstill, and the Republic High Command was already preparing themselves for celebration, with abrax and maybe even some death sticks. Abrax being a high-quality alcoholic beverage many military men enjoyed before the fall of galactic civilization. They all secretly had their flasks, but by this point supply was running low. Mace knew that these celebrations would deter the Republic from properly winning this war. Even if the war was within their hands, and even if they were truly going to win, they needed to make sure the Sith stayed dead forever. Natabre straightened her back, and asked Master Windu what it was that he was requesting of them to do. Mace raised his hand to his chin and rubbed it, as he looked back out the window, and thought quietly. He had been debating on this topic for several days. Republic High Command stationed Coburn and General Skywalker and Morden with the Star Forge, intentionally. It would be wrong of him to disobey such orders, but with the Forge likely facing a relocation in the coming days to weeks, it was probably necessary to have these two chart a safe transit to one of the many locations in the galaxy. He told the two Jedi to take their students and go out and do recon. They wouldn't be able to move their entire fleet, but if they could take a Jedi T6 shuttle, it might do them well. He understood that the 4 Jedi were really close, and understood it could be a risk, but this mission was solely for the Republic. Mace sided with Natabre on the issue regarding the operation of the Star Forge. He voiced his opinion to Admiral Coburn before the report was sent to Tarkin, but their focus now was on making sure they could sustain order in the galaxy, not cement a military presence. Perhaps it was foolhardy, but their mandate was to the people, not to sustaining war. Their mission was very simple. Follow hyperspace routes to these selected planets. The Jedi were going to maintain the status quo. If they could be the ones to escort the Star Forge to its new base of operations, they might have some legitimate leverage when it came to determining its future use. On the other hand, they were not to engage, simply report on what they saw. He was sanctioning this mission, so if anyone questioned it or challenged it, he requested that they direct it back to him. Mace also added another piece. Despite worries from previous reports over the past couple weeks, one thing was ever apparent. The CIS movement was preparing for a resurgence. They likely didn't have the Foundry worlds to compete on a galactic level with either the Republic or the Sith, especially after the Republic used the Star Forge, but he warned that these separatist forces could be on the prowl for easy pickings. And according to the headhunting game the Sith were playing, he had no doubt that the 2 young Jedi generals in front of him could be on their list, even a list that the separatists were using to thin the numbers of their opponents. Anakin and Natabre looked to each other and then the Master Windu, before bowing. He wished that the Force be with them on their journeys. They wished the same to him as they bowed and turned towards the door. On the other side of the galaxy, an ever-quiet Sith Lord sat idly with a smile on his face. Cycles in the game of war. It was all too simple for the intelligent of mind, but too difficult for the feeble of it. Vitiate understood that his place in the Sith Empire had come to face him, and with silence from Lord Exar, it was clear that the Sith Empire needed immediate fixing. His throne was golden, and his flagship was covered in a gorgeous array of metals and stones handpicked from worlds he had conquered in a time before his return. Vitiate slowly moved to his feet. As an old man, there should have been hints of creaks and cracks, but it was a quiet procedure. He walked down the steps of his throne where his 2 guards awaited, and he walked past them without even acknowledging them. His feet clicked against the donium floors of his flagship. The echo of his guards behind him made only 3 individuals sound like an army. Doors opened before him, and he walked into a communication room, where he saw his children, all situated. Of course, they were not with them. They were over the communication devices. The holograms hummed and flickered every couple of moments. Each of the children greeted their father with a nod, and he raised his arms and crossed them meticulously. It seemed closely related to an OCD or perhaps even a social anxiety, but it was a control. Everything Vitiate did was with control in his mind. His stance exerted dominance. His need to use his voice was diminished because no need to. He had total power here. No one, especially not his children, would dare challenge him. The Immortal Emperor watched as his son spoke first. Arcan told his father that the rest of the Sith Empire had remained at bay. There were communications, but the Immortal Emperor's flagship was not among them. There were fears from certain Sith that there might be a rebellion or even a civil war. The greatest fear that Arcan had heard had come from Lord Momin, who operated a small cell of the Sith Empire on the far northern quadrant of the galaxy. He'd been separated for a good part of the conflict, and never was ranked high enough to be a part of important meetings for the Sith. But he said he was worried that Emperor Exar would use the Starforge against them. Vitiate raised an eyebrow as he looked, almost inattentively, from Arcan to his daughter. Valen nodded, and expressed that in her travels, she was able to see the Republic strengthening their lines outside of the Leon system. She noted that Darth Revan and Malak had remained around the Endor system and kept quiet. She was also able to report from what she had heard earlier, long before the race to the Star Forge, that there was an alliance forming, or had formed, between Bane and Revan. He once again, thoughtlessly, drifted to his other son, and Thexan jumped into the conversation almost excitedly. He was trying to make sure he had something to appease his father, but similarly to his siblings, he struggled to retain his father's attention. Thexan informed him that there was movement on Coruscant. While this did seem minuscule, it was actually something Vitiate was concerned with. All the gibberish between briefings told him what he needed to know regarding the status of the galaxy. The Immortal Emperor was concerned with a couple of things. The biggest of his concerns was where the heart of the galaxy sat. From his understanding with Mandalore, if a planet separated from any of the other major factions could resist them, then what would happen if the heart of the galaxy was capable of such rebellion? His arms uncrossed, and he peeled them around his side and placed them at his back, gripping his left wrist with his right hand. Vitiate told his children that they had done well, requesting that they all return to Coruscant, where he would meet them, as he pulled his hand around and turned off the hologram. Despite the arrangement made by Exar before they located the Star Forge, there were growing issues for the Sith Empire. No one stuck to their territory. There was resentment growing, and the district of the former Emperor had eaten away at them. Vitiate had been in communications with some of the other Sith with influence, and he had deduced that to maintain control over the Sith Empire, he needed to balance the game. The Sith craved power, that was no question, but they did not have balance, which was against their very nature. Exar held a mirror up to the Sith. He showed them what they really were. He tried dominating with an iron fist, and while there wasn't a single being in the known galaxy that Vitiate feared, he understood that to control the Sith, there had to be alliance. Bane and Revan figured it out, and he respected their intelligence, despite how limited it appeared. They were able to thrive in a unit because they didn't control each other. They worked in unison. They allowed the other freedoms, while working towards a common goal. Vitiate had played the quiet observer card for the last several months. He had the capability to win and seize control, but he couldn't do that unless someone set the bar low enough for him. Two Sith had already done that, Sion losing the 2 Jedi Knights on Tython, and Exar Kun disappearing from the galactic map. The biggest issues Vitiate would face were these. His children had experienced loss. It was called out by another Sith Lord. Some of these losses led to crucial blows to Sith morale. If they were associated with failure, it was very possible the Sith could associate such loss with their father. Additionally, he hadn't lost a battle since they returned. He and Malgus were in contention for the greatest warriors or leaders of the Sith Empire. At that, the other Sith had seen him and Exar go head-to-head in verbal disagreements. This could be seen as fragility, and maybe even a show of ego. Vitiate turned on a swivel and moved back to his throne room. His mind was in motion. He had seen the Sith lose their grip. Everything they had was on the verge of slipping into total chaos. They had done well making sure that they were still influential with their power, but too much time had passed. The Sith Emperor spoke to his guard and told them to bring up long-range communications with Lord Revan. He was going to speak with him to begin a new treaty, one in which the Sith would actually win this war, and this time, despite claiming the throne for himself, there would be no control to override the presence of the other Sith. Vitiate pictured a scenario where he could rule as supreme leader. He would not oversee direct control over every operation. Instead, he would allow the Sith to do their own things, in accordance to their mandate to win this war. They would gather strategy and form battle lines. Vitiate moved to the center of his room and turned again, standing in the middle, spacing his legs at shoulder length apart. The communication buzzed to life as a figure started to appear. Revan turned to face the hologram behind him. He asked the Sith Lord what he owed the pleasure to. Vitiate didn't try and go into pleasantries. He knew where they stood, not only because they could be seen as rivals, but because he and Revan had a long relationship. After all, it was he who brainwashed Revan and Alec, so that they could become dark side users. Now they were working as an entirely separate unit. Vitiate asked Revan what the status was on their side of the galaxy. He knew that there was something going on that either Revan or Malak knew about. His hunch was correct. Lord Revan nodded his head, telling the Sith Lord that in the month since Exar's disappearance, there had been large energy readings from the Leon system. From what scouts reported, there was a ramping up of the Republic military. Unluckily, the Sith hadn't been able to get anywhere near the system. Revan explained that he had a theory himself. He believed that Exar's overconfidence got the best of him. If the Republic was surrounding the territory Exar went into, he either created a stronghold and the Republic didn't want him getting reinforcements, similar to the Sith blockade with Kuat and Corellia, or, in the more likely scenario, the one both Revan and Malak believed was true, Exar tried to take the forge for himself, found it, and managed to lose it. Vitiate asked why this information was never revealed, and before Revan could answer, another figure appeared, informing the Sith Emperor that they had only just returned with a full report today. Vitiate wasn't stupid, and he knew that these two Sith knew that, but there was no reason for Vitiate to reveal how he understood that Bane and Revan were aligning. Instead, he kept that in the back of his pocket, believing that, if the time came, he could expose this. Vitiate told Revan that he believed it'd be best if he removed his forces from the Endor system. That's where they were, right? The question came off as sarcasm, rhetorical in nature, but simply arrogant in tone. Revan didn't really mind the suggestion, but asked why it was made, and the answer was simple. The territory was unnecessary. Whatever they had experienced wasn't worth their time. The Sith needed to strengthen their lines and prepare for actual combat. There would be a point where these skirmishes came to a close, and the real war kicked off again. Vitiate would prefer if one of their better leaders wasn't indisposed in the Outer Rim or wherever Endor was. Revan turned to Malak, who nodded in agreement. Vitiate smiled and told them to reconvene at Coruscant. He would assemble the Sith Lords to begin their next phase of galactic domination. Vitiate understood that in the era of Exar, the flames of civil war had been stoked. There was no telling what would come from a future where the Sith turned on one another, but he had no intention of allowing that to come. Each of them wanted power, and he wanted all of it. But there was no reason to vie for such things, when at the moment, they could not afford to turn in on themselves. There was a bit of disappointment about the Revan thing, but it was clear the Republic had mobilized themselves in defense. The new Republic Star Destroyers hadn't been seen in combat yet, or seen at all. Republic High Command decided that these vessels should be kept hidden until they were needed for actual battles. So despite it becoming readily clear, especially as Vitiate hailed the Sith Lords to Coruscant, that the Starforge had been lost. The theories for each respective Sith became, did the Republic use the weapon until it was no longer operable, or they destroyed it. There were the few Sith who feared the prospect of the Republic, and even the Jedi using its energy and preparing to move to another star. But from the Sith perspective, most of the bureaucracy on the Republic side of things seemed to be led by the Jedi Order. As a means to ensure there was true stability within their ranks, Vitiate called Sith like Momin to reassure them. Unlike how he brainwashed Malak and Revan, he would play the slow burn game, similar to something that Sidious was attempting before his death. Vitiate would achieve control through loyalty, strategy, and strength. Though there was something else. Vitiate had been going by that name to ensure he stayed relevant with his positioning in the Sith ranks. Now, though, he would return to a more natural name, one that reflected his current physical state, a name of Valkoran. It, in his mind, showed power, and as a supreme leader, the one that would destroy the Republic, it was his position to bring such a dream to reality. As Valkoran was preparing to start this meeting, his daughter Valen got involved with an intense standoff with the Separatists. Their fleet movements had been erratic as of late. No one, neither the Sith nor Republic, knew why. The skirmishes between factions had been really lightweight stuff, maybe a couple hundred casualties at most. Valen was encouraged to not engage, but she really wanted to. She stood on the bridge of her flagship with a navy that could decimate the Separatist fleet present, but she abided by her father's orders when he first sent them out, a week after Exar went radio silent. She stood her ground for a little over an hour before departing the system for Coruscant. The lucky thing for Valen was her decision. All of her Sith desires almost brought her and her fleet to total destruction. The Separatist war machine had been prepping. They got off to a really rocky start at the beginning of the war. They were completely behind on the hunt for the Starforge, and they didn't have any Force users fighting with them. It was understood by Admiral Trench that to win this war, it had to be forged in space and dominated on the ground. Without the proper foundries to attain ground dominance, he prepared strategies to exterminate specific fleets. Similar to the Sith Empire, they were completely unaware of the Republic Star Destroyers. With another battle avoided, the war continued to drag on in its stalemate. Before the rest of the Sith forces reached Coruscant, Valkorin sent his 3 children to Corellia to pop a fleet. Being that they were the only individuals in the family to lose battles, it was his decision to make sure they earned victory and favorability with the Sith Empire. Valen would be coming in late, but Arcan and Thexan departed from Coruscant to Corellia. Because this was formerly the Axis of 3, the Sith couldn't get in. Hell, even Lord Malgus struggled with these fleets. But because there was a calmness for the longer part of a month, they also had no reason to fear an attack. Valkorin had been watching their fleet movements. They were still fortifying their defenses, but there was a point, according to his scouts, where they could blast their fleet in transition. This was something Malgus seemingly didn't have the patience for, and it cost him dearly. His loss at one of the 2 remaining worlds would be his greatest failure when it came to retaining control over the Sith Empire. Valkorin's children moved in with their combined fleet. When they arrived, Republic Venators were moving in and out of hyperspace. Most of the fleet was displaced, and as they were moving to Kuwat to reinforce it with new ships from the Corellian shipyards, they were blitzed. The 2 brothers stood on their respective bridges and deployed waves of bombers while their flagships laid down suppressing fire. As the Republic forces moved a quarter of their fleet out to intercept the Sith, they were blindsided by Valen's fleet. As this battle was taking place, Emperor Valkorin was welcoming Sith to a new space station built over the burning cities of Coruscant. Due to the sheer destruction on the city world, the immortal emperor decided that he would employ slaves in the construction of their new military. He had his plans, and his children were well aware of it, but he would also inform his Sith Empire of it too. Valkorin believed that Exar had blueprints for a new ship of the line. It had been discussed in passing, and the emperor couldn't remember what was true and not, so he decided that as a means to ensure their stability with their navy, it was important to destroy any and all New Republic vessels and capture only one. In theory, if there was a new ship created by the Forge, then it was important for the Sith to get the blueprints of it and mass produce it on Coruscant. Obviously, Valkorin wasn't going to just do it here. He tasked Lord Mulman with another operation far from the core of the galaxy, because alliances were truly needed to ensure long-term success, something Exar likely didn't realize until his death. With Sith lords from around the galaxy arriving, Valkorin greeted them with his new identity, and brought them to his communication center in the space station. It wasn't completely finished yet, there were some finishing touches, but he knew that it would be important to establish his desires with them present inside this station. Exar approached with the desire to control. Valkorin would do the opposite. In his mind, he would come off as a voice of unity. He told them that his children were engaged on a battlefront at Corellia. Their entire purpose was to prove that victory could come in a myriad of forms. The Sith lords from around the galaxy looked on with interest. Each of them had formed miniature alliances, essentially ones to protect their interests just in case there was a rupture within their ranks, which at this point was the expected outcome of everything. Valkorin did not present himself as their leader. He gave them the ability to subconsciously choose him for that role. As he paced around the room, speaking methodically, rhythmically, and even hypnotically, he could feel battle taking place mere parsecs away. His children were destroying the clones, and it felt good. The first true battle since the fall of the Starforge, and it was so far removed from the reinforced Republic battle lines. With each step, he could feel life being taken, with each breath another fire ablaze in space. He smiled at the thought of it. Valkorin told his allies that their victory was between them, and it would be achieved in unity. Whatever their thoughts on Exar were, it didn't matter. They were the Sith with or without him. If Exar survived, then he was a traitor. If he died, then he wasn't of any concern. Malgus spoke up, asking what he was suggesting. Unity was a one-word response he got. Valkorin never hinted at his intentions to become supreme leader. He never even subtly put the mention of it into their minds. He didn't play the martyr, because with the Sith that would never work. He instead gave them the tools to choose him as their leader. As he paced between them, his robe slid across the floor. His guards were stationed across the room. Valkorin suggested reviving the failed attempt at Sith sectors. They could have unity, and they could douse the flames of division sown by an egomaniac, one who sought to seize power for himself. Valkorin laughed, telling his good friends that they all desired power. A chuckle resonated from the crowd around him. He continued, suggesting that to be so blunt was only to be honest. They had such control, such power, and they lost it because of Exar. Valkorin stood at the end of the room and raised his arms as he did. The doors behind him opened, and his children walked in. He expressed, after hours of speaking, that they unite. They find victory, and they take the galaxy for themselves, not as individuals, but as one true Sith Empire. Lord Kreia smiled and looked up, her voice eloquent as she told Valkorin that Exar had made a fool's mistake by going in alone, but perhaps each of them in this room were even bigger fools for trusting him. Kreia looked around, suggesting that instead of an emperor like Exar, they elect Valkorin to become their supreme leader, not that he would have total control over their empire, but someone to work in unison with, someone to be the big picture idea bringer, supported by individuals who could make the Republic burn. Malgus wasn't fully sold until he got some information. He desired knowledge of the Battle of Corellia. Thexan, steadfast in response, spoke to the Sith and told them that they had won. The casualty report from the Republic was 5 ships of the line, 7 support craft, and hundreds of fighters. Arcan stepped forward and expressed that they were blitzed by a support fleet, but they had just proven that the formerly known Axis of 3 was fully penetrable. They only had 2 planets remaining thanks to Malgus, and they could strike them as proven by their previous attack. The Republic could no longer hold those worlds. Malgus leaned back and looked across the room. The Sith decided that they would go with Valkorin's plan. His big picture ideas seemed to be what the Sith needed at the moment. If they could seize advantage of the temporary standstill in combat, then there would be no need for fear of the Republic victory. The discussions over Coruscant may have seemed too good to be true, but with Exar's mistakes finally being corrected after a month of fires burning within their ranks, the Sith Empire had selected themselves a new supreme leader. Our season continues inside of the Invincible, the flagship of the Separatist leader, Admiral Trench. The Harchman sat in his throne on the bridge. It wasn't quite a throne, but sometimes he referred to it as such. His 6 eyes scanned over data bouncing around on the screens in front of him. Admiral Trench and his Separatist tactical droids have been preparing for this moment. A temporary ceasefire is what Trench referred to it. He had been watching the movements of his opponents. Most of it, especially to the droids designed for combat, came off as ramblings of a lunatic. Trench had secured power though. He was the leader of their operations due to the deaths of Grievous, Dooku, and Ventress over Coruscant. Perhaps it was fate, or luck, but Admiral Trench understood his place in this galaxy. His faction and their ideals meant very little to him by this point. This fight in his mind was about securing what he could, and forcing the Republic and Sith to fight out the rest. Admiral Trench read reports by the minute as they passed by on his screens. A tactical droid walked up to him and reported that there were issues stemming from deep inside the core. They weren't sure what it was, but there were readings of a potential skirmish, maybe even a battle. They weren't sure of how big of a conflict it was, but the fact that the Sith and Republic were back into combat again gave him the incentive to make a move. Since the Separatists learned of the Star Forge, they prepared for a counter. When it became apparent to Trench that it was too late to actually get to the weapon, he decided that it was better to remain away from the conflict. His main focus then became how he would direct his focus to counter whichever faction got their hands on the super weapon. With a month to spare, he and his tactical droids divided their forces and created a thin line of security for themselves. They took an entire quadrant of the Mid-Rim and called it home. So much of the CIS movement were in reaction to the Sith and Republic. Sure, there were skirmishes even for the Separatists, but Trench had been extremely adamant, especially with captains and lieutenants within their ranks, that they were to avoid combat at all costs. Trench knew that some of his sentient leaders were getting antsy. Tactical droids were never of concern for him. It was always the Trade Federation, Techno-Union, or even Commerce Guild admirals or captains that brought up the biggest issues for him. There were power gaps, and individuals without power wanted it. The dynamic could be related to that of the Sith Empire. The only difference was their inability to wield the Force and use lightsabers. The backstabbing was ever present within the ranks of the Separatists, but Trench made himself untouchable. He knew that if he made himself necessary, then there was nothing for the other leaders of the CIS to do about it. There was one thing that Trench had paid great attention to, and it was the victory on Mandalore. It really set the tone for the state of the Galactic War. Trench was aware that Mandalore and her leader sided with the Republic, but the fact that they were doing fine pretty much up until the end told him a lot. Trench was understanding of how the Sith worked. They had a hierarchy of strong leaders, and under them were their grunts, similar in respect to the Jedi. From his understanding, the Lords were their leaders with assassins, apprentices, acolytes, and marauders under them. Didn't really matter much in his mind, because he'd been thinking on counters. The way to defeat the Sith was through air combat, and he strengthened his fleet positions, monitored movements from the Sith and Republic, and waited patiently. With a chance at victory coming from neutral systems such as Mandalore, it was possible that the Admiral and his Confederacy could align themselves with more systems capable of resisting the scourge of war. With war restarting in the core of the galaxy, he decided that it'd be best to prep his forces for their first attack on either one of the enemy factions. He believed the first option should be the Sith. Trench had a plan, and he had consulted with his advisors on how to do this. The tactical droids suggested a bait and run. They wouldn't just claim victory, but they would drag another faction in the battle. The war needed a genuine kickstart, and he believed, rightly so, that the Republic was completely unaware of the conflict in the core. In order to jumpstart this war, he would drag both the Republic and the Sith into a grudge match. Of course, he was going to rip through the Sith fleet. His scouts had figured out the difference in size of Sith Lord fleets and fleets belonging to apprentices. His first target was an acolyte fleet, closest to his territory. They were going to hit the system of Pax, which was right outside of Republic territory at Malastare. His intention was to draw the Sith in with a larger force. Hopefully, he could encourage an attack at Malastare or another brawl on Pax with the Republic coming in to see what was going on. There was of course the chance of combat in the system of Saheth, but he didn't anticipate it. Everything had been planned out extensively, and with everything prepared for what his advisors believed was the perfect strike, he stood up from his seat. His hand slipped around his cane and he gripped it. A clicking rolled out of his mouth and he spoke precisely to his deckhands. He told them to prepare their hyperdrives. They were going to attack the Sith at Pax. One of the droids turned back and nodded their heads, informing him that Captain Veal and his Lucrehawk were prepared for combat. Trench nodded his head, tapping his cane on the ground, with a resounding statement about how this would be a pleasurable exercise for their forces. Revenge would belong to the Separatist movement. The massive Separatist fleet prepared, and Trench watched as the darkness of space was consumed by outstretching lines of blue light crossing the entire bridge. They were on their way to Pax. Across the galaxy, still moving around the Outer Rim, were 4 Jedi dispatched by Master Windu. Inside their T6 shuttle, the squad had already viewed locations at various planets and systems. Most of these were previously won battles or seen locations. Among them were Sira, Zaja, and Endor. There were no signs of the Sith Empire, which was good. They were on their way to one last stop before returning to base. If they saw a show of the Sith or CIS, then they might have an issue. The entire purpose of doing things this way was to ensure the Starforge couldn't and wouldn't be seen by anyone. A random attack on an outlier world could garner unwanted attention. The Tabre and Anakin got up from their seats in the cockpit while they traveled from Endor to Chanceladon. It wasn't too long of a jump, but once they got there, they'd be able to determine if a passageway to System 9Z1 would be proper. 9Z1 was one of those star systems in the galaxy with just a star, nothing else. So in the case of using the Forge, they would only take one life. And of course, the millions to billions to trillions, they could have at one point had life in the case that they didn't destroy the star. The 2 instructors weren't talking about the Forge though. There was no reason for any more of that discussion. They had their opinions on everything. It was fine if they disagreed. Not everything need to be agreed upon. As they walked into the main hall of the T6, they saw Ahsoka and Zala standing with their lightsabers at the ready. Anakin looked at Natabre, who grinned, her hands wrapped around her back, left wrist and right hand. Her voice, which usually was silent, moved from quiet to commanding. She instructed both students to stand in the Shi Chao ready position. Zala and Ahsoka ignited their sabers as they raised their sabers to rise vertically with their bodies. Those students looked at their speaking instructor. Behind the Tabre, Anakin stood, with his feet shoulder-width apart and his hands planted themselves on his hips. Was he judging them, or was he simply watching? Ahsoka and Zala focused back on the Tabre. Her voice rang out suddenly, instructing them to strike forward. They moved in unison with each of her words as they followed out of her mouth. Zone 2 attack, Zone 3 parry, Starlight sweep. Each move was replicated off of their memory of their saber forms. The Tabre walked towards them and continued her instruction as she stepped past them, delicately stepping in between them. As she was doing this, she heard Anakin call for a stop. The Tabre turned around as Anakin told Zala to move back to Zone 2 to ready her stance. She followed quickly and Anakin told her to do the exact same movement that was just used by the Tabre. Zone 4 backpedal with a counter at Zone 1 and a strike at Zone 3. Anakin shook his head and spoke lightly. This wasn't a scolding or humiliation, just a simple correction. He ignited his lightsaber and told her to do it once more, but this time strike at him. She moved back to her ready position as Natabre and Ahsoka took their steps back. It was agreed upon by Natabre and Anakin that they could and would equally instruct their students together. Obviously, the main bond would exist between each pair, more than their second guide, but it was essential in their minds that they have each other in this. Again, the idea of the situation being like parents to two children. Zala readied herself and moved forward. There was an initial block from her, which already threw her off balance. Anakin wasn't going full speed with this, but she wasn't in control already. She could feel her feet slip from beneath her, and anger arose from within her. As she countered at Zone 1, Anakin had to retract his strike, which left him vulnerable through the going half speed. He blocked the counter Zala made before feeling her move full speed, and slipping to the side of her, Zone 3 strike, and grabbing her wrist and pulling her forward, forcing her lightsaber out of her hands. She pursed her lips in frustration as she pulled her wrist from Anakin's grip. He asked her if she was alright and she shook her head, pulling her lightsaber with the force and igniting it, telling him that she was going to do this again. Very similar to their previous attempt, she went half speed early on, and by the time of her final strike, she was going too aggressively. Anakin gave a quick look to Natabre before telling Zala that using this anger wouldn't get her anywhere. She needed to focus on the here and now. She would get it, and he understood that it could be frustrating, but she needed to be in the moment, not on the past. These mistakes were simple, and they would come, but she couldn't get in her head about them. Zala nodded her head. The frustration was still very apparent on her face, and Anakin knew that she needed a little bit more of a motivation boost here. So he told her to go back into half speed, spend the entire spar in half speed. They got ready, raising their sabers against their bodies before moving in. Anakin gave her instructions as they began a soft spar. Each of these moves he instructed her to use helped her calm down and relax into her training. Inside of hyperspace, Admiral Trench prepared for this moment. The deckhands informed him that they were preparing for entry at the Pact system. He clicked his tongue a few times, tapping his cane on the metallic floors of his bridge. The tactical droid walked up to his side, as he stationed himself like a statue beside the Admiral. The flagship dropped out of hyperspace. Another nameless Sith acolyte stood at the bridge of his personal vessel when a proximity alert was sounded, one that made him rise to his feet. When he looked out the viewport on his capital ship, he rallied together his forces and told them to prepare for a counter-strike. He told them to open up communication frequencies and contact the closest Sith Lord. They were going to stand their ground and win this battle. It was clear immediately that this wasn't the typical skirmish. The ones between the Republic, CIS, and Sith were small fleets that would show itself, and there'd be a loss or two before retreating. They simply used these little arenas of combat to see how prepared or unprepared their opponents were. As the acolyte prepared for combat, one of its aides informed him that their communications had been jammed. When he turned to face the viewport, he looked at the massive Trade Federation battleship. It sat behind the fleet, so the acolyte pondered for a hot moment. They could win this battle, he had no doubt in his mind, but he decided to contact one of the men in the hangar bay, telling them to go to the nearest Sith Lord and tell them to bring a fleet back to assist them. The individual ran to a starship and exited the flagship before departing for the next system down the line at Chardon. Across from the battle line, Admiral Trench contacted Captain Veal and told him to release all of his Vulture droids. They were going to dominate this fight. While Trench, especially for the duration of the Sith Clone Wars, had been victorious on defensive fronts, he could be a dominating force on the offense. He planned on proving that here. With the Invincible marching down the front flank, he scanned the opposing fleet. He had studied everything both the Republic and Sith used in combat, and he picked out which frigates and cruisers to target first. Trench moved his top right arm over to the computer console and tapped a button. It opened up a couple of holograms, and the command droids, who were not tactical droids, looked at him. The Admiral told them to spread themselves out, moved to Vector 3.09 with Operation Beta and Command Sweep Divide. The droids all responded quickly and almost in unison with a Roger Roger. Trench watched the hologram end as he looked over to his right, where the tactical droid was standing. His metallic and robotic voice rang out, informing him that the fighters had been released. Captain Veal's Vulture droids were going to be covering their pursuit. Trench clicked his mouth a couple more times before repositioning his left foot and tapping his cane on the ground again. He was the Butcher. He would make these Sith regret ever coming back to this galaxy. The Separatist fleet operated with a focus on fighter supremacy. Not intentionally, but it would allow Trench to use it as a cover. His fleet dispersed. Separatist frigates moved away from the main flagship, as the advanced Providence Dreadnought pushed down the middle, flanked by two Recussant light destroyers. The Magnificents, which came in pairs of 4, split down the far side of the flank. The Lucrehulk sat idly behind the flagship, and Trench had everything in position as he wanted it. The Invincible's long-range heavy cannons opened fire, and the two destroyers next to it did the same. The Acolyte's fleet replied with force. Their cannons opened fire, and the entire fleet moved down the middle. In accordance to what the Acolyte and his command deck believed, they could take out the Dreadnought and destroyers before hitting the Magnificents. Trench could see the Sith fleet pushing down the middle of the battlefield. He only encouraged the decision made by the Sith leader. In between the two fleets, fighters blasted each other apart. Vulture droids were crushing through the man-controlled fighters without being able to break through to the actual fleet. Behind the Vultures were a wave of tri-droids that released groupings of buzz droids that deployed across the surface of multiple Sith vessels. With the fighter fight becoming dominated by the Separatists, Trench had no issue requesting that Captain Veal release his waves of Hyena bombers. The flagship and the destroyers flanking her had their full shields raised. Thanks to the Dreadnought taking in most of the firepower per Trench's orders, it gave the rest of the fleet the opportunity to get into range with all of their batteries. Most of the battle thus far had been long-range cannons, but now it was full barrages. With everything now in firing range, the two destroyers next to the Providence were deployed to their full starboard or port side. Their broadsides splashed the front of the Sith fleet, and Trench clicked his tongue a couple more times. At the tap of his cane, the 8 Magnificents spread out across the battlefield line and turned inwards from the exterior of the Sith line, and blaster fire erupted across the Acolyte's fleet. Trench spoke with precision, telling his crew to focus all power to the weapon systems. The droids followed his command, and in the field of battle, the Sith fleet started to buckle. The Acolyte in the middle of his own flagship was trying to figure out how to counter this, but there was no counter. He believed, wrongly, that he could take down the flagship and seize control over the battle map. His death would come in a fiery blaze of destruction. The flagship of the Sith fleet was the first one to crumble. Without needing to continue pressing forward, Trench sat idly in his chair as he watched fire erupt across the Sith lines. Their chance at true defense had fallen out from under them. Trench was a defensive mastermind, and in the most ironic way, he made this battle a defensive assault. He forced the Acolyte to attack him first. Obviously, as he understood, he wouldn't be able to play everything like this from here on out. The next assault, especially in the case of a Sith and Republic battle, wouldn't be as seamless. Trench allowed the rest of the battle to play out, which really wasn't much of a battle. It was mostly just the Sith forces getting crushed. The CIS, on the other hand, pulled around, cleaning up the wreckage of the Sith. The few troopers who tried to escape the clutches of a deathly blaze were caught in the crossfire inside of their defenseless escape pods. Trench showed no mercy, and then he instructed the fleet to move around the far side of the planet. There was no need to reveal the position to whoever arrived next. Over Malastare, just a short jump away, from Pax, Admiral Yularen and his fleet were alerted to a rise of activity in a system not far from them. The Admiral of the fleet looked a little frustrated. Yularen wanted to go and pop this, but the difficulty was the fact that they couldn't just attack anywhere. These battle lines were especially important, and as a member of the Republic High Command Council, Admiral Yularen understood that leaving his position would doom the Republic. Giving up Malastare could sacrifice a former important victory for the Republic. However, there would be a benefit from moving into combat against whoever was at Pax. Yularen and the captains of his fleet were all in agreement. Malastare wouldn't be under Republic control without an unorthodox action. It was, at least if they recalled correctly, Skywalker and Morden who secured this territory after losing at Thyfera. Malastare was certainly Republic territory. A battle line had been set up around surrounding star systems. Yularen, while consistently being a stickler for the rules, understood that with a real war kicking off again, it would be incredibly useful for Republic morale. He was instructed to keep the Republic Star Destroyers away from the front lines, so he wasn't going to send that into battle. He would take his old Venator and a couple of his support ships he had available, sending his captain to the potential battlefield of Pax. In his mind, it was a sound decision. The reports thus far believed there was a battle taking place between the Sith and the CIS, so if they could sneak in and take the territory, then they could be one step closer to moving into the core. Pax was inside of the expansion region, so in their minds it was the best decision for all of them. Before Admiral Yularen himself departed, one of the captains of the support ships in the fleet spoke up. Captain Wanaud informed his leader that he would take the fleet to Pax. When Yularen asked why, Wanaud told him that they could not afford to have him away from Malastare. Plus, if he really wanted to boost morale, imagine how everyday militia forces, clones, and/or Republic military personnel would react when an unknown officer took a victory within Sith territory. The skirmishes had demolished any sense of pride in the war. This could rejuvenate it. Yularen saw this point and decided that Wanaud would make a fine candidate for this mission, dispatching him inside the Resolute and sending the miniature Republic fleet to Pax. Outside of Chancellor Dun, the Jedi T6 floated aimlessly about. Anakin and Natabre finished up Ahsoka and Zala's instruction. Ahsoka had gone into meditation and Zala fell asleep in one of the cots on the ship. Anakin pulled the yoke of the ship back and he turned to Natabre and expressed that it seemed like they had a clear path to System 9Z1. They likely would be able to make a push for the system with the Forge, but there was something else. Natabre asked Anakin on his thoughts regarding Zala's outburst earlier. Anakin turned towards her and stood up, walking towards the door and peeking through it, just to make sure that no one would run in during their discussion. He could see Ahsoka meditating in the middle of the floor, and a little further from her, Zala was sleeping. Anakin closed the doors quietly and sat down, asking what she was referring to. She asked him if he felt her pulled towards the dark side. Anakin nodded his head, telling her that it was very apparent that there was a swirling of frustration. Natabre agreed, but there was something more. She and her student had connected really well over the past few months, and Natabre was certain that their bond would allow them to get through this, but she wanted to see if Anakin felt what she felt. Natabre mentioned how there was a darkness growing within Zala. It wasn't just her impatience during training, but it was also in her demeanor. Anakin leaned back and asked what she meant, asking to elaborate. Natabre asked if she remembered their first few weeks on the island, and he nodded. She then asked if he remembered all the darkness that he exhibited before he visited the Duchess on Mandalore. He again nodded. Natabre told him that Zala was starting to show signs of the exact erratic behavior. She had confronted it a number of ways, but each show of confrontation pushed Zala another way. It wasn't like an instructor coming to scold her. It was an instructor who listened more than she spoke. Sometimes she would vary the way she approached and it would work, but on her attempt to redo the same strategy, Zala would react differently, sometimes with hostility. It felt like an impossible task all the time, and she didn't want to fail her student. That was perhaps her greatest fear in the galaxy. Anakin understood. Ahsoka had these spurts of darkness, and it wasn't something that he could control. He reminded her of how challenging these things had become since the war began. He reached his hand out, and the reach was reciprocated by a soft grasp of his hand. Anakin told her to remember how far they'd come. These burdens wouldn't last forever. Her student would succeed, just as they had. All of their trials had led them here, and here is where they would find success. Natabre smiled and thanked him for the reassurance. Their eyes locked for a moment, and it was as if there wasn't a single being in the entire galaxy aside from them. There was nothing but just the two of them, heartbeats matched in pace and in pulse. As the two of them moved their heads in towards each other, out of entirely natural reaction, they pulled back and released their grip on each other's hands. The door opened as Ahsoka walked in and bowed. She asked her two instructors if they would be making their return to the Forge. Anakin looked at Natabre, who flung herself off of her seat with a smile, telling Ahsoka that they would. Unlike all of their previous locations, they were simply doing an electromagnetic scan. All the vessel's power was being focused on its long-range scanners. Natabre walked up to Ahsoka and guided her out of the room, as the door closed behind the two of them. Anakin watched with a smile that slowly faded from his face. Was it right? Was it wrong? Should he even consider the implications of moving on from Padme so soon? It hadn't been that long, but then again, he was only with Padme for about a week, if not two, combining all their time ever spent together. He and Natabre had to face so much trauma together. They had bond-defining arguments and confrontations. They were strong with one another. Maybe it wasn't right, but Anakin understood that with Natabre he was a better person. Their chemistry was there. His gaze moved from the door to the scanner that beeped silently. He closed his eyes and waited for the moment to come. Hopefully, they could return to the fleet soon. On the far side of the first moon of Pax, Admiral Trench sat inside of his chair. He was hopeful that the Republic and Sith would engage in battle, but clearly there wasn't anything coming. He knew that he was being impatient, though. What he needed was to relax his mind. The Arch Admiral closed his eyes for what felt like eons. There was a buzzing from next to him, not more than a few moments after his 6 eyes found themselves sealed shut. He looked over as his tactical droid, who was now holding a tablet, informed the Admiral that they were detecting a unit of forces dropping out of hyperspace from the far east quadrant. Trench clicked his tongue a few times before speaking aloud to himself, saying that it was the Republic. Captain Winaud inside the Resolute walked from the communication area of the bridge to the front of it. His eyes focused on the debris field sitting in front of him. His deck officers spoke to each other, communicating that they were picking up on the same readings. Without a perfect view of the destroyed fleet from their location, they had to go off what the sensors were telling them, especially if there was anyone else in the system. One of the many men communicated to the captain, telling him that they weren't picking up on any movement. Winaud crossed his left arm under his right elbow and rubbed his chin. What could have hit them from here? Captain Winaud had been watching reports over the past month, and the Separatists weren't exactly the biggest threat, so he essentially ruled them out of contention. It had to be a traitor within the ranks of the Sith. The Republic fleet slowly moved in towards the wreckage field. Winaud was curious to see who or what caused this. If they could see what was in the wreckage, perhaps vessels of the Sith or even Separatists, then they would know who was here and if the Republic was in any real danger. Several minutes passed by with the Republic fleet securing control over the Pax system. From what they were able to tell, there was an actual battle between the CIS and the Sith. Winaud, who hadn't moved his arms from their positioning, pondered if the Separatists were really going to make a move back into the galaxy. He assumed they would accept the status quo and then assert their dominance over their territory without engaging with the 2 larger, more dominant powers in the galaxy. Winaud asked his deckhands to do a scan of the system. He felt like there could be a trap in the mix here. The men below him, to his left, immediately primed the scanners. As they were doing this, Captain Winaud was directed to the other side of the bridge. One of the controllers yelled out an informative call-out, telling the captain that there were vessels incoming from hyperspace. Everyone on the bridge immediately reacted, meaning they had to put down their scanners. Everyone's focus went to the fleet ahead of them. Winaud turned back and looked in the direction of the fleet. He didn't recognize the markings on the side of the hull of the flagship. Darth Caldolf had been informed that the Republic was making a move for expansion region territory. Obviously, the individual who informed the Dark Lord wasn't fully aware that it was indeed the CIS who arrived to destroy Pax's tiny defense fleet. As Caldolf approached the battlefield, he could see the Republic fleet at a distance, taunting him. Winaud now knew that it couldn't be the Sith who were responsible for this destruction. His scouts couldn't fully report anything because they didn't fully get to the wreckage field by the time the new fleet arrived. With such an obstacle in the middle of their arena of battle, they had to figure out how they would approach this. Winaud thought for a moment. It was a self-inflicted wound. Panic filled his body. All of the training in the galaxy couldn't prepare him for this. The captain had been in battle. He had captained his own vessel and ordered fighters about in formation moves, especially during some of the crucial battles leading up to the capture of the Forge. But being in total control was something he told himself he was ready for. But in reality, the way it looked now, he wasn't sure he was actually ready. Winaud took a deep breath, grabbing the edge of his shaking wrist and squeezing it so hard he could feel his own hand go pale. His entire command deck was looking at him. All the noise in his head had to be silenced. Winaud closed his eyes tightly and clenched his free hand, releasing his other grip on his wrist. The captain turned towards his crew and told them to move the support ships to the upper wing of the flagship. He wanted a tight formation, no need to let the Sith try and pull them apart. He analyzed what he was working with here, and as he watched the Sith fleet, he came up with a decision. Winaud turned back and told them to move in towards the wreckage field. There were some varied looks of expression and worry from his crew, but he assured them that they could use it to their advantage. Essentially, Winaud was telling his entire crew, not just the ones on his command ship but the entire fleet, that he had faith in their aim. He believed in them. With a rousing speech or inspirational words, he told them that he had complete trust in their ability to win this fight, even if the odds seemed against them. What Winaud was able to see was that the Sith fleet was larger than his own, not in the size of the vessels at the helm of their command, but rather how many ships they were carrying. The Republic burned forward as the Sith Lord, Caldolf, tried to figure out what the Republic was doing. His opponents were certainly being bold about this, but he didn't believe they were actually being so bold as to roll into the wreckage field. Caldolf told his men to move forward, but spread the fleet out. They were going to surround the tight Republic squad. He knew that with more vessels and more firepower, they could bombard the Republic fleet from the outside. For several minutes, nothing happened, aside from each fleet moving themselves into their battle positions. Once they reached them, the long-range cannons in each fleet opened fire, and began popping the frontal shields of their opponents. The initial barrage for both Cal Darth and Wanaud were enough to get the blood pumping, get the heart rate rising, before settling in a natural rush of anxiety and calmness. Wanaud drew the first blow with his Venators, ripping the shields off the Sith Corvette, and forcing pieces of it to rip into pieces. The burst of an explosion and the smoke emanating from it gave the Republic their first pull of confidence. Not far from the battle, Admiral Trench clicked his mouth as he looked at the sensors on the screens in front of him. The Republic and the Sith were at it again, and this time, neither of them would see the end of this battle. Wanaud pushed into the defense line of the debris field, and just as he predicted, his fleet was able to use it for protection. The Sith targeting systems were able to land some shots, but the wreckage of the flagships, frigates, cruisers, and fighters were too large for them to break past. At this point, the Republic could see the Sith line start to buckle. His trust in his men proved correct. Clone gunners were ripping through the debris field and landing their hits, whereas Sith Imperial forces were cracking the broadside of broken and destroyed ships. With their shields already proving to hold much more against the Sith, Wanaud deployed his fighters, sending them above the wreckage field. He held his fighters in reserve while he waited for the Sith to make their move. Cal Darth sent his forces right down the middle, so while his cannons couldn't pierce the fleet, he figured that his fighters could. With Sith fighters moving into the fray, they were either shredded by incoming blaster fire, which did work in favor of the Sith, technically, because it took pressure away from their cruisers, or they slammed into the debris while trying to avoid blaster fire from other fighters. Wanaud smiled. They had them now. He felt his skin. It was bumpy. His nails had pierced his wrist, and he shook it off, moving his hands behind his back and clasping them together. His heart rate continued to rise as he watched a wave of bombers cut through the wreckage in front of him. He waited for a moment as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. The heavy gunners to his side turned their weapons and tore through the bombers who, without room to maneuver, were crushed. With the Sith fighters caught in the wreckage field, the Republic fighters, bombers, and support ships cruised down and began opening fire on the Sith lines. Cal Darth yelled at his men, telling them to open fire on the fighters, and the moment the Sith heavy hitters changed their targeting, Wanaud moved his fleet closer to the wreckage field, giving them closer range on their opponents. With the free targets focused on fighters, and missing, the Republic was able to easily breach the shields of their opponents. The battle was swinging into their control. As the Sith and Republic got fully tangled in their duel, Admiral Trench deployed his fleet to counter. Similar to before, he would divide the fleet up, though this time it'd be different. Captain Veal's Lucrehulk would deploy all of its fighters and sit on the starboard side of the fleet, giving the few Munificents the extra support they would need when making their push. Trench divided the fleet up, giving himself and his recussants 5 Munificents, while the other 3 would attack the Sith. Trench had this plan ready for either circumstance. The weaker fleet would be cleaned up by the frigates, while the rest of his fleet, including the command ship, would target the stronger fleet. In this scenario, the Republic would face the brunt of the assault. Wanaud could feel victory tingling in his body. A grin formed on his face as the Sith frigates and cruisers started to crumble. Their shields were disabled, and with fighters and bombers landing critical strikes across the hull of each of these ships, they started to explode. Darth Cal Darth immediately called for a retreat, and his flagship started to move about. He watched the middle of the hull detonate inwards, before sending a shockwave backwards, crushing through the tower that held the bridge. Cal Darth was thrown forward to the front of the command center, as an explosion rocked the bridge, killing him and his crew instantaneously. With the death of the Sith Lord, the fleet moved into utter chaos. Wanaud smiled, thinking to himself how he would be seen as a Republic hero for this. As he was preparing to brief Admiral Yularen, there was a call from one of his deckhands. Despite the Republic fleet pounding the retreating Sith, there were more hostiles coming from the starboard side. Captain Wanaud ran to the side and looked out the viewport to see a CIS fleet burning down towards them. He was stuck motionless as he felt his feet glue themselves to the floor. His eyes darted down to his men and looked back to the bow of the ship. He yelled out, telling the fleet to move hard to the starboard. They needed to counter the separatists. The ship started pulling, but the issue is, by this point they were so deep into the wreckage field they couldn't easily get out. They needed to reverse engines and do an entire puzzle to get themselves out, which would be no issue without a battle coming, but they had a battle coming. With the Republic fleet moving in the chaos, one of the Venators in the fleet was clipped by an Arquentan's cruiser, cutting off the neck of the bridge chambers and sending the Star Destroyer adrift into the wreckage field, to be consumed by the dead. Lionel's face was covered in shades of orange and red as he watched an explosion radiate out the neck of the Venator and send the ship into oblivion. He let out a scream and caught everyone's attention on the bridge. He directed them to get themselves together. Everyone needed to be aware of where they were. The Republic could not and would not lose this battle, but they needed to perform a fighting retreat. He dispatched a Republic light cruiser to the outskirts of the Pact system to contact the fleet at Malastare and request reinforcements, since it had already become abundantly clear that their long-range scanners had been shut down from the debris field. The cruiser's afterburners shot on as it sped across the battle line and away from the fleets. Admiral Trench was prepared though. A wing of fighters would blitz the ship before it could ever get out of range. Trench, this time, stood up on the bridge, walking to the edge of the chamber and directing his fleet with a commanding voice. He held one of his tusks before pointing his hand forward. The 3 frigates sent to destroy the Sith fleet were already in position, and their firepower rocked what little remained. As for fighters, there were very little competition for the CIS. Due to the Republic focusing entirely on the Sith, they were left completely defenseless. Vulture droids cut off the Republic forces from returning to their fleet, per Captain Lionel's orders. He panicked. Without his fighter support, he was entirely reliant on his cruisers and corvettes to cover him. But just like his sister Venator, he watched the corvette he sent out to garner reinforcements detonate. From the viewport, it looked like it self-destructed, when in reality, it was crushed by CIS fighters. Lionel yelled at his men, but everything for the Republic captain, all of his pride, triumph, and excitement turned into failure. He watched his entire fleet win a complete battle, and as he was enjoying the prospect of what this would mean for the Republic war effort, he watched his men die around him. By the time Admiral Trench's upgraded Providence dreadnought got into range, the battle was over. There was nothing to compete with the Separatist fleet. Trench chuckled audibly, speaking to himself as if there were a sentient crew aboard his ship. He called this true victory. He called the Republic and the Sith foolish. He called himself a tactical genius, and he prided the CIS on their revenge. As far as he was concerned, the Sith Clone Wars had only just begun. Our season continues inside the throne room of a Sith Lord. His eyes were closed. The room around him was silent. His mind was absent from the location he currently resided at. Valkoran's silent head was disrupted by the click and hiss of the door at the edge of his chambers. A man ran in, holding a datapad in his left hand. He clenched it tightly to his chest, as he prepared to inform his lord of what he had learned. The man's boots clapped against the solid floors of the Sith throne, before stopping short of the steps that led up the stairs. His eyes moved to the 2 guards who flanked the throne itself. The deckhand got on one knee and spoke delicately. The sound of his voice, soft and shaky, but it was the only thing to get Valkoran's eyes to open. He looked down past his own knees and saw the deckhand lift the datapad from his grip and scan the report that was filed. He spoke out the details of a great battle that had taken place, 2 in all actuality, but the case was one of loss for the Sith. He looked up, and the silent stare of the Emperor was greeted with a response. He responded with one word: who? The deckhand responded immediately, informing his Emperor that there had been an acolyte stationed to protect the system. According to Darth Kaldolf's logs, they were informed by the acolyte scouts that it was a Republic fleet. Silence filled the chambers, and the deckhand understood that he was to continue, so he did. The man quickly squeezed out more words, telling Valkoran that Darth Kaldolf abandoned his station inside of the Inner Rim on the planet of... As he said the name Chardan, he heard Valkoran mumble the same name. The man quietly waited, but not a sound was heard. As he kept his eyes peeled on the floor, he could see his 2 hands shaking. He tried to stop it, but the immortal Emperor didn't care. His boots quietly drifted down the stairs of his throne. It wasn't until Valkoran was right in front of the man that he noticed that the Emperor had moved. But he didn't stop. The Emperor walked past the man and exited the room, leaving the deckhand to see himself away from the throne room before the Emperor returned. Just outside, Valkoran walked over to his communication table. Despite not hearing the full report, he was intelligent enough to figure out that this was a Separatist attack. However, Valkoran didn't plan to spare any chance at a true Sith victory. He had unified some of the other Sith. Most of the lords were present at Coruscant. In a matter to continue proving himself, he would dispatch his children to 3 separate battlefronts, using his own forces and making the Republic and CIS pay. The war was back on, and Valkorin learned from Exar's mistakes. He wasn't gunning for the role of Supreme Leader, but he was trying to establish dominance over his allies. As a Sith, Valkorin needed to give himself value. The other Sith would view him as their leader only if they saw him as an ally. Exar's role would be a perfect contrast to this. The Sith were angry, and their anger would be used efficiently. The war would kick off once more, and all their silence, patience, and planning would prove to be effective. Plus, Valkorin had his own plans for while his children were out winning battles. In his mind, similarly to how Bane and Revan formed their little alliance, he would start forming strong bonds with other Sith Lords. Maybe there wasn't any true form of galactic government, aside from independent systems, but a lack of government did not change anything about the politics that still remained. The Sith were a political body. Exar failed to realize that a true Sith Empire needed soft leadership, not an overbearing show of ego. The Sith were desperately seeking strength of self. Valkorin would bring the few remaining Sith Lords to the surface of Coruscant. Before he did that, he hailed his children. They were in the hangar bay training. He told them to divide his forces up into 3 groups. Each of them were going to not just redeem themselves, but redeem their family name. He told them that their only focus was on victory. Vaylin asked what was inspiring this, and her father informed her that Darth Kaldoth had just exposed a hyperspace route in the Inner Rim. The Republic or Separatists could try and pass through the Pact system and make a push for Sith territory. Since she inquired about it, he was directing her to that location. She was to find and destroy what she could. She was not to push past that system. She was simply securing the sector. As for Thexan and Arkan, their directive was to find and destroy Republic and Separatist forces wherever they could. Valkorin was very adamant that they were to leave the Axis of 3 alone. The remaining systems of Kuat and Corellia would be saved for another time. If they wanted to build up their military, they could. It wouldn't save them from their inevitable defeat. Thexan and Arkan nodded their heads and turned to their sister as she tapped the button on a control panel, silencing the communication device and ending the hologram. Vaylin then turned to her brothers. She knew where she was going. The other 2 knew the importance of this. All 3 of them knew that Valkorin would never willingly give up his power, but they also knew that he was giving them the materials to ensure they could remain untouched by the rest of the Sith, in the case that he were to die. It was a genuine establishment of their royal lineage, one that would protect them, but of course, Valkorin would never do it for them. They had to forge their own legacy as his children. Vaylin theorized that their father was going to speak with some of the other Sith Lords, keep them distracted while they reignited the flames of war, and they agreed with this idea. Thexan spoke up, saying that he could try and pop territory near Mandalore. The Republic was trying to get into that area as it was. Vaylin agreed. She looked over to Arkan, who finally said something, suggesting that he could move his fleet around the mid-rim, see if he could break through a Separatist fleet. The 3 siblings agreed to these ideas. This was their chance. Their little battle at Corellia was more or less unnoticed by the rest of the galaxy, and despite Valkorin getting an audience with the other Sith Lords, they needed to prove themselves more. There was only so much their father could do for them, and they understood that. With the full power of Valkorin's fleet at their hands, they started dividing up their fleet, and then dispatched themselves separately. Thexan was the first to leave, gathering a task force for an attack at a potential Republic territory outside of Mandalore known as Crownist. Vaylin took the next group, one that was significantly bigger than Thexan's. She was reinforcing the former territory under the guidance of Darth Kaldoth, and then moving to Pax and possibly even Zeheth. Arkan, on the other hand, would pop in the Separatist territory at Lanik. Valkorin, while this was happening, requested 2 other Sith Lords to meet with him, and they did. These 2 Sith were Kreia and Malgus. In his mind, these 2 were the most influential Sith in his ranks. They would become allies of his. Then perhaps he could frame himself as a supreme leader. Again, Valkorin would not address this himself. He needed the Sith to rally to that conclusion on their own. Inside the hangar bay of the still under construction space station, he watched 2 different and distinct shuttles land. Out from the ship on his left was Darth Malgus. his breathing apparatus a definitive piece of his armor. On Valkorn's right, there was Lord Kreia. However, despite Valkorn requesting for the individual lords, one of Kreia's students was shadowing her. He was the Shadow himself, Lord Nihilus. His curiosity piqued, and he wanted to see what this conversation was going to be about. Valkorn understood how out of place it would be for him to reject Nihilus, despite showing up uninvited. He waved his hand and greeted the three Sith. They flanked him as he quietly turned around and walked into a shuttle. Kreis and Malgus shot each other a look. It both showed dominance but also confusion. They were signaling to each other that they were in control if he betrayed them, but they also had no clue what their fellow Sith Lord had planned for them. As they left the hangar bay, they could see from a viewport inside the shuttle. A bundle of Valkorn's troops were deploying. Kreia looked to him, and he smiled slightly, telling her in the same mumbling voice that his children were reinstating the war. With the Republic and Separatist battle at Pax signaling to the galaxy that the war was kicking off again, it was imperative, as he shifted his vision to Malgus, that they show the two remaining factions that they were not going to win. Malgus grinned from under his mask. His yellow eyes glowed, and he leaned back without saying a word. Valkorn silenced himself and waited as the shuttle cruised down through the atmosphere. Clouds brushed past the ship as the darkness of space was consumed by the pollution of the atmosphere. The Ecumenopolis that was Coruscant before the war didn't have to worry about pollution. The entire planet was covered in a city. The only visible mount of the actual surface of the planet was visible at Mount Umate, but at this point, the plaza was covered in rubble. The same could be said for the only other peak that would have been seen, which is where the Jedi Temple was built. The vessel slowed down as it rocked back and forth under the pressure of some turbulence, before it landed quietly on the ground outside of a burning fire. The ramp lowered, and Valkorn's guard, the Knights of Zakul, marched down the ramp in front of him. Upon walking out of the shuttle, the four Sith took in the view of the city. They landed several miles away from the ruins of the Jedi Temple. Valkorn's cape, which was as pristine as the glaciers of Ilum, started dirtying at the bottom. Ash, soot, and anything else plaguing the surface found itself getting dragged up against his cape. He pressed his hands together, creating a triangle, with the added pressure turning his fingertips white. He didn't say a word. Behind him, Malgus stopped and looked around, taking in the smell of burning sentience and ravaged civilization. Kreia didn't stop. She followed closely by Valkorn's side, and her student looked off in the distance. If he could close his eyes, he would, so that he could feast off the darkness here. While Coruscant wasn't a wound in the Force, like Nihilus, the pure destruction and death was enough to cause a ripple through it. Valkorn's voice, instead of being soft with a grumble, was this time firm and direct. He didn't say much, but what he did say was enough to make his point clear. He expressed that the surface dwellers had been at war with them since the city-planet fell. What was initial rioters had been drowned out by obliteration. Now there was a rebellion. A resistance, if you will. The Sith didn't have the forces to kill everyone on the surface of Coruscant. They had gone underneath the surface and claimed their stake on the darkness of the underworld. The Sith couldn't do anything about it. Realistically, they would lose their forces to obtain some semblance of control over this world if they tried. Coruscant would likely be a war-long fight, one that the Jedi and the CIS would be too far removed from to make any difference on. Valkorn explained that the space station above the planet was both constructed by Sith troopers and by slaves. Whoever was collected from this rubble alive was brought into space to work on what would be their defining feat. The Sith needed to compete with the Republic, and because they had likely secured the Star Forge and were using its resources to create a new military, the Sith needed to be prepared. The Coruscant shipyard was of course one of a couple dozen that the Sith had set up since securing most of the core. Kreia then begged the question, wondering why they were brought down here to be told about things they already knew. Malgus caught up, each of his footsteps identifying the still warm ground of the burning city. Valkorn turned around, his hands still in the formation of a pyramid, as he asked them how they would win this war. Malgus and the two other Sith looked to each other and then back to him, highlighting some of the points he made in their previous discussion inside the station. He nodded his head in agreement. Unity would be the way, but there was more. The heart of the galaxy needed to crumble to the Sith Empire. If Coruscant truly fell, then they would secure the most important rebel planet on this side of the galaxy. With the CIS and the Jedi potentially challenging each other, as was seen above Pax, the Sith could secure more territory with their own territory. Malgus nodded his head and cut in, asking if Valkorin was suggesting that they implement a true slave army, one that could construct the Sith a formidable means of space combat against the Republic. Nihilus looked over as Valkorin's voice rocked out. Of course, the Sith were ignoring the Separatists from the equation. Perhaps Admiral Trench would look down on such ignorance, but the Sith had very little reason to believe he and his military should be feared. Valkorin told them that the war beneath the surface would be incredibly important for securing their jurisdiction in the core, especially. There were reports that rebel cells beneath the surface were communicating off-world. His assumption was that they were older frequencies, a means of communicating that would bypass their blockers. Nihilus asked the Sith Emperor what it was that he wanted from them, and he shook his head. He didn't want anything from them. He was going to make sure Coruscant fell, but all he would ask for was their trust. Krea's hands lifted from her sides as she nodded. The Sith Empire was strong with trust. Without it, they'd be repeating the same mistakes of Emperor Exar. Malgus admitted that since he wasn't currently deployed, he would begin making a mark here. Valkorin smiled. He explained that when Exar was last present, only 1 billion people had been killed on Coruscant. With 1 trillion residences according to records inside the destroyed Jedi Temple, he believed that they needed to do better. Granted, since they were waiting for Exar, Valkorin had been going to work. The numbers had jumped up to 1.5 billion casualties for the rebel forces, but they needed to get more work done, not just killing but enslaving. Malgus asked just one question then, one that Nihilus himself was interested in too. If they were going to be upping the casualty count, what were they supposed to do about potentially able-bodied slaves? Valkorin looked back. His robes started to lose their pure look, as the smoke that had continued to rise and fill the sky found home on him. He told the 2 curious Sith that they were going to kill anything that moved. If the rebels surrendered, make examples out of them. The people would understand that to survive. They either needed to join the cause or die. Those who willingly surrendered to the Sith would be brought into their ranks as slaves. Krea chimed in, adding to the conversation to make sure they were on the same page. These individuals would be welcomed in with open arms, told they were being freed before being enslaved and forced to work, which meant that everyone under the surface would believe that to enhance their lives they were to join. Valkorin's smile answered her question, formed into a statement. Arriving not far from Mandalore was 1/3 of his father's fleet, with Thexan in command. He stood at the bridge of the flagship. His hands couldn't find home. He was ready for this battle, but he wanted to make a mark, and he wanted to find the aura that his father had made inseparable from his personality. Thexan tried to stop thinking about it, and before he could, the ship dropped out of hyperspace. In front of him, he could see 2 Republic Venators, and next to them were some light cruisers. It was a very small formation, a fleet that was likely stationed here temporarily. This Republic fleet wouldn't be any match for what the Sith had. Thexan came with a force that could likely conquer Mandalore, but that wasn't his directive. He knew Mandalore was a future target, and while striking here and now could encourage them to increase their military and their defenses, it wasn't worth the risk of losing at Mandalore like Xana. In accordance to his father's orders, they were sent out to make their first strikes in the Sith counter, the move that would show that they were the dominant force in the galaxy, not one to lose at Mandalore again. Thexan quickly turned back and told his command deck to move into attack formation 1. They were going to quickly win this battle. The fleet cooperated by moving into it. Blaster fire erupted from the heavy cannons, and Thexan thought of how proud his father would be when they returned without a single casualty. He wondered how his brother and sister were doing on their own little missions. Before he could finish thinking about how he would be the first sibling to return home, he was rocked off of his feet. Crownist wasn't in the direct line of Mandalore, but the Republic had a long-established ion cannon on the planet. It wasn't updated per se, but it was functional enough. It was something used during wars long behind them. So with an actual target now, they smashed the bow of the flagship. Due to the weapon being an ion cannon, it didn't do any long-term damage, but Thexan's flagship started to drift lifelessly while the crew tried to restart the engines and reactor on the ship. Without anything working inside of his flagship, the other vessels, in accordance to strategies laid in place by Valkorin, moved in to cover the lead. The two ships that were stationed on the direct port and starboard sides moved towards each other, but never broke contact. They created a small barrier to protect Thexan from the assault of the ion cannon. Due to some modifications made since the Battle of Mandalore, the Republic was able to get new generators installed on the ion cannon, giving it the chance to unload another round, this time clipping one of the ships stationed to defend the flagship. Due to this destroyer being closer to the Republic battle lines, it started to receive mass amounts of damage. The Republic fleet knew they couldn't theoretically win this, so they targeted the defenseless vessel and watched as fire erupted across the hull. As the ship started to lose its stabilizers, one of the Republic support ships detonated, sending a wave of shock into the command tower on the lead Venator. It didn't do any damage, just a temporary surprise. Without a Jedi in charge of the fleet, here at Crownest, the Republic worked quickly to maintain leadership without fearing their attackers. Thexan was able to get the communication systems online, and he ordered a wing of ships down to the surface of the planet. He didn't care what they sent, they needed to immobilize that ion cannon. Across the galaxy, his brother, Arcan, was arriving over Lanik. When he got there, he didn't see anything. The fleet, one similar in size to the one that Thexan was commanding, moved forward with a sense of caution. This planet was completely controlled by the CIS, so they needed to move to the surface and destroy it. Arcan's directive was to collect a couple thousand slaves for his father's plans. Plus, Lanik had material that the Sith Empire could use for their fleet building. Despite technically being a frontier planet for the Sith, if captured, it could be a really good location for transporting goods and materials to the core, where the Republic certainly wouldn't be able to get to them. Arcan's fleet moved closer towards the gravitational pull of Lanik, and before they could deploy their ground forces, two separate fleets dropped out of hyperspace. The Separatists understood that frontier planets were likely to be hit by attacks, so Admiral Trench designed a system of defenses. One of those systems was sensor probes. Essentially, because fleets weren't scanning for smaller objects, they'd get to a sensor node that would alert the defense fleet, which was kept out of view and out of sensor range. The fleet would then deploy a trap and hopefully catch their enemy off guard. Here at Lanik, it worked. The Sith Empire reacted to the deployment of 8 vessels, 4 on each side. While this would never be enough, likely, to win this battle, it was enough to completely jar the assault of the Sith. They raised their shields and started to attack the Separatist forces. Despite the attack, especially coming from either side, Arcan's ground forces were ready for combat, so he deployed them down the middle of the line. Similar to the approach made by Thexan's fleet on the other side of the galaxy, they were going to push past the space battle and try and conquer what they could on the ground. Luckily for Arcan, due to the way the ships were spread out for the Separatist fleet, his ground troops were able to cut through the middle of the firefight and breach the atmosphere of Lanik with little to no issue. Arcan yelled out to his captains over the communication devices. With Separatist fighters chasing down the ground unit, they could expose the Separatist fleet. Their fighters were key to keeping some semblance of control over the battlefield, and because the CIS knew that they weren't going to win this battle, they were gunning for as many casualties as they could get. With the ground transport group were fighters, which broke off to counter the Separatists. And then of course, there were the bombers, but they stayed their course. Once they broke free from the clouds in the atmosphere, the fighters began a dogfight, and without any sort of defense on the ground, aside from a few droid tanks and battle droids, the landing sequence began, following waves of explosions laid out by the Sith bombers. Back on Crownest, the fighters that were sent in to deal with the ion cannon were having a much more difficult time. The Republic of old set up defense towers to keep their ion cannon safe, and similarly, these towers were updated with whatever the Republic could scrounge up before this battle ever took place. The fighters ducked and weaved where they could, while launching their blasters and torpedoes where also they could. None of these made a sizable difference. Some of the towers would crumble, but the ion cannon stood strong. In space, the Republic fleet was really starting to suffer casualties, but they were still making indents on the much larger Sith fleet. The ion cannon was doing most of the work here. It was destabilizing ships and setting them adrift, a few of which accidentally colliding with others, but not destroying them. Thexan's flagship was operable once more, and he was trying to get the fleet to get through the Republic flank, but it was getting impossible. Some of the heavy hitters in the Sith fleet were really struggling. They weren't able to break through and hit their targets because they were completely disabled. The other destroyers were forced to avoid motionless vessels and land their hits on the still standing Venators. and they were the only 2 ships remaining in the Republic fleet. But with Thexon's flagship navigating carefully through the set adrift support ships, they were able to unleash their maximum firepower onto the Republic. The ion cannon shot another blast, and instead of hitting the flagship, it slammed into an already disabled vessel. Thexon called to his deckhands and told them to focus all their firepower on the lead Venator. Not far from this battle on the surface of Crownest, the lead pilot of the fighter squadron led his troops over a mountain range and over a valley. As they went this way, they were able to avoid attacks from the turbo lasers, which had done all the damage to their unit. Their wings sped across the mountain range as they rolled over the side, cruising past slopes of snow and causing an avalanche with the echoes of their fighters' engines. They blasted down with everything they had. The ion cannon crew was lining up Thexon's flagship as the fighters came around. The first shot rang out from the cannon before it was detonated by the fighter assault that hit the weapon mid-sequence, detonating it and sending a shock to the generator, destroying the turbo lasers that were connected to it. In space, Thexon watched as the 2 Republic Venators tried to fend off the flagship's attack. The support ships were a great aid, but his flagship was doing a significant amount of damage. He smiled until he saw a single round of the ion cannon float towards him. Thexon tried to think fast, but he couldn't do it fast enough. The blast clipped the starboard wing. However, it didn't completely disable the ship. Only the shields were knocked out, and so he ordered the crew to fire at maximum firepower. Focus everything into the weapon systems. If the shields were offline, then they had no choice, and that's what they did. Thexon's flagship would push forward, laying down heavy fire into both Venators as they started to crumble. Both from the battle they had endured against a much larger fleet, the lack of a true fighter support, and of course the maximum firepower from the flagship itself. Thexon's support craft continued to lay down fire on the Venators, but the flagship slid between both ships and fired at both of them, crushing them. Thexon stood with pride on the bridge as both Venators ate a full broadside from the middle, and Thexon's ship came as close as it could to contact, but did nothing but barrage the defense fleet until they started to lose control and slowly explode from the outside in. Crownest had fallen. Outside of the planet Zahath, Valen's fleet finally arrived. She had to do a couple mundane tasks before arriving here, not to mention she had to go the furthest distance. Whether this was her father's doubt or her father's belief was up to the minds of the anxious. Valen was not that, though. She was here to make the Sith Empire proud. She initially dropped off a piece of her fleet at Chardon, thanks to Darth Kaldal's abandonment of the system. She then released another piece of her fleet at Pax, so that they could collect from the wreckage field. Valen knew that her father wanted that fleet, so the salvage of battle would be useful material. They could take what worked best and apply it where necessary. So now, as Zahath, she was left with maybe 2/5 of her original fleet. It was a bit of a risk coming this far out here, but she needed to do what was necessary. If there was an enemy fleet, she'd be in danger. As it was already apparent, there was no fleet, so she left the bridge of the lead ship and departed towards the surface with her ground troops. Upon their entry, they detected a large sensor, and so they deployed outside of the area. Valen jumped out of her dropship and walked with the troopers into the forest. It was nighttime on the planet. She walked through, moving slyly between trees and brush. In the distance, she could see a silhouette. It was very large and it eclipsed the horizon. It wasn't a person, rather a building. Her men informed her that the sensor they had detected was right in front of them. They moved in. Valen set the pace for them, getting them closer to the building faster. Before they could see what it was, they had to duck behind the trees. Blaster fire erupted in every direction. Clone troopers stationed on the planet came out to take down their attackers. As the Sith ducked behind the trees, one of her lead men told her that this was a long-range scanner station. He continued, saying that these were set up by the Republic across random worlds. They were apparently used to track the location and movement of ships and fleets, though it was unknown what the Republic was able to see with it. This confused Valen. Shouldn't the station have been able to sense what was at Pax? If so, why would the Republic deploy such a small force? She pulled her head to the side as a blaster bolt clipped the tree next to her. Valen ignited her golden lightsabers and pulled around the corner of the tree, creating an X with her weapon and blocking what came her way. The troopers rallied behind her as they ducked away from clone blaster fire and opened up on their positions. Luckily for the clones, they were working with a bit of ramparts, so they could handle any assault that came their way. Valen lunged forward and into the air, raising her lightsabers and swinging down. When she slammed into the ground, it lifted up around her. As she swung down, she removed both arms of the clone in front of her, before jabbing her blade into him and using him as a shield. She avoided blaster fire before being thrown from her feet by the Force. Thanks to her assault, the Sith troopers were able to get closer. Now there was a challenger though. She looked back to see a temple guard, though this guard didn't wear a full uniform. He had the bottom half of his temple guard robes that covered his legs and flowed elegantly. Above his belt was a tighter fit Jedi robe, with cuts made in the sleeves, presumably from the attack on Coruscant. A large scar rolled down his arm like waves in the sea, and his face, like all temple guards, concealed. Valen can see a hint of green from his left eye, where there was damage done to the mask. The guard's lightsaber staff ignited and swung at Valen, who bounced back and rolled backwards off of her shoulders and blocked. Her dominant foot planted into the ground, and she used it to push herself into the guard. Their blades interlocked as the clones and Sith troopers engaged on the battlefront. The clones lost position and started to retreat into the base. As they did, a rocket blast came from the forest and clobbered the entrance of the building. The temple guard was distracted by the sheer radiance of pain coming from his men before being kicked in the chest. He spun his blade and drove forward. Valen was quick to defend the assault. As she was defending herself, her brother Arcan was finishing up his assault over Lanik. The Separatist fleet may have had the jump on him, and it did cost him his support fleet. Not all of it, but a cruiser and a corvette or two. Arcan didn't get a chance to check the ground report because he was repositioning his fleet, but thanks to a fighter, bomber, and dropship assault, the Sith were able to reach the surface, destroy the tanks and battle droids before securing the city. So while Arcan was preparing for any potential counterattacks, his troops were laying siege to the city on the surface, getting ready to both eliminate and enslave. His sister's blades slammed again, as she and the temple guard lit the exterior of the Republic base in a golden haze. She slammed her blades into the ground and kicked forward, bringing her second blade around and power-stepping into the guard, who stumbled. Her troopers pushed past the clones, executing the injured and killing those who tried to resist. The guard shoved his pike forward, and Valen swung under it, cutting the weapon into two. He spun the weapons in his hands and grinned under the mask. Valen turned around and drove forward, spinning with her lightsabers and bashing the first down on his defense, before swinging in with the second. He blocked what he could and tried to parry. As he moved his lightsaber into the perfect position to stop her, he was gutted. The temple guard fell to his knees as heat covered his abdomen. Valen sheathed one of her lightsabers and brought her hand over to the guard's face, pulling the mask off. She pouted, telling him that such a pretty face could have experienced longevity, if only he learned after the temple fell. His green eyes remained locked on her, telling her that their religion would go extinct. She let out a laughing breath of air, getting close to his side and telling him that she served her own, before dragging her lightsaber across his chest. She turned back to see blaster fire radiating from the corridors of the building, and so she ran in following it. By the time she got to the end of the building, the clones serving the long-range sensor were killed. She smiled at the carnage before requesting that her men do a total scan of the facility to see what they were looking at. As indicated in the moments following, it was precisely as was said earlier, though the Republic was using this long-range scanner to watch fleet movements inside the Inner Rim and core. They were watching the Sith Empire for not much longer than a month. She asked if they could redirect this scanner towards Republic territory, and the trooper nodded his head. Valen looked to another and told him to get into contact with Coruscant. They had just found their way to winning this war. Our season continues inside the Jedi T6 shuttle carrying Anakin, Natabre, Ahsoka, and Zala. Anakin and Natabre were in the control room. It was semi-awkward. They were returning from Chancellor Ladan, and with their return was the curiosity of what was shared in that moment after the training regimen for Ahsoka and Zala. The two Jedi generals made a stop at another planet in the area, just to make sure that there were multiple routes to System 9Z1. Instead of returning to the Lihan system after Chancellor Ladan, they stopped off at Takodana and Rifter, seeing that they were all clear for the Starforge just in case. These stops were brief and were done with interchangeable pilots. Anakin took the first sleeping shift, which removed any bit of awkwardness between the two of them after Ahsoka's interruption. Natabre and Anakin flipped when they moved from Takodana to Rifter, and then the students took control over the vessel on the way back to the Lihan system. Now, for the first time, Anakin and Natabre were once again alone, in the cockpit of the ship, waiting to arrive at the Starforge. The irony for the two of them is they were sharing the same exact thoughts. They had those moments before. They were two young individuals grappling with the changes of their galaxy, and they were experiencing the growing pains of going through it. The two of them had shared an experience like that before, but never like that before. Anakin and Natabre had shared anger, pain, sadness, frustration, fear, strength, and triumph with each other. They had shared extreme polars of emotions, and in the middle there was the solidarity they had in one another. And the moment at the top of their minds left an uncomfortable aura in the air. They wanted to speak on it, but how? This had been a continuous issue for the two of them throughout their friendship. There were flares of this spark, and never had it gotten so close to bursting. And here they were, back at square one, pondering the question that had eaten away at them for so long. Their bodies remained still, like they did during their many joint meditations, but their minds were not of that same stillness. Natabre looked over first and turned back away, followed by Anakin repeating the same motion. They had so much that they wanted to say. Natabre's mouth slowly opened as she felt the words slip to her tongue, and as she was about to speak, the sound of a sensor pinged the cockpit, and the ship buckled slightly as it dropped out of hyperspace. Natabre looked down, and she closed her mouth, a small frown forming, but she hid it, lifting her hands to the control yoke and piloting towards the Star Forge. They landed in the hangar as clones ran towards the shuttle and plugged a fueling cord into it. The bay doors opened, and the two Padawans were out before Anakin and Natabre could even leave the cockpit. Ahsoka went to Cody, who was waiting for them, and asked if she could hitch a ride back to Admiral Coburn's flagship. He nodded as Ahsoka waved a very quiet Zala forward. Ahsoka asked if she was alright, and she nodded her head with a soft smile, before following her friend into an LAAT, where one of their favorite clones, Lucky, was waiting. He greeted them with friendliness as the doors to the LAAT closed and it shot off towards the flagship, or in other words, their home. Natabre and Anakin were still in the cockpit of the ship, sitting in silence, still as statues. Their breathing was their only movement. Anakin turned to Natabre. Maybe this time they could finish what they were trying to say, or maybe do. He asked her if she was okay, and she nodded her head before turning over to face him fully. She told Anakin that she was sorry. She didn't mean to let that moment create tension between the two of them. He laughed and told her that she didn't need to apologize. They turned their full bodies towards each other, and Anakin asked if they could spare a moment to speak about that little experience. She smiled and expressed her desire to do the same thing. Anakin searched for the words to say, and Natabre did too, and right before they could really try to comprehend their own feelings on the matter, the door held a knock, and their eyes looked over. Both of them pursed their lips in frustration. They mimicked each other as if they were on cue, and Commander Cody opened the door, asking if everything was alright. They nodded their heads, and he told the two of them that General Windu was waiting for them in the command room. Cody personally expressed that they should go quickly. The Jedi Master was preparing to deploy his fleet. There had been some developments in their absence. Anakin and Natabre shot up, looking to each other as they followed Commander Cody. They shared looks that could say a million words. While they were walking up to the command deck, the outside of their hands kept tapping each other. Not intentionally, they were just walking too close. They didn't want that short burst of emotion to dissipate. It was so sweet and perfect and calm, and then it was gone. They eventually arrived inside the command center at the top of the forge, and when they entered, they saw General Windu, standing with his arms around his back, his eyes scanning the fleet he was about to lead into combat. He looked back and greeted the two young Jedi. They seemed tired, but sleeping inside a T6 had never been the most luxurious thing in the galaxy. The Jedi were going to update the T6 standards, but the Clone War started, and of course after that, the Sith Clone War did. Mace asked them for their report, and Skywalker looked to Natabre, who smiled and stepped forward, listing off the several planets that they had been to, explaining that there was a clear trajectory to System 9Z1, without interference from either faction. Mace thanked them and then asked if they had a moment. They nodded, and he explained to them that there were disturbances now. The war was kicking back into overdrive. The Republic High Command was in a state of panic. Skywalker quickly asked what happened, and Mace explained everything, telling them that Captain Wylnut of Admiral Yularen's fleet had been killed in a massive battle over Pax. He stepped forward, turning on a datapad on the table and reading off the following battles. A Republic loss outside of Mandalore in the Crownus system, not to mention reported activity on the edge of Separatist territory in the landing system. Mace slowed down and slowly exclaimed that there was a lost signal from the long-range scanner present at Sith, not far from Admiral Yularen's position. Mace told them that Republic High Command was sending off reinforcements to hold their lines. These attacks weren't all Sith-related. According to Yularen, there was a battle with the Sith at Pax, but the aftermath wasn't known. Mace told them that if the Sith had the forces to continue winning battles like this, then their war effort was over. Anakin and Natabre asked what they could do to help, and he told them that there was nothing. Yularen was dispatching his fleet to destroy the long-range scanner at Zahath, but it was likely too late. Whoever had captured the base knew the location of every major fleet along their battle line. If the Sith didn't have everything, then they had most of everything. He sighed and leaned over the table, his hands creasing on the desk. He looked to each of them and told them that High Command was going to destroy another star so they could lob out more creations and hopefully win this war. If they didn't do that, then they were probably done for. The Sith had taken initiative over the non-agreed ceasefire, and it was time for the Republic to react. Anakin asked if the Sith knew about their Star Destroyers, and he shook his head. He wasn't sure, but they didn't have any reason to believe the Sith knew. The Separatists had been upping their fleet movements, and he believed that they were preparing for some sort of counterattack. Mace explained that for the time being, they'd be escorting the Forge to System 9Z1. Once that was finished, they'd have the opportunity to move out and assist the Republic on the front lines. Natabre asked about Coburn, and Windu explained that he would be with them in the lead Venator, but his fleet would be established out on the far eastern fleet, far past Yularen Station. Master Windu explained that they'd be joining up with them once the Forge started to harvest the sun at System 9Z1. He looked shamefully with those words, but they couldn't bring it up. It wasn't right. They understood why Mace was feeling the way he was. Killing a son wasn't the Jedi way, and it was painful for the heart. Billions of potential life forms would be killed in mere hours. Mace thanked them for staying with the Forge. He wished that the Force be with them and their Padawans on this leg of the journey. Mace stopped before exiting. He turned and told them that Master Fisto was still inside the structure, but they likely wouldn't see or hear from him. He had entered a deep meditation. He was reeling from the Council's decision to abide by Republic High Command. It wasn't an easy decision, and Mace understood, comparing Master Fisto's commitment to his meditation as a form of isolation or even a brash vow. If they did get a chance to speak with him, he asked that they be delicate. This had been a very difficult journey for him, especially ever since the Leon system went dark. They bowed their heads, wishing that the Force be with Mace Windu on his journey. Instead of returning to where they were inside the cockpit, they again had to put their emotions to the side for the war effort. This continued to challenge their hearts. They both felt it. Anakin and Natabre spread out across the command center inside the Forge. Their hearts felt the same, and their minds ran through those same thoughts. Anakin especially wanted to put the war on hold. He believed that it was right now that he had to come to terms with his past. He had felt his peace come and go, and he wanted it to come back. He wanted to have love again. It was so close, continuing to slip through his fingers. Natabre felt similarly, and while she hadn't felt the same type of love that Anakin felt with Padme before the fall of civilization, she felt the pull, the fluttering inside her heart, the feeling that there was something more than just their code and this war. She too wanted to put the war on hold for her own emotions, but they couldn't. She couldn't either. Natabre grabbed the holographic board and rolled over it, scanning it and calling Anakin's name as he moved from the edge of the window over to her. He was starting to get physically sick looking down at the planet dying more every second. He held his stomach and a guttural discomfort rose from within him before he turned his attention to the board. Mace, Coburn, Cody, and Kit had all filled this out before Fisto went to his meditation. The four had drawn up attacks of the Sith and Separatists, trying to come up with an answer and a counter. There were battle lines drawn, locations of every Republic fleet, especially those with Star Destroyers, and of course lines where there was neutral territory that was either untouched by the conflict or defending itself. Mandalore started a chain. There were other systems, but they didn't face harsh combat from a faction. For example, the Republic had a circumstance where they found a planet and tried to set up camp, but the locals denied them access. The Jedi General in charge of the operation left them alone as they requested. Anakin and Natabre pointed to the map at different points and tried to figure out a good place to counter the Sith. They knew that they were dealing with something new, but what? Their consensus was a new Sith Lord, or at least a new emperor of sorts, one that was able to rally the Sith in the month since Exar's failure. Natabre asked if it could be the ghost they ran into on Thyfera, and Anakin shook his head. The ghost couldn't be everywhere at once. If he was, then they were in danger. This was something more, a calculated foe who was taking power over the gap left behind by Exar. In that absence, they were choosing to use their forces wisely. Natabre pointed up at the map, looking at Velmor. It wasn't far from Mandalore, and there was a much larger fleet present. Due to how far on the eastern flank it was, they weren't equipped with Star Destroyers, only Venators. This was partially due to distance, but also due to the fact that the Republic was trying to keep their new weapons secretive. Velmor was outside of Crownest and Mandalore. She asked Anakin who was there, and he scanned the datapad and told her that Master Agan Kolar's fleet was stationed there. Natabre looked back up at the map, assuming that the Sith were responsible for every victory: Pax, Zeheth, Lannik, and Crownest. If that was the case, then it was wise to assume that the Sith would make a play for a much more important target. Anakin looked up at her, and he knew that she had a point. He ran over to the communication table, which contacted the people inside the control deck. They asked General Skywalker what they could help him with. He told them about his request to contact Master Kolar. They abided, informing him that they would do it, but they might experience some trouble. They were starting up the reactor in the forge and preparing to move it to their next target location. Anakin and Natabre turned back towards the battle map and stood close to each other. They had always found their solidarity with one another. Their shoulders leaned against each other and they felt peace. At the exact same time they were looking at Velmor, Master Agan Kolar was standing on his bridge. He looked over to the command officer, who told them that they were receiving a transmission from the Leon system. He demanded that they take it. The transmission was very fuzzy, but what little came through was a warning, telling them that they were anticipating an attack or something along those lines. When the deck officers tried to get an answer as to why, they squeezed through a little bit more information. But what they could hear was that they didn't have any proper evidence for this. Master Kolar appreciated the warning. He trusted the instincts of the Jedi present at the forge. He told his commanding officer to begin preparing the fleet for an imminent attack. Unlike their presence elsewhere in the galaxy, there weren't any ground or space weapons like a hypervelocity cannon or an ion cannon here, so they were in this alone. Agan's stationing here was a long-term defense for Mandalore. With Republic fleets moving around the new Allied territory, High Command thought it'd be best to set up a secretive fleet in a nearby system. The thing with Velmor was that they weren't extremely close to Mandalore, so their positioning worked as both an extra defense fleet for whoever was present on Mandalore, and a middle ground location for troop movements to further eastern systems. The Republic wanted to capture more territory, and with the ever-expanding Republic military, they needed to secure important sectors. It wasn't on a hyperspace lane, but that was kind of the point. Velmor allowed for important trade, control, scouting, and reinforcements that were necessary for victory in the east. Master Kolar returned to his normal positions for the coming hours. Everything was going normally. Then they received an alert on their scanners. A fleet was moving into their system. Agan looked to his commanding officer, who nodded, and they looked back to the front of the viewport to see a fleet drop out of hyperspace. Ah, good. The trade fleet had arrived. These ships were transporting goods from northeastern systems to planets that had been devastated by the war. The fleet of vessels moved past the Republic and departed into hyperspace again. The trade was secured. Master Kolar smiled and moved back towards his quarters. Somewhere between the Leon system and 9Z1, the Star Forge rattled back and forth. Anakin and Natabre were sitting in on a meeting between the Jedi Council. It was very hard to hear because the signal was unstable in hyperspace, but they were picking up as much as they could, being that the transmission was coming from this side of the galaxy. The Jedi were discussing the potential destruction of a forbidden temple on Malachor. The Sith had a weapon there, or something. Jocasta had been scanning through old documents and found that there was a temple on that planet with impossible powers. This wasn't a top priority for the Jedi Order, but it was something that they wanted to accomplish. Master Plo Koon, who was in the area, volunteered himself and his men for this mission. He expressed that they could go there and destroy it with an orbital bombardment, but chances are the Sith were more aware of the weapon than they were. The Jedi agreed. They were thankful for Jocasta's warning to them about such a weapon. The conversation moved towards the forge itself. Master Rencesis called upon Anakin and Natabre, who turned their microphones on and reported on everything going on. The Forge was handling its first trip through hyperspace very well since being reconstructed. Everything was working perfectly. There were just some unsettling rattles, nothing too large to be worried about. The joke about rattles got a couple chuckles from the Jedi on the call before they moved towards their last piece of discussion. This was saved for last because it was on the more hopeful side of the conversation. Talking about war and death and strategy could be a challenge for any Jedi, especially the younger ones listening to the call. No one younger than 18 was on the call, so they were speaking with very serious tones, making Natabre and Anakin the youngest listeners. But with every topic covered, Master Balaba asked for the status of the younglings and Padawans on Ahch-To. One of the instructors smiled. No one could see the smile, but they told the group of Jedi that the younglings had done well. There were less fights, there were more learning, and there was a sense of hope restored to the youth of the Jedi Order. The younglings and Padawans were now taking up different exercises to train them. There were boating games, lessons in the mountains, running through the sand exercises, and so forth. The conditions were a little harder on them, but this generation of younglings would be stronger than any seen in their history. That brought a smile to the faces of the Jedi listening, but it was also further proof that they needed to win this war before these children reached adulthood. The call ended with optimism, and the two Jedi inside the Forge leaned against each other. They spoke about the call and their future assignment to the far side of the galaxy. Thanks to their time scanning the galactic battle map, they had a couple ideas of where they could take their fleet once they established themselves. Coburn, inside of his Venator, was babysitting Ahsoka and Zala. This wasn't intentional, they just happened to be a part of his ship when they jumped into hyperspace. Back inside the Forge, Natabre pointed at the map from her seat and told Anakin that a location of Toydaria would be good for them. Anakin agreed, even suggesting that Bodajef or Halmad could be good as well. She shrugged a little bit. They didn't want to push too far north. That was Dathomir territory up there. Who knew where the witches aligned themselves, or if they were even still there? Anakin agreed. Probably too far north to take their fleet, especially with Master Kolar so far below that. But then he said maybe they could though. It was close to Mandalore. Natabre nodded her head, saying that they would need permission from the Council to go so close to Mandalore. That alone would be something that would be highly debated about between the High Command and Jedi High Council. Back over Valmore, Agan Kolar was thrown from his bed. The ship was rattling and he stumbled out of his room. He looked down the corridors to see clones running and red lights flickering on and off repeatedly, with a deafening alarm sounding. They were under attack. The Jedi Master ran through the starship, his body slamming into walls before eventually reaching the bridge. When he looked out, he saw a Sith fleet, one with a flagship bearing down on them. A large red strip covered the middle of the ship and ran all the way up the body towards the bridge before stopping. The command officer called out orders, ones that rang out into the hangar bay. Clones jumped into their starfighters and lifted off, blasting into battle. The rest of the fleet, thanks to the warning from the Starforge, was able to get into position to counter this attack. Agan looked to the fleet. The light cruisers were holding their own, and the Venators were making a strong counter-assault. His eyes went from the fleet he commanded to the other fleet, as he pondered who was in charge of the Sith force. No one had seen those markings before. There was a reason for no one having seen these markings. Darth Mar stood on his bridge with his arms crossed. His robe sat idly on the floor behind him, as they whisked in the wind when his men on the deck ran past him. The long-range cannons on his capital ships unloaded their firepower into the Republic fleet. He turned and looked down towards the deckhands, and they, upon his gaze, called up to him, informing him that they were making their mark. But the Republic was ready for this attack. Not that Republic fleets typically had the defenses down, but this scenario was different. The Jedi here were prepared for them. Mar stood confused, wondering how that was possible. He had spoken to the Immortal Emperor. They were in good relations long before Exar ever took command. Valkorin and Mar had discussed strategy for the eastern quadrant of the galaxy. Initially, Mar was going to lead the assault on Mandalore, but that was given over to Darth Zana. Instead, Mar informed Valkorin that he would hide along hyperspace lanes and potential Republic-aligned planets before making any strikes. Darth Mar had the patience to wait this out, more patience than most Sith had. So when the time came for him to use his skills, he was ready. Mar had been outside of Valmore for about 2.5 weeks by this point. He had been watching over the trade route, waiting for his moment to strike. The irony is, he wasn't even capturing the route. He just wanted to allow the Republic to know that the Sith knew about this trade route. In his mind, it was a great way to instill panic into their ranks. If he could effectively make a strike on this trade route, the Republic would instinctively go the long way around it, so Mar wouldn't have to be here and could continue to wreak havoc across battlefronts in the Eastern Quadrant, while the Republic would continue to avoid Valmor due to a loss. First thing was first though, he needed to defeat this Jedi fleet. His hands moved out and signaled to his command deck his attack formation. They followed it closely. The fighters never got into the fray. Instead, the point defense systems activated as the Republic defense fleet pushed for an insane offensive. Darth Maul was surprised by this. Typically, the Jedi wouldn't be so aggressive, but that's what they were doing. They were trying to destroy the Sith and push them from this territory. Master Kolar understood how important keeping Valmor was for the Republic, due to the fact that it constantly gave relief to planets and systems in need. The fighters that approached the Sith fleet were detonated by their light cannons. There were some corvettes in the fleet, but the Sith capital ships used their light surface cannons to rip through these Republic fighters, whereas their long-range turbo lasers continued to fire at the flagships. The attack was a light shields heavy firepower type of operation. In close range, this would be suicide, but from afar, it wasn't exactly the biggest deal. Agan and his commanding officer knew that this wasn't going to work for them. Their fighters needed support, and with them already losing a fourth of their fighter fleet, they needed to make sure they won this. The Republic abandoned position in what seemed to be a panic move. Agan at this point started to wish that he had taken full command from the Coruscant Military Academy officer. This guy was a first-timer, someone who never saw real action. At least with Tarkin, despite his tone, there was an officer with experience. This man here prepared for combat with foes that would play an even match, and the Sith were not those foes. Agan tried to course correct the fleet movement, but it only made things worse. The fleet was already so far out of position and the Sith preyed off it. The only reason it was there was because Agan was sleeping when they attacked. Darth Maul had been studying the system the entire time they were outside of it. The Sith fleet had been established in no man's land. They weren't near a planet or even within the system. They sat just outside of it. They set up some sensor nodes and tracked what the Republic was transporting. That's how they knew it was a trade route. So while Valmor was used by the Republic for trade and a chance to reinforce Mandalore, the Sith had been using it to see what the Republic was actually up to, and it seemed like they were simply playing the game of caring for the weakest link, something the Sith believed would cost the Republic the war. This was mostly a Jedi-run operation as it was, so this loss would divide them. Darth Maul knew that this victory would be imperative for the eventual capture of Mandalore. Crownist was gone. It would only be a matter of time until Mandalore fell too. Maul lifted his third finger and thumb. A deck officer tapped a couple buttons on her command device, and a signal deployed inside the hangar of every ship in the fleet. The Sith fighters deployed and ravaged through the unsuspecting Republic forces. Darth Maul waited for the perfect moment. Next to him, there was a little stand. On it was a datapad, and he kept one eye on the datapad and the other eye on the battle taking place around him. He waited until this moment to deploy his fighter fleet. The Republic fighters were engaged with the battleships, and at this point, were too distracted to do anything about a counterattack. Republic fighters were trying to bombard the flagships, but the point defense systems were keeping them safe. Without a counter to that, the fighters were just unloading everything they had and not doing any damage, while also trying to avoid the surface cannons. When the Sith fighters deployed, a Republic fighter fleet that had already been damaged was caught off guard. They tried to fend for themselves, but it proved to no avail. The Sith fleet, on the other hand, pressed forward, maximizing their firepower as a bomber vessel pulled forward. Mar had himself an experimental battleship, one he called a bomber cruiser. It was essentially a traditional bomber fighter in large ship form. It had strong shields but a very limited range. Mar watched the ship close in on the front lines of the battlefield. The rest of the fleet laid down supportive fire. Master Kolar saw the ship coming and told the officer to turn the fleet around. Valmor had been lost, but they could still keep this fight alive. The officer looked at the Jedi General blankly. Agan knew this battle was over from the first move the officer made. He had been trying to rectify those mistakes, but it was too late now. Kolar moved forward and called out his orders to the fleet, telling them to retreat to the flagship and prepare for the jump to hyperspace. The Republic started its fighting retreat, with acclimated troop transports getting blown out of the battle, their explosions sending shockwaves into the smaller ships of the fleet. Darth Maul reached out his hand and clenched his fist. He wished he could fight the Jedi Master on board of the lead flagship, but it was too well defended. As Agon's Venator got turned all the way to the side, the bomber cruiser got in range of the first Venator, not Agon's, and unloaded all of its missiles and torpedoes as they slammed into the side of the capital ship. Explosions rang out across the vessel as another corvette detonated next to it. The bomber continued to unload heavy ordnance into the ship until it exploded in a fiery array. The fighters called back to the flagship and told the Jedi to go without them, and Agon told them that he would not leave them. The clone ace pilot told them to go. This fight was lost as he cut the transmission. The rest of the clone pilots understood what their ace was doing with them. They were going to fight this battle till the bitter end. As they pulled back around, they could see from the side of the viewports another Venator exploding. The ace cried out over his fighter comms, "For the Republic," as they all dove in. It was a mix of the final fighters in this battle. What was left of the Republic fleet limped away into hyperspace, hopefully finding refuge somewhere in the galaxy. The clone fighter squad pushed forward against one of the multiple flagships in the fleet. Darth Maul walked over to the port side of his bridge and tied his arms around his back, interlocking one wrist into his hand as he watched. The Republic fighters were getting blown out of the sky. Their survival rate was dropping. They would all be dead soon. Such a shame too. They were set up for failure. In any other circumstance, they may have actually proved to be useful adversaries to the Sith. Maul watched a bomber detonate, sending an explosion into a starfighter. They opened fire, riddling the hull of a flagship with many explosions. Nothing too deep, but it turns out the Republic fleet had done damage to one of Mars' destroyers. The ace clone pilot spun his ship, outflying his men. He wasn't trying to, but he was just the better pilot. His blasters pierced the viewport of the bridge, and when he could feel a sense of triumph, the booster on his starfighter popped and he was sent barreling towards the bridge in a scream of terror. By the time he collided with it, all of his men were dead. His death would at least come with the destruction of a Sith destroyer, though most of the troops inside would escape before its actual destruction. Darth Maul turned back and told the deckhand to inform the Supreme Leader that they'd accomplished what they came here for. As he walked past them, he told them to remove their fleet from Velmor. They were finished for now. Inside the Starforge, departing from yet another system, was Anakin and Natabre. They were sleeping in the barracks. On one cot was Anakin, and on the other one next to him was Natabre. They had fallen asleep during one of their conversations. The forge itself had the jump from system to system, just because of its sheer size, plus it was safer, considering this technology was still fairly new for the Republic to operate. Anakin was in the middle of another dream. Perhaps the worst thing about these missions was the fact that he had to face the terrible nightmares more frequently. There was something about the peace that encouraged these nightmares to continue to happen. Anakin was seated inside the T6 in this dream. Zala walked in and asked him for help, so he got up and followed her out. She pointed forward and he could see the silhouette of someone so close yet so far away. He stepped closer as Zala grabbed his hand. Her grip was rough and gritty. Her skin was cold to the touch, like she had lost her life. He looked over and her eyes were closed, and a tear slipped from them. He called her name, but she sobbed softly, telling Anakin she was afraid. Before he could ask what she was afraid of, he heard his name. The voice was so familiar. He turned over and Zala's grip on his hand left. He could feel nail indents on his hand. He lifted it up and saw small marks that continued to grow, a scar of sorts forming, and his veins turned dark purple, as if he had been cursed. He felt chills roll down his spine, and then Anakin's focus went from his hand to the person turning around to face him. It was Padme. Her face was burned. She was missing patches of skin. Her senator robes were torn and her body was discombobulated. She fell over, asking him why he did this to her. He didn't understand. He started to get closer, but as he took his first step, he felt it crawling from underneath his skin. His eyes watered and he looked to his wrist where Zala had gripped him. What he saw petrified him. He could see a hand grasping his wrist from underneath his skin. He tried to pull at it, but he couldn't. His eyes went back to Padme, who groaned in pain, tears slipping from her eyes as she begged to know why he did this. Obi-Wan's voice rang out and told him that he was a failure. He betrayed Padme. Anakin asked if it was because of Before he could finish saying her name, a screech cried out, one that sent Anakin jolting from his sleep. He looked over to Natabre, who got up to comfort him. She got to his side and gently rubbed his back, asking him if it was another nightmare, and he nodded his head. His breath was shaky. She told him it would be okay, expressing that she would go and get him some water. As Natabre got up, She turned around and looked at him in the eyes, lowering herself to face him. She outstretched her hands and cupped his face, smiling softly. He closed his eyes and felt the warmth surround him, until, just like with Zala, those hands became cold. They slipped underneath his skin. There was a pulling, and when his eyes opened, it was gone. He felt weight in his hands and looked down. Natabre was looking up to him, telling him that she didn't want to leave. She didn't want to go. He then again jolted from his sleep and ran. Natabre looked over and saw Anakin slam into another cot and fall over. His skin was trembling, he was in a cold sweat, and he could see a dark shadow following him again. Anakin searched for his lightsaber, but he couldn't find it. He fell into another cot, praying that this dream would come to an end. He cried out, telling the shadow to leave him alone. What Anakin saw wasn't really there. His eyes flickered. He was in the forge, then he was somewhere he had never been before. There was mist and ancient chanting. It wasn't a chant from an individual, it sounded like a coven. He flickered back, and there was a shadow of Natabre, then something else, then Natabre again, getting closer by the second. Before he knew it, he was in the cave again, surrounded by teal and greenish waters that illuminated, before being in the barracks again. Anakin fell back, and the door opened behind him, and he saw Natabre's face catch the light of the hallway, and tears streamed from his face. He didn't want this anymore. She approached him slowly and asked what happened, asking if he was okay. He nodded his head, seeing that it was really her, that she was really there. He asked her for the time, and she gave it. Okay, he wasn't dreaming anymore. She knew to answer that question as quickly as she did by this point. Natabre bent down and inched closer, reaching out her hand and telling him that it was okay now. She had his back, she had him. He slipped his hand into hers. It was soft to the touch, gentle and peaceful. She moved in next to him and asked if he wanted to tell her about the dream. He shook his head, so she told him that it was okay, that he didn't need to. She slid her arm around his back and gently held his other hand, reminding him that it was just a dream. None of this would become reality, she promised. His head slid down onto her shoulder. Her thumb pressed delicately against his hand and swayed back and forth. She reminded him that in all the chaos in the galaxy, they'd always have each other's backs. Nothing would ever change that, she promised. Our season continues at the helm of the Star Forge. Inside the room were Natabre, Ahsoka, Zala, and a semi-prepared Kit Fisto were. Anakin was not present. He was lying down inside of Natabre's chambers instead of Admiral Coburn's Venator. It was something the two of them agreed upon. She had a couple of personal belongings, ones that held light within them. They were related artifacts, due to her family having been a part of the Order for 543 years. And they were some pretty priceless heirlooms, things that aunts, uncles, cousins, and whatnot had used to heal themselves. There was a generational trauma held within them, but they now only carried how each member of the family surpassed these Jedi trials. The trauma wasn't a burden, but a gift, because what it wasn't their loss and pain, rather their success and triumph. Natabre had given Anakin a charm, one that she gently wrapped around his neck when he was sleeping on the bed. One of her aunts had struggled deeply from the loss of a Padawan or something related to that. She had to succeed through her own meditations and freeing of nightmares. While Natabre and Anakin had used this necklace before, it never did the job. She assumed that it was because Anakin wasn't ever sleeping, surrounded by the rest of the light-sided artifacts. Just as a precaution though, Waxer and Boyle were stationed outside of the quarters to keep an eye on Anakin if he ever arose from his sleep in a panic. So far, everything was silent, and the family heirloom that belonged to Natabre was aiding Anakin with his sleep. Morden's family hailed from Stujon, similar to Obi-Wan. It hadn't really ever been a frame of reference for either Jedi, and Natabre never believed it was a big deal. Anakin knew, but as she believed, it wasn't a big difference maker in his mind. Natabre's family was able to persist inside the Jedi Order because the original patriarch and matriarch of the family had around 14 children. It wasn't split down the middle, but out of the initial batch were 2 that became Jedi. Ever since their acceptance into the Order, the family had become a staple for Jedi to teach. Sometimes the younglings and Padawans would be taught by related family members, but it wasn't super uncommon for multiple members of the same family to be a part of the Old Order at the same time. Regardless, Natabre was standing with her arms down by her hips, drifting lazily from side to side as she listened to the report from High Command. Master Fisto watched with interest as the Admiral speaking disclosed information about the catastrophic loss at Velmor. Master Agan Kolar informed this Admiral so that the rest of the military could be alerted to such disturbance. The Tabre shot Fisto a look before turning back to the front of the hollow table. The commanders, Jedi generals, and admirals were speaking amongst themselves about the future of their movement and how they would address this concern. It was becoming clearer than ever, especially with losses at Crownest and Velmor, that the Sith were making their move for Mandalore, and it was only a matter of time until they hit the fortress planet. The Tabre stepped forward and Kit tried to grab her wrist, but she slipped away from his hand without even realizing it. Fisto was still a little aloof after his miniature brash vow. Everyone on the communication call silenced themselves as they allowed General Morden to speak. She spoke passionately but held reservation. She told them that she understood how important it was for the Republic to maintain secrecy over their Star Destroyers, but if they wanted to win this war and rally more systems like Mandalore to just revolt, then she was willing to volunteer herself. The Tabre stepped back and filled in the blanks of her initial statement. She was a little too excited. Now she had the chance to finish her statement, but with better articulation. She smiled to herself and told them that the Sith were running rampant across their lines, and it was time they did something. She expressed that with their permission, Admiral Coburn's fleet, alongside the command of herself and General Skywalker, would be the perfect unit to dispatch into the Eastern Quadrant. There was a grumble from one of the officers. They knew they were with the Starforge, and that was simply too far away for them to transport themselves across Republic battle lines and get themselves to Agan's former position. The Tabre looked at Kit Fisto, who nodded his head, seeing the datapad strewn across the table. She excused the Admiral with all due respect and told him that they had fleets in the area. By her latest reports, there were fleets stationed not more than a couple parsecs away from Velmor. She continued, even though they weren't large fleets, it was believed, at least according to Master Kolar, that this was a premeditated attack. The Sith were waiting for their chance to strike at Velmor, and they finally did. Did High Command really believe that the Sith would strike again so soon? They were trying to spread out the Republic. When the Sith took control over Zaheth, they got control over a long-range scanner, and were able to see their lines. They needed to react. If they couldn't scrounge up the forces to do it, then at least allow a successful force to recapture Velmor so they could at the very least, open up the trade route again. These were desperate times, and these desperate measures would need to be taken so that they could win this war. This trade route was incredibly important for support on the Eastern Quadrant past Mandalore. High Command sanctioned the mission, but they needed to leave almost immediately. It was imperative they get this finished. She acknowledged before silencing her side of the communication and turning to Master Fisto. He nodded his head in acceptance of her strong stance. He spoke up, telling her that she had done well, even though he almost tried to stop her. He then explained that he would walk her to the hangar bay so that they could get her to her assignment. She thanked him and they walked together. Behind them, before they exited the command deck, there was the star that was about to die. They had finally arrived at System 9Z1, and the Forge was preparing its energy core. The system would be dormant very soon. Admiral Coburn, who was on the call, was delegating a piece of his fleet to stay as a defense here until the Forge created a new fleet, or whatever High Command agreed upon. Zala and Ahsoka watched the two Jedi Masters walk through the door. They turned and watched the sun in the distance. Zala told her friend that maybe it wasn't the worst thing in the galaxy. Ahsoka put her hand on her friend's shoulder and told her that there was nothing wrong with changing her opinion, but if she truly didn't believe it, then there was no reason to stand her ground on it. Zala smiled and thanked Ahsoka, but she did mean it. She wasn't conforming to fit in. She truly did believe that the death of this star could save 1,000,000, billion, trillion, or even quadrillion lives. Fisto and the Tabre walked through the door and stopped in the elevator as it drifted down towards the hangar bay level. He told her that he wanted her to know he almost abandoned the Jedi Order. This was not to put pressure on her, but rather to thank her and General Skywalker for their efforts. They were a breath of fresh air. They were what the Jedi Order desired, and while it might not have seemed that way, they were everything the Jedi needed right now. The Tabre did appreciate it, but why? Fisto stepped out first and led her down the hall. He told her that they were young and vibrant. The Order had fallen down due to its age, and in an era where not many of the old guard still remained, It was imperative for the Jedi to regard their future generation with precedence. So many admirals, generals, and Republic officers would stomp all over them, but she stood her ground. She made sure that admiral didn't try and place her in some rudimentary position to keep her troops inactive, one that wouldn't assist the Republic in this war effort. Kit expressed somberly that it felt as if some of the military leaders for their alliance didn't like the Jedi. Some would rather not have them at all, and in that situation, the Republic might as well be lost. The burden of this war fell onto the next generation, because it was a war that could not have been won by the Elder One. Fisto came to recognize that it was in the hubris of an older generation that allowed this to come, regardless of how natural or unnatural all of this really was. He thanked her for her servitude to the Republic, and he wished that the Force be with her and her students on this journey. And he wished General Skywalker a speedy recovery from his nightmares. Natabre smiled very widely and bowed to the Jedi Master, wishing that the Force be with him as well, before walking into an LAAT gunship. She waited for Zala and Ahsoka to run in and greet her. They had been silent, and she was glad the two of them had a moment to themselves inside the command center. The LAAT lifted off and returned to the flagship, where the three Jedi quickly moved about. Natabre would meet Admiral Coburn inside the bridge and speak with him about anything else she may have missed from the rest of the session. He told her everything she needed to know, a little jibber-jabber, nothing more than the normal bureaucratic-type discussion they'd grown accustomed to. Coburn prepared the fleet and began moving it into position. Before they left, Skywalker jolted through the bridge doors and told them to stop. Coburn and Natabre turned back and asked what it was. He opened up a hologram, one he was gripping with his bare hand, knowing the metallic one would have crushed it in a state of panic. He held it forward and showed it to them. He said that the entire planet of Naboo was crumbling. Coburn confusedly looked to Natabre, who asked Anakin what had happened. He expressed that there was a Sith attack. He was laying in his room aimlessly scrolling through the datapad when he saw a new report pop up. The Sith struck the system randomly. Naboo was pretty defenseless. There was a clone outpost on the planet, but nothing remotely as important as a long-range scanner placed at Sahath. He told them that they were moving east, right? Well, if they were, couldn't they afford to pop a Sith fleet? Coburn pursed his lips, looking to the communication table and past it, at the information wall. He looked at the size of the fleet they were going to Naboo with. They would be able to destroy the Sith that were present, and move on with little to no problem. He compared it mentally to the death of Captain Wildnut of Pax. Of course, they were still under the belief that his fleet was destroyed by the Sith, but Coburn believed he would overwhelm anything the Sith had at Naboo. He told the two Jedi that he was agreeing to this mission, but they wouldn't be able to do anything for the refugees of the planet. They might be able to leave an acclimator behind to help people from the surface to one of the refugee camps, but that's about it. Coburn turned to the rest of the fleet and told them to prepare to jump to hyperspace. They were heading towards Naboo. While in hyperspace, there wasn't much but just planning. The reports were still coming back from Naboo. The only thing that continued to evade them was the size of the enemy fleet. Anakin hypothesized that it was the ghost from Thifera, and the Natabre believed it was possible. But similar to their worries from before, it couldn't be him. The individual they continued referring to, in their minds, wasn't the tactical genius. While he was known to be capable of destroying entire worlds, this was not the same. Unless he became some sort of fire-breathing demagogue, then this wasn't him. Nihilus would have just killed the entire planet himself, absorbing it into his quest for hunger. But this was a calculated attack. It was becoming clearer than ever that no longer were the Sith united by an emperor without direction. They were led by someone who wanted to control everything and everyone, without doing so at the expense of his or her own power. They planned up a counter for whatever the Sith could have planned for them at the system. The Natabre privately told Anakin to keep his head focused. She remembered how close he and Padme were before the war started. She knew returning to a destroyed version of Padme's home would be difficult for him. Anakin nodded his head, promising her that he would keep his wits about him during this assault. They were simply here to save the people of this planet. That was all that mattered. Ahsoka and Zala were patiently waiting inside their starships. Zala's eyes were closed, and Ahsoka kept her hand on the control yoke, watching the hangar bay doors, waiting for the first creak to signal that they had arrived. Anakin and the Natabre walked over to their vessels and got in, waiting patiently. Not more than 5 minutes after they got there, they dropped out of hyperspace, and the hangar doors opened, and they lifted up their starfighters and shot off into the air. Behind them followed their escorts. Natabre took point today. Anakin was still walking off some of his nightmares, and there had been an evident lack of sleep for him since the previous installment of terror inside the Forge. Skywalker spun away from the 3 Jedi starfighters, as was planned. He led a group of V-19s, and Y-Wings trailed behind him, as they pressed into what they thought would be flak, but there was nothing. Simply a lonely starship floating aimlessly above the planet of Naboo. Their immediate instinct was Darth Nihilus, the Ghost. They would destroy that ship. Coburn moved his fleet in cautiously, as the fighter sped forward. Anakin and his unit dipped down towards the surface of the planet, and as soon as they breached the atmosphere, the trap was set. A Sith fleet deployed, blasting away at the Republic fighters that quickly took evasive action. Darth Desolus helmed the lead ship in the fleet, as he yelled out orders to his worthless deckhands. He smiled, telling them to deploy wings of fighters to capture the lone Jedi starfighter. The yellow vessel belonged to their target. As he prided himself on this trap, he looked forward and saw something he had never seen before. He demanded that the deckhands give him information on that new battleship. The Republic fleet was led by Coburn, opting to use his Venator as his flagship, but that was flanked by 3 Republic Star Destroyers. Coburn, now for the first time, would be able to see their effectiveness in combat. Not only was this Coburn's first test with these vessels, but it was the first time anyone in the galaxy aside from the Republic had seen a Star Destroyer. Darth Desolus readied his fleet for counter, as the fighters sped after Anakin. Natabre called out, telling him that he was being trailed. He acknowledged, as she ordered the 2 Padawans to lead the fighters back to the fleet and defend it. She was going to back up Anakin. An ace pilot or 2 rallied behind Natabre, as the rest of the fighters broke back towards the fleet. Heavy fire fled the turbo lasers on the Venators and the Star Destroyers. The Republic battleships creeped forward and unloaded their heavy cannons. The Sith fleet was completely unprepared as they tried to raise their shields to combat it, and this failed fantastically. Darth Desolus started to panic, seeing that he was completely outmatched. His attack was brilliant. What wasn't brilliant was how unprepared his fleet was for this Republic assault. Desolus told his men to reroute their fleet and retreat to the closest Sith territory. The Star Destroyers unloaded even heavier barrages into the Sith vessels. To call this a rout wasn't even scratching the surface of the pure disrespect levied against the Sith Lord. Coburn from the bridge could see all of this coming together now. This was how they could win this war. The Jedi couldn't see it from their vantage point, but Coburn would have to tell them all about the pure brilliance of these destroyers. His communication to Republic High Command after this battle would be praising the creation of these vehicles. They were the key to everything. He stepped towards the edge of the bridge and smiled to himself, his eyes locked onto the Sith destroyers. They pulled in all sorts of direction, fire blasting out of their bows, sterns, and ports. It was brilliant. He could even see individual starfighters try and break free from the destruction of the vessels, but they too were vaporized. Natabre bursted through a shredded hull of one of the destroyers that sat in 2 separate pieces, giving her a chance to speed through it with her 2 ace pilots, allowing them to avoid any trailing Sith starfighter craft, which there were none of. Anakin sped over the surface of Theed. It was burning. He could see people running out for cover as they saw Republic starships. They cheered. They had been saved. Before, a wave of blaster shots riddled the ground near the citizens. They ran in fear. The clones behind Anakin pulled away and turned back. The Y-Wing sped forward, trying to avoid being hit. But it was clear the Sith had changed their targets. With the fleet abandoning the system, they were instructed to kill anyone still remaining on the surface. Without any true defense for Naboo, they were helpless. Anakin cut the engines, ripping the yoke backwards and allowing the ship to drop down towards the surface over the waterfall. He flipped the engines back on after gravity pulled him down and launched himself towards the Sith fighters. His blasters opened fire and a dogfight commenced. Surrounding him were the other Republic fighters that had broken free. As Anakin cut through his opposition, Natabre and the 2 ace pilots jolted down from the ash-covered sky. The orange haze of the atmosphere was horrific to the sight, but once she saw the blaster fire, she signaled to the ace pilots to do as much damage as they possibly could, and they did. Anakin continued pouring blaster fire forward, and Natabre sped down, avoiding him as they split off into opposite directions, their fire covering the rear and front of different Sith fighters, as they obliterated in the air. The other Republic fighters cleaned up the rest of the mess, as Admiral Coburn deployed an acclimator and a couple corvettes to run a rescue mission on the surface. Clones moved down past the fighters that returned to Admiral Coburn's flagship and the other carriers. Anakin was one of those fighters, and he sat inside of his starship idly, taking in all of what he had seen on the planet. The lush green beauty that he had fallen in love with was decimated. Naboo would heal, but the Sith had run carpet-bombing operations across the entire planet, not just the city. It seemed as if Darth Desolus was intent on making his mark. Obviously, he had his own issues to report to the Sith Emperor, because what he had encountered on Naboo was not normal. Those ships were larger than anything he had ever seen before. The Tabre, also inside the flagship's hangar, congratulated Ahsoka and Zala on their work well done. They excelled in the face of danger, especially one like the trap that had been laid on them. She told them that they were free from Padawan exercises for the day. Zala asked why they were having so much time away from their Padawan studies, and the Tabre told her that, as a unit, they had to operate in coalition with all of their members. When one of them is hurt, they must rally around them to pick them up. She was helping Master Anakin with that, referring to him as a rank that the students would refer to him as. She understood their interest in learning and appreciated their dedication to their studies, but they would continue soon. She just requested that she had their patience. The students bowed to their master, and she did the same before moving over to Anakin's starfighter and knocking on the window. He opened the cockpit as he looked to her. He didn't say much. She could see his jaw flexing, like he was trying to hold back some sort of emotion. She leaned over and told him that he could tell her what was on his mind. Anakin didn't have much to say about Naboo in particular. He just told her that they needed to win this war. They had to get the Coruscant or Kuat or Corellia. They needed to seize the core and end this, because no system should face that terror. What the Sith had done was outrageous, and they had tortured a civilization into rubble. Anakin told her that he wasn't seeking revenge, and she knew that, but he wanted the Sith to be stopped. He leaned forward and she reached out her hand, helping him off his starfighter. Even though it wasn't necessary, the courtesy was appreciated, as he let their hands linger together for a short moment. The Jedi generals made their way to the bridge, where they found an ecstatic Admiral Coburn. Neither Jedi had ever seen him so lively. He was on a communication with the Republic High Command. He informed them that they broke protocol to stop a Sith attack at Naboo. They were running a rescue mission as they spoke. Coburn also informed them that the main fleet would not be waiting at Naboo. Their mission mandate was still a top priority, which was why he deployed the Splinter Group. He informed them that the Republic Star Destroyers needed to be used immediately. It would be the key to winning this war. He had seen it himself. They were lured into a trap, one that, had they only had their Venators, they would have struggled with. But these destroyers, only 3 of them, mind you, were able to decimate the Sith and send them cowering within minutes. It was jarring, to say the least. A secretary noted down everything Coburn said, as one of the generals spoke up and commended their service. This would be a defining moment for their war effort. The general sadly didn't consider if the Sith escaped. Naturally, everyone in the room thought that the Sith were completely destroyed, and Coburn was really too excited to recall their escape. The call ended shortly after the Jedi arrived, and Coburn quickly showed the Jedi the wreckage field, before everything turned blue and the fleet departed for Velmor. The Jedi were surprised that these vessels had been so effective. From the viewport of a starfighter, it was a little harder to see these things, but from their point of view inside the bridge before they left, it was remarkable. The Tabre was the one to ask, though, what would Coburn be doing in regard to his flagship? She meant this in the inquisitive manner of whether or not he'd be keeping his flagship a Venator or a new destroyer. Coburn didn't struggle. He was keeping the Venator as the lead ship. The rationale for this, in his mind, was the fact that the Venator was the heart of the fleet. Being that it did carry all the fighters and support craft, it was necessary for their victories. The Star Destroyers, in his mind, could place their long-range cannons right behind the Venator line and shred whatever opposed them. It was a sound strategy. Over Shardan, Darth Desolus's fleet limped out of hyperspace. He gritted his teeth with a disgusted scowl. He told the deckhand to contact the Sith Emperor on Coruscant, send the transmission to his quarters ASAP. The man got to work doing as the Sith Lord asked. Desolus stomped his way back to his chambers and opened the door, watching an oversized hologram of Emperor Valkorn appear over him. Desolus knelt down. He pressed his hands to his knee and looked at the floor, bowing his head. The Supreme Leader asked for an update on Project Skyfall. Desolus shook his head, telling Valkorin that their trap failed. He apologized bluntly. The Pa'an Sith's eyes moved up to see Valkorin sitting silently, his hands glued to his throne, his breathing as still as a statue, and his eyes fixated on the Sith assigned to this project. Dessalus told Valkorin that he did not fail with malice. He tried to combat the Jedi, that they were over-prepared. Valkorin repeated the 2 final words back to the Sith. Dessalus nodded their head. He told him that the Republic had crafted larger star vessels. They were double, maybe even triple the size of the Venators. Their cannons had longer ranges and they were able to crush their forces. The Sith fleet over Naboo had the upper hand because they had the element of surprise, but that didn't even matter. Once the destroyers opened up their full range of firepower, they had already lost. Valkorin let out an almost pleasing He told Dessalus that he had done well. Valkorin could feel a wave of relief pass through Dessalus's body. He sighed deeply and looked up. The Supreme Leader hadn't changed his position. His eyes were still locked on the same place. Valkorin spoke aloud, as if he were speaking to himself and Dessalus wasn't more than a fly on the wall. If the Jedi had truly utilized the Star Forge, then they likely gained access to Exar's blueprints, whatever it was he had designed up. Exar never shared with anyone, so the only chance to achieve victory over the Republic was to steal one of these vessels. Dessalus looked on with curiosity, before Valkorin changed the topic and asked about Skywalker. Dessalus told him that the young Jedi evaded them, but he went straight for the planet as Valkorin predicted. The Supreme Leader nodded his head, with a resounding very well. This was a victory in his mind. He thanked Dessalus and told him to return to the closest shipyard to repair his fleet. They would need him at full strength so that they could win this war together. Dessalus bowed and the hologram ended. Valkorin sat in silence, waiting for the hum of the transmission to cut. Like various other Sith, they were planning to capture Skywalker. Valkorin had spent time inside the former Jedi Temple when no one was around. He played a hunch, and it seemed to be right. Valkorin found that the second to last mission assigned by the High Council was the deployment of Anakin Skywalker to Naboo with Senator Amidala. This was an on-record mission, of course. The other mission was of course the deployment of 200 Jedi to Geonosis. But the point being, Valkorin understood that someone like Skywalker could be dangerous. While the Republic believed the Star Destroyer was the key to winning everything, Valkorin understood that the true key to everything was a 19-year-old Jedi Knight, co-commanding one of the most important units in the Republic military. Valkorin thought to himself some more. Project Skyfall was the capture and/or killing of Anakin Skywalker. If he could be lured to Naboo, on a hunch about an soon-to-be-dead senator Valkorin didn't know or care, then there were other emotional cues the Sith could use to draw him in. Anakin wouldn't be naive enough to fall for a Thyfera incident again, but he might be drawn into a major scuffle, one like the battle at Naboo. But instead of an unprepared fleet, they'd have something ready, a counter, a means to destroy a vessel of such magnitude. This brought Valkorin back to another piece of information. His voice rang out to his guards below him. They turned and looked up in his direction. He told them to get into contact with the other Sith. They were going to retaliate. He wasn't sure how they would do it, but at the very least, to ensure they continued to build off the established trust between himself and the other Sith, he needed to communicate to them, to inform them. He wanted to be a supreme leader. He needed to earn it, with the trust of the other Sith Lords. Already proven with Dessalus and varied others, it was clear that only through furthering their trust in him could he garner more influence over them. Arriving outside of the wreckage field of Agan Kohler's fleet was the Skywalker Morden team. Their fleet scanned the debris, and scouts were sent out to search around the star system. Due to the previous battle, the Jedi and Coburn were even more wary of potential counterattacks and unwanted surprises. Anakin, Natabre, and Coburn stood over the communication table. Cody walked into the bridge with a hollow pad in his hand, and told them that the Sith had vanished. There was a sense of confusion, and the clone commander seized the silence. He theorized that the Sith had come to disrupt the trade routes. There were skirmishes popping up across the battle lines, throughout the mid-rim and even into the outer rim. This obviously wasn't a separatist attack, but there were reports that the Sith and CIS have been engaging in their own combative missions. Ever since the reported potential conflict at Lannick, there were more movements from the separatists. This had also been disclosed in a recent debriefing. Cody tapped the communication table and it shot up a blue hazy hologram. He scanned it before speaking, making sure it was showing everything he wanted to show. It was a piece of the galactic map, with a show of patterns. He also acknowledged how they had been cross-checking information from the reserve drive of the old Jedi Temple, and they were picking up on tactics, logos, and even identifications of the Sith Lords. The reason Cody found this to be of an importance was because, aside from the race to the Star Forge, it was uncommon for Sith Lords or Darths to even be seen leading battles. Another hologram popped up, and Cody informed them that they were ambushed by Darth Decius. All of these had to be connected, and Cody reaffirmed that it was clear the Sith were continuing their headhunting strategy. But because the Confederacy was responding with hostility, the Sith were clearly trying to strike revenge. If they could wipe out the entirety of the Separatist movement, then what would they have to worry about aside from the Republic? Cody believed the Sith were trying to drain trade routes, forcing Republic-controlled systems to revolt against the Republic itself, which is why they hit Velmor. Clearly, this wasn't going to happen, but it continued pointing to Mandalore. He said disrupting these trade routes would cause dissension. The attack on Naboo was clearly meant to drag Skywalker out into combat, and of course, there was worry for the eventual attack at Mandalore, a key system that the Republic could not afford to lose. Cody thought that these were all connected in some way, but he wasn't exactly sure what it was that connected them. He suggested that in an effort to retain their control over everything, they needed to move deeper in. Coburn countered this and asked if that would be another trap in the making. Cody didn't believe so. He pointed to Velmor, behind them. They hadn't been blitzed yet. Cody asked General Skywalker if there was a reason for the connection to Naboo, and without any reason to hide it, he told them he escorted Senator Amidala to Naboo before Geonosis. It was officially recorded by the High Council. Anakin believed that the Sith were targeting Naboo to pull him in, which seemingly worked. Cody shrugged and gestured forward, basically saying he was right. The attack at Velmor was just to disrupt their lines. They weren't staying here, and the Republic didn't have the resources to sacrifice out here for the potential of another battle. The clone commander then asked if there was any personal connection to Mandalore that the Sith would know about, and Anakin shook his head. He had been to Mandalore, but that was before ever being assigned to an official military rank. It was likely a couple months before their headhunting game even began, so Anakin wasn't on their radar at the time, at least in his mind. Cody didn't believe there was enough evidence present to suggest that the Sith were trying to drag Skywalker into a match at Mandalore or around it. The tiebreak questioned Cody and Coburn, asking if there were any other outposts outside of Mandalore aside from Crownest. They both shook their heads. Coburn pointed at the map and told her that their best bet was to move into the territory near General Saesee Tin's fleet. His finger traced a line on the map from Velmor to Ord Cestus. From there, they could divide up their fleet. The two Jedi nodded in agreement, so they waited for their scouts to return, informing them that they were in the clear. Coburn deployed 3 Pelta-class frigates. They were being housed inside the hangars of the Star Destroyers. They weren't really capable of fighting vehicles, but similar to Naboo, Coburn was making a point of emphasis to ensure the Republic knew their territory was under control. The support fleet at Naboo was necessary. The 3 Peltas here were necessary. The trade routes that went through Velmor were critical for the Republic war effort, and for the refugees of the war. Coburn also deployed the sister ship to the flagship, leaving behind 1 Venator and 3 Peltas. It would make sure all traveling traders would be able to get to locations they needed to get to. Coburn then ordered the rest of the fleet prepare for the jump into hyperspace. During this segment of the trip, Anakin and Natabre gave Ahsoka and Zala the chance to choose if they wanted a lesson, so they implemented their training regiment. The first half was very physical, and the second half was more meditative. Everyone was tired at the moment, and there was no need to make anyone even more tired, so their training was more like a light practice session, with a long cooldown. It maybe wasn't what the girls were looking for, but it was what they needed, even though they couldn't quite wrap their minds around that aspect yet. After several hours of long travel through hyperspace, the Jedi arrived at Ord Cestus, but there was a problem. The Sith had engaged in a firefight with Master Tin's navy. He was holding them off, but this fleet was huge, and it was battle-tested. Saesee Tin was piloting his starfighter, while the rest of his battle force struggled against the likes of a super tactician. Similar to the fate that claimed the Republic captain over Pax, Sacy's captain wasn't extremely experienced. He was simply filling the ranks because that's what the Republic could afford to do. When Coburn's fleet dropped out of hyperspace, they blindsided Lord Revan and Darth Malak. The Second Republic fleet in this battle popped up in the middle of the flank, so Revan's forces were pressed into countering this new battle group, while also holding off the original one. But Revan was capable. He stood on the bridge and didn't hesitate as he issued out orders to his troops. They reacted immediately. In the middle of the battle lines was a dogfight. Sacy Tin was leading it for the Republic, and he was winning it, as one of the best pilots the Order had to offer. Anakin looked into Tabre, Zala, and Ahsoka, waving them on and telling them to get into their starfighters. They ran with him from the bridge, as Coburn assumed control over his fleet. The Star Destroyers were lined up in a horizontal flank, creating an impenetrable wall of massive ships. The Venators hovered over them, with support cruisers and corvettes lingering in between them to use their point defense systems and smaller cannons to deter fighter attacks. By the time Coburn's fleet reached its position, the 4 Jedi were in their starfighters and following the rest of the Republic fighters into battle. Sacy was holding off his enemies, but the Sith were clearly refusing to leave. Revan had moved the fleet into a perfect position. They were able to trade blows with an already damaged Republic fleet that belonged to Sacy, while also avoiding the heavy strikes from these new destroyers. Revan was still working on his plans of countering these vassals, but this was a temporary fix until he came up with a new one. He then turned to his apprentice and told Malak to hold the line. He was going to go kill a Jedi. Master Tin was a counselor that was wanted dead by the Sith, but because Revan was aware of Project Skyfall, he was going after what was presumably Anakin's fleet, because he saw a yellow starfighter barreling down towards a dogfight. Whether it was killing Anakin or capturing and killing the Tabre to draw Skywalker towards him, it didn't matter. His point stood. It was about breaking the key to this war. Revan moved from the bridge of the flagship and down to the hangar bay, where he shot off. Malak assumed control over the bridge and followed Revan's laid-out strategy to a T. The Republic watched this. Admiral Coburn assumed control over the battlefront from the captain that was leading Sacy's fleet. Coburn moved the 3 destroyers closer to the dogfight in the middle. Sacy could see reinforcement fighters coming his way, and he locked into his battle with the Sith fighters. The trouble with fighting Revan was the fact that he had numerous Sith acolytes and marauders within his ranks, so they were able to ferry active Force users into space combat, making this fight even more challenging for Sacy and especially for the clones, because the clone pilots were great, but they weren't always going to be able to defeat the Sith forces in aerial combat. Sacy pulled back around. Behind him flew Sith fighters, ones intercepted by Tabre. As Anakin dove headfirst into battle, Zala and Ahsoka kept close to each other, as they always did. Their struggle in the battlefront was the same as it was for the clones. These Sith pilots were experienced, and they used the Force to their advantage. The only reason the clones were winning this dogfight was because of their superior numbers. Anakin could then see a new wing of Sith coming his way, so he lobbed himself out of the dogfight and informed his team where he was going. They all acknowledged. The Tabre sped behind Sacy, cutting through the few Sith fighters who were chasing him. What made things difficult for clone and Jedi pilots was the fact that the Sith and their troopers all flew the same ship, so there was absolutely nothing distinguishable about Force users and just Sith troopers, aside from their skills. Anakin flipped his ship from side to side, as R2 whirred in his astromech slot of the ship. Flak slammed around his starfighter, but Anakin handled himself expertly, slipping and ducking as he rolled around a Sith fighter and blasting through it. When the explosion settled, he saw another starship, one not belonging to any other Sith craft. This was the Sith Lord they were looking for. This was why he came over here to counter their fighters. Behind Anakin came a wing of experienced pilots that made a perfect addition to his assault. They provided cover fire, while a dogfight commenced between the 2 lead pilots in the battle. Anakin was chased around the edge of the large dogfight. His Jedi starfighter thrusted forward as Revan trailed after him. The Sith Lord clicked the trigger and watched red blaster fire trail after Anakin's yellow starship. The Force was strong with this one. Skywalker pulled back and rolled to the right as Revan trailed him closely. In the fleet battle, the Star Destroyers continued getting closer while the Sith fleet maintained its distance. The damaged Republic Venators from before the arrival of Coburn's fleet moved behind his destroyers, so that they could lick their wounds and hopefully survive this battle. Tabre, as she was pulling around to clip a Sith acolyte out of the sky, could see Anakin whipping his ship around the far side of the dogfight. Behind him, Revan kept getting closer. Anakin decided to make a move, and he did. He pulled his ship around and cut the engines, similar to how he had on Naboo, except he didn't anticipate for how fast Revan's starfighter was. The Sith Lord wasn't even using its maximum potential, so when Anakin cut his engines, Revan sped up. This forced Anakin to lob a shot into the mainframe of Revan's starfighter, as Anakin's own vessel slipped around to the side, drifting a little too far. Their two spacecrafts slammed into each other, launching R2 out of his seat and crunching the gears of the two ships together. Anakin and Revan looked to each other. One of Anakin's eyebrows raised, with Revan shooting a side eye at the young Jedi. They both tried to break free of this predicament, as they spun out of control. Zala got her master's attention and told her what she saw. As Natabre pulled her ship around to destroy Revan and hopefully save Anakin, she watched the two ships click backwards. In the process of their collision, they disrupted several systems within their ships. For example, Revan's cockpit was losing air pressure. Luckily, he had a helmet, while Anakin's shot R2 out of his astromech seat. Due to Revan trying to fix the air pressure in his cockpit, he didn't realize that the hyperdrive had been triggered, and before either of the two of them could separate, their two ships, united as one, launched into hyperspace. Our season continues on the surface of a red planet. Fires erupted from the wreckage of two starcraft. Anakin rubbed his forehead, looking around and making sure he was clear, before using all of his physical strength to lift the weight of the cockpit off of himself. He placed his hand on the edge of the rim where the glass once was, and pulled back immediately. It was very hot. He must have been knocked out for a while. He pressed his burnt hand into his cloak, as he slowly got up and scanned the area around him. He didn't recognize the planet. He leapt from the ship and looked over, calling out R2's name. As he was doing this, his hand hovered gently over his lightsaber, and he searched for his little blue astromech. Luckily for him, the droid wasn't on the planet. Wherever R2 was, he was safer than Anakin. He then came to the moment and truly understood what had happened. They had started a battle with General Tin over Ord Cestus. Natabre, Zala, and Ahsoka all came to mind immediately. He was curious about them, hoping that they were all alright. But what happened? He didn't really have a feasible answer, because what could his answer be? They were likely still interlocked in combat, or maybe not. Who knows? Without R2, he was without vital information. Anakin moved back to the ship and climbed on top, so that he could see if there was any damage to R2's astromech slot. It was clear upon second viewing that his little blue companion had been jettisoned into space before the jump to hyperspace started. Hopefully, that was the case. He was worried that the droid may have gotten stuck somewhere between the hyperspace route they used to get here, wherever here was. Skywalker looked over to his opponent's ship. All of his own senses were coming back to him at the moment. He was able to feel the immediate danger present on this planet. What or who it was, he was unsure. He looked at the ground and tried to think of a name for the system. It had to be Satos. In his mind, that seemed like the right answer, but he always did have a hard time with his social studies and geography classes. Regardless, he moved from the crashed yellow starfighter to the ancient weapon of the Sith Lord. One apparently without the caution of slowing down when one's opponent flips their engines off to counter. Anakin tried to see within the cockpit, but he couldn't see anything. There was no proof that his opponent was even alive. Chances are, he was, but inside the ship, there was nothing. He used the Force to shatter the window of the cockpit, but it continued to reveal that Revan had vanished. Skywalker got off the ship and stepped forward into the forest, avoiding the raging fires of the wreckage. Hopefully the locals would have a means of transportation off this planet. Anakin walked through the grounds of the forest, trying to track for any signs of Revan's presence. Anakin felt like he was being hunted, but something told him that it wasn't just the Sith Lord he arrived with. Anakin ran to a tree and slid in the dirt as he stopped next to it. His human hand slid down the bark of the tree. Part of him was hoping that he would catch a sense of Revan from doing this. The other part was hoping to connect with the planet and understand why it felt so dark. His eyes drifted around. The sun seemed like it was blocked out. Everything on this planet was red. Skywalker kept trying to piece everything together, running through survival instincts and geographical locations in the galaxy. What was close to Ord Cestus? He didn't know. It just felt like here is where he was meant to be. Is it possible that this planet housed someone familiar to him? Skywalker didn't know. He peered around the corner of the tree, looking for the sign of life. He could see bouncing silhouettes, but they weren't people. They were simply weeds sprouting up from the ground. Anakin sighed and took a deep breath, feeling his body slow down and trying to cement himself in his own inner peace. Anakin felt a sense of comfort rise, and he turned to run around the corner. Just as he moved, a red lightsaber slid past his eyes. He fell backwards and grabbed his own saber. Anakin looked up at the broken mask of Revan, one with a slit sliding down the right of his face. There was fury in his eyes, as Skywalker ripped his own lightsaber into action and jabbed forward, using all of his momentum from the ground to lift himself, and hopefully his opponent. Revan blocked the blade down, forcing Anakin to stumble before ever getting to his feet. He turned fully to the side and threw his hands up in front of him, as Revan sprang and jumped down, slamming his blades on Anakin's. While holding onto the edge of a lightsaber like a broadsword wouldn't help Anakin, he did use the Force to cushion his defense, holding the weapon as firmly as he could with both hands, one hovering below the lightsaber itself. He slid back, throwing a counter, but Revan was just too quick, sliding his weapon across his body and backhanding Anakin's weapon, before igniting another crimson blade. Anakin ducked away, sliding against a tree as Revan swung aggressively, cutting the tree into pieces and driving the other blade at the young Jedi Knight. Anakin recovered quickly, deflecting the first strike, sliding under the other, before driving his saber at Revan. The Sith countered, twisting his wrist awkwardly and blocking the strike precisely. They backed away from each other and slowly moved in a circle, like prey preparing to strike their hunt, except both of them were hunting the other. Anakin knew that in some form he was outclassed by the superior warrior, but he couldn't allow that thought to bog down his optimism. This fight, like any other, could be won. Revan could see the hesitation, all of his personal time preparing for Skywalker's demise, but this moment, right here, was where Revan could swing things back into his own control. All of their headhunting, and now they were stranded on this planet alone. This could be his chance to ensure his own Sith empire rose from the ashes. Revan swung one of his lightsabers around and held it in a reverse grip before extinguishing the other and holding out his hand. He told Anakin that he could join him. Skywalker's brows stiffened as he backed away from this vile combatant. He told Revan that they were not going to be friends. They never would be. Revan's eyes were filled with anger, only one of which Anakin could see. Revan told Anakin fiercely, his voice breaking on impact with the air, that he could have everything. This war didn't need to be fought. It could be won by him alone. His power was feared by the Sith. His potential was so immense that they wanted his head. Anakin grinned, telling Revan that if it meant he feared him more than anyone else, why would he be trying to make a deal right now if he wasn't afraid of losing? Revan took a deep breath, and his face contorted under the mask. He told Skywalker that this was his final chance for redemption, one final shot at ruling the galaxy by his side. Anakin raised his lightsaber to his chest and told Revan that there would be no negotiating. He would die today. Revan readied himself as Anakin prepared his own strike and swung in. Over Ord Kestis, CC-10 was spinning his starship around the bridge of the Sith destroyers. Malak had realized that they were finished here. Their chance for victory had been taken away from them. Sure, they could win without Revan, but in his own mind it'd be better to survive this battle with more forces than not. And with the Sith Lord gone, it was Malak's turn to try and seize the throne. Sacy was trailed by a number of Sith interceptors, and behind him flew into Tabre. Her blasters ripped through the Sith starships. Sacy was making this easier for her. She didn't have to worry about hitting the back of the ship, which gave her the opportunity to shred each of the fighters. Natabre sped away, reuniting with the Padawans, who were targeting a corvette that attempted to hit Republic bombers. Ahsoka and Zala dropped their torpedoes as the corvette's engines were busted open. The three Jedi spun around the flaming vessel, as Admiral Coburn gave the order to forward the three Star Destroyers. Their heavy cannons shredded the hulls of the Sith fleet. Now that they were no longer fighting a smaller force, Malak saw no realistic way to win this combat. He turned to the deckhand and ordered a full-blown retreat. The Sith tried to make their turnaround, but they were struggling with that. The older tech, despite holding its own in combat, needed a much wider turning radius, which allowed Coburn's destroyers to shred the hulls of their vessels. Malak ordered the fighters to hold off any Republic bombers, but with 4 Jedi in the field of fighter combat, it was nearly impossible for them to win their dogfights. Natabre led the charge with Sacy and the Padawans following tightly behind. They ripped through the few stragglers that were able to get past the Republic V-19s. The Jedi pilots slipped by and buzzed the bridge of the supporting destroyer. Just as they did, the vessel detonated from behind. Republic Star Destroyers were bearing down on the Sith fleet. Their fight was lost. Their forces hit their hyperspace levers and jumped away from the system. The Republic fighters gave the Sith survivors of the fight a chance to surrender, but every single one of them tried to slog their way out of it. None of them would survive. When the 4 Jedi got back to Admiral Coburn's flagship, being that they were now working in a temporary joint operation, they had no clue where Skywalker and the Sith he was connected with could have gone. Natabre's astromech had since informed her that one of the vessels had dropped in cabin pressure. One of those pilots was losing air inside their vessel. She, nor the droid, knew which one it was. This added a lot of extra stress to their case. They needed to figure out where they could have gone. Luckily for them, one of the captains inside the fleet was super obsessive about making a note of every little detail inside the fleet, combat, and any other operation, and he happened to notice the hyperdrives powering up. The captain told the rest of the Jedi and Republic forces that based on their trajectory, they could have had a short jump to Bodajef, Gwenene, Halmad, Wayland, Dathomir, or Terrace. However, due to their trajectory being towards the core, they could have gone as far as Hapes, Hawk, Chandrelia, or even Hosnian Prime. There was simply no way of telling how far they could have gone specifically. The captain was apologetic for not logging it sooner, because while he did note it, he wasn't able to get a full readout of the range of which the hyperspace would activate. Stacey told the Jedi to go. He and his fleet had survived the battle. They needed to maintain territory outside of Mandalore, and despite Anakin's trajectory being southwest, Mandalore was southeast. Natabre told Admiral Coburn to prepare the scouts, and her own personal hyperspace ring. He asked her which of the planets they were going to, and she pointed out a number of which the captain had noted. Ahsoka and Zala said that they would join her, and she declined. They were also instructed and ordered to stay put. They would find General Skywalker, but they could not afford to lose them too. The main fleet would drop into Sith territory, while support ships, like corvettes or light cruisers, would move to scout out planets that the Jedi and Sith could have been sent to. Inside the Red Forest, Anakin was back against another tree. They were trading blows, but Anakin was clearly outclassed here. He was struggling against the likes of the Sith Lord. There was still so much to learn, and he was fading fast. Skywalker dodged a strike before throwing his elbow into Revan's sternum and shoving it backwards. Anakin saw his opportunity and swung his lightsaber for Revan's head, but he ducked, tilting his head to his shoulder and using the awkward momentum to bring his leg up and kick Anakin square in the jaw. He stammered and turned around. Revan was back on his feet. This fight was impossible. 2 duelists slugging away at each other. Revan knew he could win, but the kid was resilient. He shuffled his lightsabers around and swung forward. Anakin blocked the strike and planted his foot into the ground and jumped back. No matter the raw physical strength, it was still impossible. Anakin spun away and Revan did too. They looked to each other and pointed their weapons at one another. One would come out on top of this. One had to. As they prepared to make their strikes again, the winded duelists could hear shuffling around them. A tribe of barbaric Zabraks pounced from the forested areas surrounding them, and the 2 opponents turned almost around robotically. They had a common foe now, and it wasn't each other. Anakin and Revan had a moment of realization following this action, but they both decided to remain focused on the Zabraks. The leader of the tribe didn't speak common, and he told them to surrender, and their deaths wouldn't be as painful. Or they could fight, and their deaths would be miserable. Anakin and Revan had no clue what the barbarian was saying, but to Revan, it totally cleared up the fact that they were on Dathomir. For Skywalker, he came to that conclusion a few short moments after Revan did. They readied their sabers, and Revan told Anakin that this temporary truce would last until they scared off these warriors. Anakin nodded, telling him that they'd win this together, then they would take a 15-minute break. Despite trying to be brooding and all Sith-like, Revan could appreciate the humor in that statement. They rushed in. The Zabraks may have not had lightsabers, but they were all warriors, and they threw their weapons at the Force users. Some of these were spears, pikes, axes, or sickles. Anything they really had to try and get their kills. Anakin extinguished his lightsaber and avoided these attackers by using his hands and legs to disarm them and knock them out. Revan saw this and thought it was pathetic. The Jedi all had so much power, but always resorted to the hardest way to accomplish things. Revan cut through some of the Dathomir weapons and then went for kills. But this also meant that more of the fighting force surrounded him, because he proved to be more deadly. whereas Anakin was fending off a multitude of Zabraks at the same time, just not as many. Anakin beat his opponents back, weaving between fighters and using all their own energy against them. As they were dueling, Anakin could hear shuffling from the trees above them, but he didn't have time to observe what it was. He simply was defending himself in a massive fist fight. He also used his metallic hand as an advantage. Nothing felt better than getting clobbered by pure metal. Behind him, Revan slung his lightsaber into a Zabrak's chest, before another one knocked the weapon from his hands, and right as he was about to counter with his remaining saber, he was put into a headlock. Anakin saw this from the corner of his eye as he kicked a Zabrak into another and took one by the shoulders, using all of his momentum and throwing him at Revan. It knocked the Zabrak holding Revan off of him and allowed the Sith to shoot electricity out of his hands. The Zabraks dropped to the ground, and right as Revan was about to grab his lightsaber, all the barbaric people ran into the forest. Revan looked at Skywalker and thanked him, telling the young Jedi that he'd take him up on his 15-minute break. Anakin smiled before he was electrocuted. Revan looked up, and he too was shocked until he fell to his knees unconscious. The last thing he saw were red cloaks stepping over an already unconscious Anakin Skywalker. The Republic forces weren't having any luck with their discoveries. They had hit numerous systems within the area, with support ships going as deep into the rim of the core as Null and Mirkur. Natabre had hit Bodojef and was sliding down towards Gweneni, as the main Republic fleet stopped down at Halmad. They were feeling hopeless, fearful that Skywalker had been consumed by space, as his ship's cockpit could have been the one that broke during his trip to wherever. Because Natabre was alone in this, she was starting to eat herself alive inside of her head. She was so focused on trying to find Anakin that she was starting to think about the unthinkable. Unlike the students who, hopefully, were with Coburn and Cody, she was fending off the demons inside of her head. Natabre simply couldn't afford to allow this train of thought to consume her. She forced these negative thoughts from her mind, telling herself that she simply hadn't found the right planet yet. As she detached from her hyperspace ring, she ignited the scanner and sped her ship down through the atmosphere of Gweneni. Her eyes closed and she felt through the Force, the promise of finding Anakin at the edge of her senses. The astromech inside of her vessel watched her without making a noise. He was plugged into the ship's scanner and he wasn't seeing any signs of recent activity from any vessels entering the system or any one of the planets within it. But they did a quick flyover, just to be sure the scanners weren't being derailed by some energetic illusion. Sometimes you just have to be sure, and for Natabre, she had to be sure. Handling Ahsoka and Zala would be incredibly difficult to do on her own, and even more than taking care of the students, there was the concern she had for herself. Worrying about losing the one true connection she had formed since her master's death was indescribable. Natabre focused and slowed down her heart. The anxiety of all of this had her chest thumping like the reactor of a Venator. She had to breathe, and that's what she did. Her eyes closed and she could feel life. At the moment, it was all life inside the cockpit. Her hands were firm around the control yokes. Her blood was moving through her veins. The astromech circuits were buzzing with life. Everything would be okay. She would find her friend, and everything would be okay. On Dathomir, Anakin and Revan woke up. They looked to the sides and they could see red boots surrounding them. Each of them had blurry vision, and they could hear a booming, echoing voice. Anakin snapped back immediately, believing that this was another nightmare with the ghastly individual he had seen numerous times. Revan reached for his lightsaber, but it was gone. The voice of the Great Mother herself stretched into their ears like a hypnotic hum. Their eyes looked up and they both met Talzin at the same time. She stood pridefully, mother of her clan, the great Night Sisters of Dathomir. Anakin no longer believed they were on Satos. This was real. They were real. Revan gritted his teeth, telling her that their race should have been extinguished upon their return. Talzin tilted her head towards Revan and raised her fingers delicately. As green mist washed out of her sleeve and embraced his skin, Revan started to reel as she told him to silence his mind. He wasn't who he thought he was, and his vitriol would not be tolerated here. Revan started to squirm as he felt his lips pressed shut without his will to stop it. The crawling under his skin was chilling to the bone, as it felt like Talzin was sewing his mouth shut with her witchcraft. The sizzling was unbearable as he tried to pull away. The mother looked to him and smiled, raising her finger to her lips and telling him to quiet himself. They would talk later. Anakin looked to Revan, whose eyes were nothing but panic. He turned back towards her and told her that he didn't come here to disrupt their way of life, The Republic didn't want to harm her. It was an accident. Talzin almost rolled her eyes as she stepped around the two warriors. She told him that she knew that. The Force was her guide. If they came here with malevolent intent, he would not have woken up. He asked her, then, why was he or they still alive? She expressed that there was something she wanted to understand. Anakin asked what, and she wanted to know about him. She could sense a great potential to the Force. Both of them had it to varying degrees. Talzin expressed that within their culture, they called it epilegmeno. The Jedi called it Chosen One, and the Sith had the term Sithari. She folded her hands together and said to each of them that throughout every generation, there were individuals meant to maintain balance in the Force. There were avatars of the Force, such as herself and Master Yoda. But Yoda in her mind was not just an avatar, he was a chosen one. However, she gestured to Skywalker. He wasn't just a chosen one, like the man beside him. He was something more, and she wanted to know. Anakin slipped out a few words, referring to himself as born of the Force itself. The Jedi called him that, but they didn't have much time to discuss that concept since the return of the Sith. She nodded her head. Her hand twisted ever so slightly, and two of the witches behind her turned around and walked away, though the two individuals did not notice this. She then switched her attention to Revan, telling him that he was like the boy, one that was meant to maintain balance but not to a greater degree. But that wasn't his path at the moment. He had been selected by a Sith Emperor to do his bidding. His work as a Jedi was not complete, and it was taken from him. She rolled her shoulders and told him to step forth, and told Skywalker that he was free to go. Anakin asked why, and she expressed that the Republic would maintain the status quo. She wasn't concerned with him. All she had was curiosity for her own well-being. Now that she had her questions answered, she wished him a fair journey ahead. Anakin nodded and got off his backside. One of the sisters handed him a lightsaber, and he thanked her. Before he left, he asked her where she was taking the Sith. Talzin stopped and told him that when they arrived, they came as adversaries. When they next met, they wouldn't be. She could guarantee that. He didn't ask a question, but his face showed it. She simply turned around, knowing a future Anakin would come to see. Anakin backed away as Revan was brought into the mouth of the cave, and disappeared into the shadows. Skywalker continued walking away until he got to the vessels that slammed down. Had he not been fearful of being hunted, he would have done this earlier, but now he was hoping for a chance to get into communication with the fleet. Hopefully they were still at Ord Cestus. The ships were heavily damaged, so it would take some ingenuity on his part. As he started to get to work, his mind pulsated. He felt his head and shook it off. Anakin's vision started to get cloudy, and he turned around. The forest was alive, but it felt like it was watching him. There was something or someone in there. This wasn't the Night Sisters or the Night Brothers. There was something evil lurking in that forest. What it was, he couldn't tell, but the constant chills rolling down his spine told him that he needed to work quickly. Inside the Dathomiri cave, Revan struggled. He was trying to break away. He was getting angrier and angrier. He wanted to try and break out of whatever kind of grip Talzin had on him, but he couldn't. A couple of the sisters who were holding his limp body tossed him onto an altar of sorts. Talzin held a small dagger, and he started to squirm, demanding to know what she was going to do to him. She looked down with annoyance as she told him to stop being so childish. This would only hurt for a moment. Assuming that he was about to die, he tried pushing away, until he felt just a tiny little prick on his finger. Talzin turned it around and squeezed gently, as she tossed a bit of powder into a mixing bowl. It poofed out with orange smoke as she started to speak into it. Revan asked her what she was doing, or why she was doing this. Talzin's ritualistic tone stopped, as she took a thick wooden spike and drove it into the bowl. Her eyes were poisonous green, and she looked down at him. Talzin expressed that in a galaxy controlled by the Sith, there were victors and survivors. In a galaxy built on trust, there were equals. She was not going to threaten her clan or her planet with survival. In trust, she wouldn't have to worry about surviving a genocide. He, without missing a beat, demanded to know what she wanted with him. She looked down and laughed. It was sad. He didn't know. So much of his fight had been for nothing, because it wasn't his fight. Revan, she called him by name. It was time for him to be reborn the way he was originally created. He tried to pull away, not understanding as she explained to him that a Sith Emperor had cursed him. His free will was an illusion. His existence was in the eye of the one who had cursed him, and in her power she would free him, so that trust could be shared between equals. Talzin lifted her hands and green mist rose from her robes and encircled the bowl as she thrusted her hand forward gently, waving her elongated nails towards Revan's face. He reeled, his body convulsing, as he wailed in fury, pain, and release. As the green mist entered his face, red and gray mist started to exit. The echoes of a Sith Talzin had never met abandoned Revan's body. He cried out in excruciating pain, his echoes bouncing off the walls of the cave before silence rose over the Dathomiri chamber. Revan's eyes opened, and they were pure. The green mist of the witches slipped out of his face, and what followed was white smoke. Talzin handed the bowl to his sister and folded her hands. In doing so, the restraints on Revan's body released, and he looked at her. She told him that he was free. He didn't know where he was or what had happened. Talzin promised an explanation, but his journey lay before him. A new path, a new chance to find his place in the ever-changing galaxy. As she said before, equality based on trust. Her only concern in this universe, or any universe, was the survival of her sisters and their clan. At the wreckage, Anakin continued to mess around with the controls. He was really struggling to find an answer. The materials had all cooled down from the burning fire that they were in the wreckage, and he was using his repair kit that was stored under his seat. But he was struggling to get the pieces to click. Luckily, the communication array on his own vessel wasn't completely destroyed, and sadly, all the technology from Revan's ship wasn't compatible with all the stuff he could work with. There were a couple of wires present that could be retrofitted, but he really didn't want to do that, mostly because it would take forever and the sun was starting to set on Dathomir. Anakin took a momentary break, setting up all the supplies he had and the dish he was working with. He knew there was a way to get this to function. It just was a matter of time. He set everything on the ground and dropped his hands to his hips as he started to pace around the wreckage. His eyes kept peering back over his shoulder. There was this sensation, one so uncomfortable and disgusting. It felt like he was being hunted, and he didn't care for it. When he wasn't looking over his shoulder, he was speaking to himself in a mumble. Well, if he could get the rotator to the back of the energy provider, no, wouldn't do that. The cords were broken or burnt. Anakin was getting frustrated. He knew there was a way to do this, but where was it? He got down on his knee and shuffled through the wires and pieces he had. Nothing here looked like it would work. He was so puzzled. Anakin flipped the device over, trying to see if he could get a better look. He had done this over and again, flipping it over, hoping that a light bulb would snap in his brain and help him put this entire thing back together. Skywalker found a piece, and just as he was about to get the wires and plug them in, he heard a twig snap. He jolted to his feet, his legs electrified, and his hand grabbed his lightsaber without even a hint of hesitation, but he didn't ignite it. His eyes scanned the darkness. The Dathomiri forest already looked like a haunted location, twigs and branches falling frequently. There weren't any leaves on any of the trees, and yet the forest, wind, made it look like demonized trees waving at him. Maybe that's why he couldn't concentrate this entire time? That and the fact that there was something off with Dathomir itself. It wasn't the Night Sisters or the Night Brothers. Both were gone due to his interactions with them. He knew it wasn't them. He could feel it. There is someone out there. Anakin rolled his shoulder and told them to come out and face him. Skywalker then thought maybe what Talzin said was true. Maybe Revan would become the ally he was looking for. He called out Revan's name but heard nothing. The weird thing is, the forest was alive. There were animals bickering to each other. Even as night started to crawl over the skies of the planet, there was still life. Anakin made a puzzled face as he turned to his sides, checking his flanks. He wished Natabri was here. His eyes focused back on the wreckage while he gripped his lightsaber. He couldn't have anything nice, as it turns out. Though, speaking of Natabri, he hadn't had much of a moment to think about her. She was probably worried sick. She likely split the fleet up. If only they knew how close to Orchestus he went. In his mind, getting home was all that mattered, so he turned his focus into the project he was working on. He picked up right where he left off, put everything together as quickly as he could. As he threaded the wires to the device, he smiled. Wait. Anakin felt a chill roll down his spine. Someone else was here. and then when he made the connection, the forest went still. The animals chirping, silence from their conversations, and the howling of delicate wind passing through every branch, now dead. Anakin's blue lightsaber ignited, and the haze covered his body. His eyes scanned the entire forest until he saw a silhouette. He called out Revan's name, demanding that he stand down. But when a crimson lightsaber ignited, one that was double-bladed, he couldn't help but note that this wasn't Revan. Anakin raised his own weapon to his chest, demanding that the individual reveal his identity. The cloaked individual wore a hood over his head, so nothing was identifiable to Anakin. All he could see was the double-bladed saber, and the dark shadow of the cloak that hovered behind it. Without a word being spoken, Anakin readied himself as a creature approached him. They were at a distance, which allowed this hooded acolyte to gain speed. Anakin knew that to counter this, he needed to charge in as well. By the time he started, his opponent was up to full speed, and lunged into the air, his hood floating off in the wind, and Anakin's eyes opened in complete shock as he dove for the ground. Naturally, he wouldn't have done that, but he couldn't believe who it was. As he rolled across the dirt of the Dathomiri ground, he looked back and saw golden teeth, as Darth Maul slammed his boot down on all of Anakin's hard work. Skywalker demanded to know how he had survived. Maul's vile voice cut through the air like a dagger, telling his opponent that his survival was not of his concern. He was only here for Skywalker. Anakin knew that it meant Maul had returned with the Sith Empire. That had to have been the case. He raised his saber and told his opponent that he was here to finish what Kenobi started. Maul laughed, telling Skywalker that his former teacher didn't start anything. Instead, it would be he who finished off Kenobi's Jedi lineage with the death of Anakin. Skywalker rolled his eyes. How many Sith wanted him dead? There were too many to count by this point, but he raised his saber. Maul grinned, stepping in a circle to match Anakin's movement. Their weapons were ready. All it took was the first individual to make their strike. Skywalker took a deep and heavy breath. He could do this. He rolled his saber into his hands and swung forward aggressively. Their blades connected. Maul had obviously been planning for this moment, but so had Skywalker. Their blades danced in the darkness, red and blue illuminating the exterior of the dead forest. Anakin avoided strikes made by Maul, but he much preferred his odds here. He jabbed at Maul, who parried, spinning his sabers in a ferocious circle before driving them towards the Jedi. Anakin slipped back, knocking one end of the staff into the ground, before countering aggressively. Skywalker could see his moment here. He charged in. Maul backed up perfectly, countering by knocking forward left, right. The Jedi Knight leapt backwards to avoid what would have been a critical strike. This wasn't the same Maul he had trained against. Someone was teaching him how to master the blade, because everything Anakin had spent his adolescence inside the temple training against had changed drastically. He watched Maul's movements and readied himself. Maul kicked the ground and spun away, giving Anakin the slip, as Skywalker jabbed at the ground, but he had to slip back as he took a deep cut within his flesh, before Maul doubled back. He smiled at Anakin, who harnessed his anger for a short moment, steadying himself and rushing in. Maul prepared his parries, but Skywalker came with such force that his double-bladed saber was broken in half. Maul was able to hold on to one of the blades, as he reverse-gripped the saber and defended himself from losing his legs once again. Anakin slid across the ground and turned around, raising his saber. Maul smiled. As he prepared to strike again, a bright light blinded him as a green lightsaber ignited. He turned his head over and tried to defend himself as the blade hit the ground and sent the shockwave outwards. Maul was lifted off of his feet and tumbled across the forest floor. He looked over and rose from the ground, pulling his other saber into his hand with the force. He could see one Jedi starfighter and 2 Jedi. How interesting. He smiled and told Skywalker that the next time they met, he wouldn't be so lucky to be saved. His sabers extinguished, and he stepped backwards, vanishing into the darkness of the forest. Anakin looked over to Natabre with a joyous expression, saying that she found her, and she nodded her head with a soft smile, but her eyes were focused on the forest. The trees and animals all came back to life with a quiet hum. He told her that they were safe now. She asked how he knew, and he told her that the forest became quiet when he returned. Natabre extinguished her saber just as Anakin did. She asked him if that was who she thought it was. He nodded. It was Darth Maul. How or why, he didn't know, but somehow Maul had returned. She frowned. That wasn't good. She pointed at the crash site, asking if it was Maul who came from that. And Anakin shook his head. Revan must have thought he died, because it was a firestorm. However, it seemed as if Maul had come here from somewhere else. It didn't seem like he was corresponding with the rest of the Sith Empire. She nodded. All right. Calling out to her astromech and telling him to contact the fleet and bring them some support. The two of them would keep their eyes pinned on the forest until their reinforcements arrived. Because Talzin had promised a future alliance, Anakin left behind a Republic starfighter. Its weapon systems were disabled, but it did have a hyperdrive. It was going to get scrapped anyways, so if Revan was going to indeed become an ally, then there was his ship. Inside the flagship, over the planet, Anakin would receive medical treatment for a wound that wouldn't heal. For whatever reason, it wouldn't stop being open. The odd thing is, despite the cut through his flesh being vile, it didn't bleed. It just hung open, which forced Anakin to continuously have to wrap it and change it to avoid an infection. Medics couldn't figure out what it was, and Anakin started to become concerned with what this meant for him. On Dathomir, Darth Maul walked through the forest, a chain of silence following his movement, until he reached a cave. He spoke to himself in a murmur, before slipping past some disjointed rocks. There was a deep blue light emanating from the chambers themselves. Maul got on one knee and told the individual by the altar that it was finished. The individual laughed quietly, before such a laugh became a thunderous echo. Our season continues inside the command center of Valkoran's flagship. He was hearing reports from across the galaxy, and the newest one was information surrounding the Republic Star Destroyer, a massive vessel that could take on an entire fleet by itself. The Sith Emperor listened to the report as he placed markers on his holomap. He was identifying where each fleet of destroyers was at. This was becoming problematic. If the Sith Empire wanted to win, they needed to store the Deliberation in the corner and find the Star Forge. Nothing indicated from scout reports to long-range scanners to Sith victories that the Republic was capable of raising a military force like this naturally. The Star Destroyers that were constructed had to have been products of the Star Forge. While Valkoran couldn't neglect the intelligence of the Republic, he did admit that the model of the destroyer, at least ones that he had seen, were not of Republic design. The Republic ships had colors on them. Most of the colors were red or they had symbols of the Republic Navy, but these destroyers did not. In theory, this meant that someone from the ranks of the Sith had created these monsters. Valkoran believed that these were designs that belonged to Exar, which meant that his foolhardy decision to leave the Forge undefended before his untimely death led to these events. Valkoran knew that in order to win this war, the Sith needed more cunning strategies, but they also needed larger vessels. According to Malik's report from Or Kestis, the Republic fleet was domineering. They didn't even make it a fair fight. There was a present fleet, and it held its own, but the Star Destroyers were total game changers, and even more than that, one of the most brilliant tacticians in the Sith military was lost during the combat. This led Valkoran to become irritated. Revan was of course a means to an end, even in his own mind, but this needed to be stopped here. Valkoran had his command crew scan areas around the perimeter of Sith territory. He wanted to face one of these fleets head-on and alone. He didn't like this talk. So much of Valkoran's vitriol towards Exar Kun had come from Exar's decision to go out alone, because his superior strategy would bring the Sith Empire victory. Well, the key difference here is Valkoran was actually going to win for the Empire. He wasn't in this for himself, yet. Everything was timing, and if the Republic got their morale back, then they could make their push to the industrial planets of Corellia and Kuat. Allowing these two planets back into full Republic control would be detrimental to the Sith Empire. The Emperor walked lightly across the floors of his vessel, and spoke delicately to the engineers within the ship. They turned their attention to him, and they listened to every word he said. The Sith Emperor wanted them to study the Republic Star Destroyer. He then wanted them to come up with modifications. If it meant constructing the same thing or something larger, then do it. They, on the other hand, would be chasing down a Republic fleet and finding themselves their own destroyer. With the Eastern Quadrant holding off Sith advancements on Mandalore, Valkoran decided that it was time to move down through the middle of the Inner Rim. All the success seen by his children and other Sith in that area would encourage the Republic to levy support into that territory. Naboo had fallen recently to Lord Dassalas. Not to mention, Nihilus' maintaining of Thyfera could encourage the Republic to counter with their own. One of Valkorn's strategists asked him if it was a good idea to move from their current location over Coruscant or not, and he told them it was. The Republic entrenched themselves between Kuat and Corellia would never make an offensive move. They didn't have the backing of a main fleet, and they didn't have long-range support to funnel troops through to get to a successful victory in the core. Sure, they could win a short-term battle here or there, but even Republic strategists weren't ignorant enough to sacrifice their forces for a temporary morale boost within the core. They had held off attacks for the entirety of the war, and after losing the third of their trifecta, it wouldn't be worth diving into Sith territory, even if they moved their entire fleet to do it. Valkorn was going for the throat. This was their chance to reclaim victory for themselves. If they got the chance to take a counselor with them, then that would make this movement even more pertinent. If not, no worries. Through hyperspace, the Sith forces prepared their weapons and their strategies. Valkorn told the deckhands to ready their minds. This battle would test everything they had. They had inferior technology, and to achieve victory, they required minds of steel, so that they could face the inferno of battle. Instead of trying to hit a planet across the mid-rim, where a lot of combat had been seen, Valkorn was hoping to catch the Republic off guard a little lower, closer to the outer rim, which is where they were heading. The fleet dropped out of hyperspace over a blue orb, and per Valkorn's beliefs, they found what they were looking for. He readied himself. His hand trembled with excitement. He was going to be doing something a little uncharacteristic for himself here. Valkorn planned on entering one of these Star Destroyers. After all, they needed to bring it back to Coruscant so that it could be studied. Before the battle started, he asked for an update from the engineers on his bridge, and they said they had some ideas, but they would wait until the battle was finished, just to certify their technological decisions, and the implications they might have or might not have on building one of these monsters. Valkorn could see from the viewport inside of his bridge that the Republic fleet was not ready. As he had already figured, many of these newer vessels were not prepared for combat because the Republic wanted to keep them a secret. Now that the secret was out of the box, it was clear that they should have been using their weapons more aggressively. At one point or another, Republic High Command should have assumed that they'd lose these precious destroyers. Valkorn knew that these vessels carried long-range cannons. However, they appeared to be, in contrast to the Venators, Acclimators, and Arquentans, weaker to fighter assaults. They were simply designed for ship-to-ship combat, which for the Republic didn't make a whole lot of sense, further proving that the blueprints for these ships were crafted by a Sith. Valkorn called down to the hangar bay and ordered every single one of his fighters out of it. The Republic would wait them out, and the best way to counter that was weakening their own approach. The Sith Emperor dispersed his fighters into the left and right of the flank, leaving the entire fleet defenseless to fighter assaults down the middle, whether it came from bombers or starfighters. They had point defense systems, corvettes, and light cannons, but that was about it. Valkorn had a plan here. He watched the Republic confusedly react by depositing their fighters into the field, but not sending them in. The Sith Emperor just wanted to get an idea of what he was working with here. As he scanned the Republic lines, he could see the placement of which these Star Destroyers were at. The Admiral brilliantly laid these ships in the middle of their flank, surrounded them with Venator carriers and acclimators. The Republic was begging whoever their opponent was to come in after them, and Valkorn took this dare as a game. He folded his arms and looked at the field of battle. He called to quadrants and told the crew to open fire. They were out of range, but they listened. The heavy cannons unloaded shots that trailed off until vanishing. Valkorn continued to fire on nothingness for a solid minute, before the cannons completely turned off. He looked back at the crew, demanding 3 corvettes to move forward. They would be opened for an attack, and that was the point. What point, many of the deckhands didn't know, but he wanted to make sure no one knew except for him. It was all one piece on a board, and the Republic would continue trying to counter, without actually doing so. Valkorn called up his battleship from the far left flank of the fleet, and directed it across the entire battlefield, going from left to the far right. As the ship got midway across the fleet, he called 2 destroyers from the right, and told them to mimic the battleship, but go to the left. As he did this, the battleship was ordered to open fire, again being out of range. The Republic fleet continued to remain motionless. Valkorn stood silently, patiently analyzing the Republic. He continued the ruse, sending another couple ships out and restructuring the entire layout of the fleet as he did. In the process, he continued to pepper the outer edge of the Republic fleet with warning shots, nothing actually reaching the fleet itself. However, the Republic fleet was reacting to what Valkorin was giving them. He smiled, just a little. It wasn't much, but there was a sense of cynicism within it. He could sense the unease, the fear, and he was feeding off of it. The Sith Emperor released his grip of his arms and they fell lifelessly to his sides. His eyes scanned his fleet as the flagship started to drift forward to the hole left behind just for him. As they entered, after about 30 minutes of apparent military exercises, the wider fleet started to move forward. Not only did Valkorin change the entire makeup of the fleet to match what the Republic was giving him, but he gave the Republic new targets to focus on. This entire process was actually stressful for the Republic, but they had time to call for reinforcements, which is exactly what they did. The Admiral had a smaller fleet, albeit a more powerful one than the Sith, but he was anxious. This movement was odd. It didn't follow the ebb and flow of traditional tactics, even by ancient Sith standards. The Republic fleet prepared itself. Their entire formation remained the same, and Valkorin started to surround it. By spreading the fleet up and giving the Republic new targets to focus on, the combat began. This started with the exchange of pot shots. They didn't do extravagant damage. Simply put, these two forces were engaging with each other and trading simple blows. As the attack fleet approached the heavy barrage of the entire Republic fleet, the fighter force was deployed by the Admiral. As a countermeasure, Valkorin did nothing. He allowed the Republic to reign free over the battlefield. The Sith fleet was armed with point defense systems that would catch around 84% of the damaging shots. Those unlucky enough to be killed were fighting for the greater good of the Empire. The Republic became fully engaged with the Sith fleet. All focus and firepower were on their heavy weapons, and it was at this notion that Valkorin unleashed the trap. The Defense Admiral focused on everything Valkorin gave him, and had already forgotten about the fighter force. The Sith Emperor had spent the longer part of the past hour distracting the Admiral, throwing different formations, marching in, firing pot shots, trading blows, and a full-on engagement. Of course, the Admiral and the deckhands had considered the fighters, but each step of this apparently flawed strategy was to deceive. A Sith wins through deception and pure strength. It was something Valkorin truly understood, and his forces handled the entirety of the Republic. It was a painfully aggressive assault, and the range that the Star Destroyers had made their mark before the Sith fleet could even open fire and actually hit a target. And now, within full range of these vessels, the Sith Emperor was desperate to pull this victory out. As per his instruction, the Venators and other support ships were the main targets of the full fleet, in other words, destroyers and flagships. This worked in their favor, as the Sith fighter force sped in behind the Republic fighter force after waiting patiently for the past hour. The Republic had very little to counter. All the main ships designed for stopping fighter assaults were damaged decently or heavily, and aside from a few lucky vessels, the Republic fleet was completely caught flat-footed. This wasn't to say that Valkorin's own fleet wasn't hurting, but he was focused on enemy losses, not allied ones. If his men died, then they would die for the rise of an empire. They would die for something far greater of value than any one of their individual insignificant lives. Valkorin knew they understood this. Sith fighters sprayed the sides of Republic vessels, as the bombers darted around the edges of Venators and unloaded everything they had into the Republic destroyers. These massive ships of the line were almost completely defenseless to this kind of assault, and Valkorin saw it early. The Republic tried to react by sending everything they had after the main fleet, and sure, this was devastating for the Imperial forces, but the counter would make each and every sacrifice worth it in the eyes of Valkorin. With the entire Republic fighter force stuck harassing the Sith fleet, they couldn't return to the Republic fast enough. When the Admiral called his fighters back, he exposed each and every single one of them to getting clipped by heavy cannons. It was a total mess, and because most of the support ships for the Republic were heavily damaged, the Sith fighters could afford to break off their assault on the capital ships and focus on the dogfights that lay right ahead of them. The bombers themselves were told to save one target for the Emperor, which is exactly what they did, only disarming the shields that protected the main hangar bay. Valkorin saw that this was an opening, and he gave his fleet orders to approach. They continued to pour somewhat out-of-range firepower into the Republic lines. The closer the still larger Sith fleet got, the more damage they did. The Star Destroyers were without any true form of defense against the bombers. The heavy cannons couldn't focus on the approaching fleet and the fighter harassment at the same time. It was a horrible situation, and the Admiral could tell that this Sith Lord wanted to try and steal one of these destroyers. So he told the men to guard the hangar bays. He would prepare a detonation device in case they couldn't secure the vessel. The Republic fleet started to shatter, the closer the Sith got. And with Venators and Arquentans and Acclimators ripping apart without their shields, the Sith Emperor was able to exit his flagship with the cover of gunships, corvettes, and fighters. The Admiral of the Republic fleet could see it coming, and he prepared everyone for what would be their greatest test of this battle. There were a couple fighters that attempted to hit Valkoren's shuttle, but they either collided with another Sith fighter or they were picked off by the gunships. It was tight, and no one would get through. When the Sith breached the hangar bay on the still semi-functional Star Destroyer, the Sith fleet began to tear through what little remained and began taking up defense positions for the Sith Emperor, so that he could secure this Star Destroyer. Sith troopers entered the hangar bay and immediately were under fire from the Republic clone troopers. Men of a legion that allowed their boys to color their armor started to fight back. They fired into the hulls of the gunships, as Sith troopers exited them and started to fire everything they had in the clone lines. Thanks to the additional time, similar in essence to the space battle, the clones were able to set up temporary ramparts that worked to perfection. Sith troopers were running down their ramps and getting obliterated by blaster fire the second their boots tapped the ground at the hangar bay. There were a couple clone troopers that were killed, but for the most part, it was like shooting slugs in a barrel. The men of the Republic fought with their hearts. Inside the Sith Emperor's shuttle, he felt excitement. His flowing, pure robes were prepared for this. He stepped forward and readied himself to exit the shuttle. When the ship landed, its landing gears were clipped, and it tilted to the side and slammed down. The guards were quick to their Emperor's side, but he held his hand up. He was fine. His eyes glared towards the exit, which shifted open. The guards understood, and they ran forward into the blaster fire. The Sith Emperor slipped out of the opening and stepped into the fray. Blaster fire whizzed by his head, and he watched the chaos unfold. It was like slow motion to him. His men were getting dropped rapidly, and he simply watched them fall. His eyes moved back to the clone lines, and he tilted his head to avoid a shot that would have domed him in the head. How funny that would have been, he thought. Some random clone killing him in an unnecessary landing party. He didn't need to be here, but so infrequently did he get to enjoy the pleasantries of being a true master of darkness. His hand raised ever so slightly from his waist, and he ripped ramparts of the floor off the ground, and sent it tumbling towards the edges of the hangar bay, leaving the clones easy pickings. One could say he didn't care about his troopers, based on his space battle sacrifices, but his being here saved countless of their lives. Loyal individuals who, despite his aggression in the space battle before this, had joined his men on the front lines to secure their final victory. Morale was high among the troopers, but now it was even higher. The Sith forces ran forward, charging the clone lines and opening fire on retreating clones. While the Republic troopers were certainly elite, even in Valkoren's mind, he couldn't help but laugh at their little feet running away. They were like slave children in the Jedi's war to restore the galaxy. How ironic. He walked forward at a slow pace as his men chased the clones into the corridors. The men of the Republic tried to seal the Sith out of the rest of the ship, but Valkoren simply used the Force to hold the blast doors open so his guard could run in and execute the few unlucky clones who hadn't run for cover. Valkoren gave the men one simple order as they funneled through the opening. He told them that there were no prisoners, only trophies. Execute each and every single member of this crew. It did not matter if they were Jedi, clone, military personnel, or citizen. If they were a prisoner of war, kill them too. He was here for total victory, and nothing would stop in his way. Valkoren entered the corridors, and he could hear clones calling for backup. Their flanks were being overrun. With the hangar falling to Sith control, more gunships landed, and more troopers ran through the ship, assisting their allies on the front lines of this assault. So yes, of course, they would be overrun. Valkoren loved the simplicity of this brilliant strategy. As his boots kicked dead clone bodies and his cape drifted over lost souls, he felt the rising of darkness from within his own soul. It felt so good, and he chased the thrill of such a victory. It was sitting here, right before him. His eyes looked over the corridors. They were emptying out. Clones were trying their best to hold the line, but they couldn't stop the Sith push. Valkoren prepared to enter an elevator so he could get up to the bridge, but when the doors opened, the lifts dropped. Their wires had been snapped. It seemed like the clones preferred that Valkoren get his cardio in, and Valkoren was not a fan of getting his cardio in. He would take the stairs if that's what the clones wanted. Well, it was certainly what they wanted, wasn't it? The Admiral didn't want to detonate his Star Destroyer. He was still firing on the Sith Empire with the turbo lasers. That is until the Sith deactivated the weapon core inside the reactor. The Admiral was going to try and make a retreat, but the engines had been manually restarted, which meant this ship wasn't going anywhere until the Republic forces got the engines turned back on. This also meant that the Admiral ensured that there was only one way to capture the ship. The only way to the bridge was through the impossible stairwell. Instead of having to converge through multiple hallways or use the elevators and get massacred upon entry, the Admiral used his most cunning tactic in this entire battle. Sure, there was a Sith Lord with the Empire, but even this would kill the luckiest of dark side wielders. As Valkorin opened the door to the stairwell, a bundle of 5 or 6 clones opened fire at him, and by subtly raising his hand, he caught their blaster fire with the Force, before launching it backwards and eviscerating the clones with their own shots. Valkorin smiled to himself before stepping up the stairs, without even looking. He knew what came next. He raised his hand and started to choke a couple other clones that were ready to shoot him in the back of the head. He felt their lives wither out under his fingers, until, snap, their lives vanished, and their bodies dropped to the ground. Valkorin turned around. Not even the first set of stairs finished, and a wave of droid poppers filled the air. He threw his hand up and launched these droid poppers up into the air, electrocuting the next few floors of clones. They couldn't use full-blown explosives. That was exactly how they would lose their ship and destroy the bridge, and even potentially danger the rest of the crew. Valkorin could sense it as well. Each of these men, prior to him entering, felt like they could win this, when in reality, the Sith Emperor knew that only he would win this. As he ascended the stairs, some of the electrocuted clones started to get up, so he twisted their necks and passed by. Others he electrocuted until their souls vanished. Valkorin was a true threat, and there would be no stopping him from achieving total victory here. Valkorin slid past each defense, even for his own pure amusement, directing the clones to fire on each other. One child soldier killing another lifelong brother. How pathetic. Valkorin didn't have a care in the galaxy as he slowly rounded the final corner and exited through the stairwell at the top. Clones surrounded the area at the top of the stairs, and as Valkorin exited, they all prepared to fire their blasters. But he wasn't going to just let them shoot him on sight. His hands raised with presence and speed, in an effort to extract their lives painfully and slowly, he used the Force to drain their entire essences. The clones cried out in agony as each and every single one of them dropped. The blast door had even been closed in front of him. How adorable. Even the admiral of the ship didn't know his best men wouldn't survive this fight. Before he entered the bridge, he got a communication. His guard had rounded up the last of the clones and their commander. Valkorin told them to do what they must, and the guards did so, electrifying their pikes and executing each and every single last one of the standing clones. Shame, too. The clones surrendered under the faith that their captors might let them live. Valkorin thrusted his hand forward and bent the door in. He could have broken it first try, but why not scare the clones a little more? He did it once more, as a couple of the terrified officers or clones fired a blast or two at the door, every time it creased. Valkorin enjoyed it. He thrived off their terror. He could feel it coursing through their bodies, and he told them all that it could just end if they let him in. He could sense the few individuals who believed he would promise them life. He never would, but it was adorable to feel their hope rise, and then dwindle as they realized that they were stuck. They were never going to get out, and upon such realizations, at the end of their hope being wasted, the doors were bashed down and pieces of it slammed into clones. The shrapnel of the door cut through armor and skin. Some of the survivors wailed on the floor, as the Admiral and his few surviving men opened fire at Valkorin, who looked at them as if they were bugs sitting on his skin, pestering him with their inferno buzzing. He snapped the life away from each and every last individual, except for the Admiral. He wanted to savor every last second of this. Valkorin didn't know when he might see conflict again, especially after securing this vessel. So he crushed the Admiral's pistol in his hands, and the man moved his fingers to press the ignition switch on the detonation device. And Valkorin laughed. These children never learn. The man's fingers flung backwards, each and every single one of them. The Admiral wailed in pain as his thumb bent over the side of his wrist, and his trigger finger bent to the middle of the back of his hand. Valkorin told him, no more games. The man held his hand in agony, as the Sith Emperor slowly walked up to him, and wrapped his arm around the Admiral's shoulder, twisting him and forcing him to walk with him. It was terrifying. Every second felt longer than the one that came before it. Valkorin told the Admiral to look down. All these dead men and troopers were on his breath, his orders. But that wouldn't compare to what would happen to the Republic, the citizens of the galaxy, and to everything he knew and ever loved. The Admiral squeezed out a few words calling Valkorin a monster, to which the Sith Emperor agreed. He was a monster, one that would use his technological terror constructed by the Republic to be the foundation of the new and improved Sith military. The Admiral grinned in amusement, telling Valkorin that he would never have the power of the Forge. Without it, he could continue building, but the Republic would dominate. Valkorin grinned, a fire in the man's heart. It was at least something. He patted the Admiral gently on the shoulder and told him that his heart was more than the combined hearts of the souls he killed on his way to the bridge. He should at least die with pride knowing that he wasn't fearful, just stupid. Valkorin pulled his hand to the Admiral's head and twisted, feeling the snap and then releasing. He didn't even watch the body drop to the ground. As it did though, men from his attack squad entered the bridge and prepared the controls. Within minutes, the engines, reactor, and core were fully back online. Valkorin ordered the men and the fleet to make a return to Coruscant. It was time to build them the future. Before the Sith Empire could fully abandon Christophsis, scanners of the Star Destroyer started to buzz. One of the guards called out, telling the Emperor that the Republic had arrived. Tragic. They would know of this thievery. That was something he could live with though. The fleet drifted forward and the Republic tried the chase, but it was too late. The Sith Empire departed into hyperspace. With the Sith Empire leaving the planet with the Star Destroyer, Jedi Master Adi Gallia would quickly call together the Jedi that she could. Her focus was singularly on getting someone into Sith territory. The battle over Christophsis was a sign that the Sith were not going to play nice anymore. The stalemate between battle lines had been broken. Master Gallia initially believed that the Republic was in imminent danger of a multi-sided campaign, but Mace looked at the situation and was convinced that this threat wasn't the one they needed to be worried about. Sure, he did agree. A strengthening of defenses would go a long way in ensuring the protection of Republic territory. But this was far more terrifying than that. The Sith Empire came to Christophsis for one objective, the Star Destroyer. Mace acknowledged that many of the other Jedi could agree with this. Ever since the activation of the Destroyer program, Jedi had been seeing more success, even admirals and captains. Many nodded their heads over the hologram in agreement. Mace believed that this was the rise in something far more horrifying. The Sith Empire wanted to manufacture their own counter. It was no surprise that technological differences had been aiding the Republic, despite the vast size of the Sith Empire. However, a constant struggle for the Republic was their firepower. Every ship in their arsenal was built for carrying troops, supplies, and/or fighters. It wasn't until the introduction of the RSD that they utilized the full extent of their military power. The Sith were struggling, but they were maintaining, simply due to militaristic numbers and vessels actually prepared for war. But when the Republic added such a powerful vessel, it upset the status quo of this war. Gallia asked what Master Windu was suggesting. He held his chin and thought for a moment. Tarkin called out from over the hologram, telling the Jedi that it meant the Sith were going to construct weapons of mass destruction, far greater than anything the Republic had. They could do it because with that destroyer, they could understand its greatest weaknesses, while also building something that could become a fleet wrecker. Another officer called out, asking where they could gather the manpower, supplies, or even shipyards necessary to do that. And Windu calmly but also timidly said the name Coruscant. It was the only location in the galaxy where the Empire had a strong foothold, and without any true threats having a chance at making it into Coruscant airspace, they had the ability to build the Nightmare Fleet, the one fleet that could completely eradicate the Republic on every level. Adi Gallia asked what they should do, and Mace said that they needed to send a commando unit to Coruscant immediately. Who would go? Tarkin couldn't believe the Jedi were proposing a bunch of commandos go in and do this. The Tython 4 were renowned for their work, but sending them into no man's land was simply stupid beyond comprehension. Mace snapped back. He was sick and tired of Tarkin's unrelenting questioning of every little thing the Jedi did. He told Tarkin to sit down for a hot moment and get his head out of his afterburner. This was a joint operation. The more time he wasted bickering with command structure, the less time they would have to stop the development of a super weapon. Windu asked if Tarkin had any strategic analyst to add to the conversation. 1, 2, 3 seconds of silence passed by, and Windu affirmed that Tarkin didn't have anything to say, telling the captain to silence his mind while they tried to stop the galaxy from ending. Mace called over to Admiral Coburn and asked for his coordinates. He gave them. Windu paused for a moment. Tarkin really wanted to say something, and right as the bitter and petty response tapped on the edge of his tongue, the Master of the Order spoke up. He asked Anakin and Natabre if they'd be willing to go to Coruscant. Chances are they wouldn't be able to get in with anything larger than a shuttle, so they could go with troopers or by themselves. The 2 Jedi, a galaxy away, looked to each other, and then to their students. Ahsoka and Zala would not be going with them. Their eyes landed on each other again, and then Natabre spoke up, informing Master Windu that they could be there within the planetary rotation. He thanked the 2 young Jedi, informing them that they would try and get them reinforcements, if anything. They appreciated the thoughtfulness, as he turned his attention to the rest of Republic High Command. He ordered them to stay ready. This would be their most desperate fight. They must work together accordingly. They would win this war. Over Coruscant, Lord Valkorn's new Star Destroyer docked with the shipyards. He walked out and stepped through the corridors as his guard marched by his side. From an adjacent corridor, where his flagship was docked, a bundle of Imperial engineers ran up to him. The same ones from before the Battle of Christophsis. They told the Sith Emperor that they found some mild enhancements for their future ship at the line. He smiled and asked to see them. The group of Sith marched their way into the main bridge of the shipyard. Everyone on deck stood up as the engineers placed their devices into the table and a multitude of holograms popped up. Valkorn looked at them with great joy. This would certainly do fine. He could see all of this coming together, and truthfully, it was beautiful. There were a number of designs that he really liked. His arms were crossed with one hand rubbing his beard. Which one of these designs had everything he wanted? The engineers explained that while they could just replicate the Star Destroyer, it would take time for them to fully download the blueprint. They had an individual working on that as they spoke. But each of these models were exponentially larger. The difficulty of doing the larger models, as Valkorn knew, is that they would take a lot more time, and their slave force in the core was starting to become resistant. Valkorn told the engineers to deposit the ideas, and any other refined ones into his personal throne. He wanted to now get a status update on the surface combat. The engineers nodded their head, unplugging each of the devices, as Valkorn told one of them to stop. He told them to belay his previous orders. They turned their heads back to him, and he pointed at one of the designers. The engineer looked at his hard work. He smiled at the personal acceptance he might receive. Valkorn asked for the name of his design, and he called it a Resurgent. Valkorn nodded his head approvingly, and asked for more specific specs. The individual rushed through, tripping over dials and fumbling himself out of a desire to get it done as quickly as possible for the Emperor. All of this panic continued until he felt a chilling hand land on his shoulder. He looked over into Valkorn's eyes, and he told the engineer to do it delicately. This was not a race. He only wished to see the design. The man took a deep breath and slowly pulled up his half-finished blueprints. They were glorious. The ship was larger than the RSD. It also had built-in ventral cannons and numerous surface cannons meant to protect the ship from starfighters. Valkorn poked at the hologram, which opened up and showed the hangar bay space. The design was simple, practical, and it made a lot more sense. The Resurgent refined every attribute of the RSD, except it was larger, had stronger shields, heavier weapons, and more hangar bay space and use of hangar bay space than the RSD. These vessels might be the perfect way to counter the Republic. He asked for the information on how they could construct it, or how they wouldn't. The engineer expressed that he wasn't fully finished with everything. He highlighted some of the specifics he knew the Sith Empire could use as a perfect counter to the Republic war strategy. Valkorn turned to the guards and told them to escort this engineer back to the throne room. They had much work to discuss, following his briefing of surface combat. The guard shuffled forward as the engineer grabbed his data disk and followed Valkorn's most loyal subjects. The Sith Emperor turned his attention to the deck officer, who stepped forward and pulled up a hologram of the surface. He expressed that the troopers had broken through a breach on the far west side of the Senate District. It was where they uncovered that there was something more. Apparently, there were other Jedi survivors on the planet. They were holding out hope for the people. Those enslaved weren't working because they believed the Jedi would save them. The officer noted that these Jedi attacks were becoming more frequent. Either their order had gained new allies, or they were preparing for some sort of uprising. Valkorn asked for more details, and the officer explained. that ever since their last deployment, the underworld dwellers had gone silent. This wasn't because of victory. Their ramparts had been booby-trapped, and there was no feasible way for the Sith Empire to break into their territory without losing all their men. Valkorin sighed. This would be impossible. He did suggest a counter, though. If they could break through one of the portals, they could start to bombard everything. The officer agreed. However, he was concerned with Valkorin's interest in Coruscant. Why waste, or, for a better use of words, why use resources on the sewer dwellers from the capital? Valkorin explained that their hope, their fury, is what kept Coruscant an impossible location to defend for the Sith. If they wanted to fully construct the resurgent fleet here, then they needed to have a subservient population. He told the officer that they required control over the locals. If they could enforce slavery on them, then building these super weapons could be fundamentally easier. Even more than that, if they could extinguish hope in the heart of the galaxy, their war with others outside of the core would become much easier. The officer nodded his head. They would prepare the destroyers for orbital bombardments. Bombers would be prepared for bombing runs on known resistance outposts. Valkorin smiled. The beginning of the end for the Republic was nigh. Our season continues in the atmosphere of Coruscant. Latabre and Anakin had just arrived at a hyperspace, and they piloted down over the industrial sector of the planet, where they landed their vessel. It would be better for them to maintain a low profile upon their entry, as to not alert the Sith to their presence. Unbeknownst to them, they planted their shuttle inside the works, the same workshop Palpatine used to use when he was the only Sith Lord in the galaxy. The two Jedi Knights weren't searching for relics of the Sith Lord who watched his galaxy crumble out from under his fingertips. They were searching for resistance. There were 2 trillion or so people on Coruscant before the Sith arrived. Since their arrival, they pumped out propaganda numbers, some of which showing a casualty count as high as a couple billion. The Jedi tried to imagine that the death toll wasn't nearly as bad, but as Anakin and Latabre could see from their viewpoint, it probably was that bad. From their position atop a tower in the industrial sector, they used their long-range binoculars to view the city they once called home. The temple wasn't visible from here, but upon their entry to the system, they knew something was drastically different. The atmosphere readings showed a much thicker air quality than was previously recorded on planet. With Latabre and Anakin were a group of clone troopers. They made sure the area was safe as the 2 Jedi scanned the outskirts. There were only 9 men with them, but Cody, Waxer, Boyle, and Lucky were not among them. These were a mixed group of ARC troopers, but due to supply issues, they could only wear reg armor, which didn't bother any of them. A couple of them painted their armor with different orangish designs, but that was about all they had to identify themselves as ARC troopers. They made sure the works were protected, and they were. Anakin and Latabre continued to eye the city of Coruscant and the damage done to it. There was a reason the air quality was so low down here. It was because the Sith made sure the cities burned day and night. For the last several months, there hadn't been a day of sunlight. Their initial intention was to smoke the populace out and enslave them, but that didn't work. Latabre scanned upwards and saw something she didn't recognize by using the energy scanner. Outside of Coruscant's atmosphere was a massive space station, one that was constructed by the Sith and their slave army. This made her very angry, but she pushed that anger out of her system as she scanned back down and looked out to the city. The clones behind them called out, suggesting that there were high concentrations of energy readings out by the portals to the underworld. It seemed like the Sith had blocked their way out, or the survivors had blocked themselves in. Regardless, they would struggle immensely with getting into the lower levels of the city. Though the troopers suggested that they do something erratic. Despite them deciding to use ground as their cover, they should probably use their shuttle so they could get closer to one of the portals, in the hopes that the civilian defenses would allow them in, but Anakin stopped them. He asked if there were any ways to the underworld from out here. The troopers continued to examine the map, not seeing anything. While it would be challenging to go through Memory Lane in the Senate District and see everything that had been lost, they could likely have a much more effective time going through the lower levels under the industrial sector, and following it to the closest encampment. Everyone gathered around the hollow map, and looked for potential entries down into the industrial sector underworld. It hadn't been in operation for centuries, but there were blueprints transmitted to them by Master Windu that could assist, though many of these were created before the towers were placed here. As they could tell, it seemed like there was an entrance within this very building. They quickly moved down the building and found the entrance, opening it up and breaking through. The Sith had tried various other entry points into the lower levels, but they hadn't sent individuals through small doorways. It was far too dangerous for them. Not that the lives of their grunts were of any concern to the Sith, but the main point being they didn't want to start an assault unless they could get their heavy vehicles into the lower levels. Once the Jedi breached the door, one that hadn't been opened in centuries, they entered the underworld. Most of Coruscant reflected the top side, so the underside of the industrial sector was very much a no man's land. No one went down there, people avoided it, and the buildings built around the location were abandoned. It was mostly due to the fact that people who didn't see the light, or were housed in the darkness of the underworld, wanted to be closer to the top side. The portals that went from the top side of the city down to the bottom of the planet were the best place for people to get their supplies, and if there wasn't going to be anything of use for the people under the works, then there was no point of living out by them. Natabre and Anakin took point, as they started to tread the untouched lands. They both ordered out to the ARC troopers that they needed to be especially careful. Lights from each of their helmets illuminated as the green and blue lightsabers of the Jedi ignited. They stepped forward and into the direction of the closest portal. Their journey was not easy. It was very difficult and challenging, because the people of the underworld had laid booby traps in the hopes that they could capture Sith forces and execute them for having destroyed the topside cities. The people of the underworld were tough, and they had no issue with resisting the will of the Sith forces. How long that would last was unknown. After several hours of trekking their way through the abandoned towns and cities of the Coruscant underworld, they reached the portal. Instead of finding light, it was blocked, shut, and around the area were nothing but weapons. Many of these creations were self-made. These people innovated to survive, because the Sith had absolutely no intent in making their lives any easier. Natabre and Anakin looked across the dark chambers. There were lights that illuminated in different parts, but most of the energy was being conserved by these freedom fighters. Just as they were about to turn back, the cocking of weapons could be heard, as they were told to stand down and remove their helmets. Anakin and Natabre looked back at the individuals, and they were wearing war paint. There were different species among the group, but the lead of it took a step forward. He demanded for their names, and the two Jedi raised their lightsabers, identifying themselves as Jedi Knights, and then naming off each of the troopers they came down here with, as each of the clones removed their helmets to prove their identities as clones. The freedom fighters lowered their weapons, and the leader of the group stepped out towards them, introducing himself as the hero of Uskrum, but his own name was Jaral, no middle name or last name. He shook their hands and apologized for the hostility. Believe it or not, it wasn't the first time they had Imperials dress up as clone troopers to try and sneak down here. Jaral asked them, as he took a step back, asking if they were getting reinforcements. Was the war almost over? The two Jedi looked to each other with shame. They would have to deliver crushing information, because the war was far from over, and they were not here to liberate Coruscant. Natabre stepped towards Jaral and asked him when the last time they got information down here. He shrugged his shoulders and turned to someone, before responding, asking if it was Corellia or Abyss that fell to the Sith Empire. Anakin's head dropped. They hadn't heard news in months. Natabre explained in very little detail what had happened since then, and why they were here. She expressed how she felt bad that they weren't here to liberate Coruscant, but they needed to destroy the space station over the planet before the Sith could begin working on new cruiser crushes that could obliterate the Republic Navy. Whether they build the same destroyers or something else, it didn't matter. They had the resources and slave power to construct a navy in the safety of the core. Coruscant could not be touched by anyone, not the Confederacy or the Republic. She explained that this was the first step to seizing Coruscant and retaking the galaxy. They had to win this battle here and now. Jaral looked to her and understood. He didn't want to, but he understood. He asked them to walk with him. So the 9 clones, 2 Jedi, and group of freedom fighters started off into the distance. During their walk, Jaral would tell them how he became known as a hero, and how his previous military experience helped him on the surface. He had long since retired, because he found true business in the trading of expensive goods. He'd pay smugglers to find and bring him artifacts and sell them 10 times what he paid the smugglers for. The pieces were extremely valuable, and he made a great living off of it, which is why he could afford to live in the Uskru district of Coruscant. Everything was going great until Geonosis. The news made its way back to Coruscant, and he prepared for nothing, just as everyone else did. He and his friends were all out on a high-rise rooftop restaurant when the Sith came. He remembered a fear in his friends' eyes, and the certain doom that filled the air of Coruscant when the first bombs dropped. The Sith came with vengeance. Jaraal had sold Sith artifacts in his time, so he knew a little about them, just because it made his offers all the more appealing. When the seller knows what they're talking about, they become irresistible to buy from. Regardless, Jaraal ran down the stairs of the tower and out into the streets, where he avoided bombs and ducked into his shop, where his pistol was located. When he turned back to help the others, he saw the Sith drop their gunships into the ground, and he ran out. Families nearby were in danger, and he distracted the Sith, killing their captain and then ducking behind cover. Some of his military buddies, people he helped make a fortune for through his artifact selling, joined him. They were the only line of defense on the surface. Jaraal believed that the only reason he survived was because of the Jedi. There were very few Sith marauders or acolytes outside of the main battle group, so he was able to focus on fighting off their ground troopers. He didn't know how many people he saved. All that mattered to him were the losses he incurred. The title, Hero of Escrew, may have been long-standing to the people around here, but to him, it was a title of failure. His brothers and sisters in arms died on the surface. He was the last of his friend group from the Republic military. They all died, one of them dying in his arms, as he carried him from the surface to the Undercity. One of the troopers in his squad piped in, telling the Jedi that Jaraal was far too humble for his own good. He had saved a couple thousand people that day. It was the largest group of survivors from the entire topset of Coruscant. Once the temple fell, Sith warships obliterated town squares, executed their survivors, and pushed everyone into the underbelly. As their story time finished, Jaraal stepped aside to show off a vibrant neon-lit underworld. They may have not had power sources that once existed when the Republic stood strong on Coruscant, but these people were survivors. Jaraal was born and raised on level 1447, so he understood what life was like down here. He could relate to these people, and they rallied together, using any supplies they could to fight back. The Tabre, Anakin, and the clones looked at everyone. The people may have been under siege, but their spirits were high. Children were running and playing with each other, families were sitting outside at restaurant-looking locations, and friends were gathering for some games in different quadrants. Everything may have been dire on the surface, but this fight for Coruscant was not lost yet. Jaraal turned to them and expressed that they had done their best to make life as normal as possible, specifically for the kids. The trauma of the attack had truly hurt many of them, but the freedom fighters had held their ground. This was their chance to take back the city, just one day at a time. Anakin asked about their encounters with the Sith, and Jaraal gave 2 answers, knowing that this question meant literal Sith and their forces. He explained that they liked to bombard the surface every morning, just to give a little wake-up call to the locals, but besides that, their troopers weren't much of a concern. The Sith would send battle droid variants, Sith troopers, and sometimes a marauder or 2, but never anything more. He hypothesized that the Sith were going for the kill, because they wanted to continue enslaving people. As heard over radio with the other side of the planet, there was a temporary breach where a couple 100,000 people were stolen from under the city and brought above the ground, and transformed into a slave labor. It's probably how they built the space station over the planet so fast. Not for nothing, Jaraal was out of the loop with anything not primarily located on Coruscant, though there were others down here who wished to know about their home worlds, which encouraged them to reach out and ask about their planets. The 9 clones and 2 Jedi were a little overwhelmed, as they tried to be kind and answer, but it felt like an impossible task, especially with their limited time. The Tabre and Anakin just told the people that there had been so many losses incurred due to the war, but they were trying their best. The people slowly became quiet and resumed their tasks, as Jaraal brought the Jedi into his command post, asking them to fully show him what they had seen. One of the ARC troopers had made an exact replica hologram of what was seen, using the viewfinder he had on him. He relayed what was over the planet, along with recent reports of the Star Destroyer captured at Christophsis, not to mention the extreme energy readings they were able to pick up on. Jaraal looked to the 2 Jedi and the clone ARC trooper as he quietly thought. He paced around the room and looked at the documents in front of him again. He asked the trooper if these were all accurate, which the trooper nodded. If the Sith had truly built a space station over the planet, then that finally gave them the answer to their questions. The Jedi asked what he meant, and he explained that they had been detecting energy readings for a long time. Many of the Jedi located down here, as well as military leaders and guerrilla fighters, have been targeting these energy readings. Their attacks were intelligent. They weren't going to expose themselves to the Sith, but they've been trying to figure out what these energy bursts were. They were transporting debris from the city into the atmosphere, so they could construct their shipyard and from there build upon it. Jara looked to the Jedi and asked them what they could do down here to help, and Anakin said that they needed anything and everything they could tell them, whether it was supplies, troop numbers, or anything else. The space station was their main target, and without any true ground-to-space cannons on the surface, this likely meant that they'd have to sneak into a Sith starship on their own. As they were speaking about a potential plan, a couple people cheering came rushing back into the command center. Anakin turned around and almost pulled his lightsaber. It was his foe from Dathomir. Revan raised his hands and told Anakin that they were on the same side. Things had changed, he promised. Skywalker's gaze shifted to Jara, who nodded in agreement, as he twisted back to see Revan closing in. Anakin asked for an answer, and it was given. Revan told him, briefly, but with necessary details, that he had been cursed long ago and he didn't realize it. Through such a curse, he pledged himself to the Sith Emperor, and he continued to serve him through this standing war here in this current era. Revan admitted that there were flaws with every iteration of the Republic and even of the Jedi, as it seemed, but his place was with freedom, justice, and the destruction of the Sith. He chose the Jedi path, and he had come to Coruscant for similar reasons as two of them. He wasn't fully aware of the plan that Valkorin had overhead, but he knew that Coruscant was the safest location for the Sith Empire. Stopping them here, by assisting the people on the ground, was imperative. Revan then spoke broadly to everyone else here, and explained their report. He told them that the Sith forces on the far left side of the senatorial district were mobilizing for what was likely another strike. Jara asked quickly what he meant, and Revan nodded his head, walking up to the table and plugging in a device from his scout team. A couple other Jedi wearing armor and street clothes followed them into the room. He pointed to the table as a hologram rose out of it. He explained that there were forces far larger than anything they had encountered before. Based on previous reports coming their way, the Sith were going to attempt to break in through the top side, based on the very little information he remembered from his time as a Sith, thanks to Talzin not fully erasing his Darth memories. Chances are they were coming down here to build upon their slave military. He moved the hologram and pointed to a fault in their defenses. They could break through this with force. The Sith were getting ready to amass a fleet that could extinguish the Republic once and for all. The Tabre stepped up to the table and pointed at it, suggesting that this was the perfect opportunity. She looked at Anakin and a few clones who came with them. They could use this as the siege to cripple their space station. It would be the perfect diversion, but she wasn't finished yet. If they truly wanted to stop the Sith Empire in their tracks, then they needed to do something more. She explained that they had to strike at the mobilizing forces to let them know they wanted to fight. Her eyes darted over to Jara and asked him if they could mobilize their forces for such a counter. He grinned. Despite Revan only being here for less than a month, he was able to use his strategic mind to give the defenders information that would be useful. All of his time with the Sith was just transferred over, and he was able to give them data points for the Sith military. Weaknesses to their heavy tanks, their strategies, and what they plan on using for Coruscant. At the same time, he was able to assist with the rebel traps. Revan looked over their area, and suggested that they drag the Sith into a guerrilla fight in the upper levels, just below the surface. It would protect these encampments, allowing the children to be guided into safer locations. Jara feared this idea, because the underworld, close to the surface of the barrier, was still at risk of a potential attack. He agreed. They then should just use the levels below it. Was that something everyone could do? Jara thought so. What about getting this Jedi task force of Skywalker and Morden into the space station? Revan explained that through these mobilizations, there were typical troop transports that moved in transit from the fleet or the space station to the surface. This was both fresh supplies from the destroyed buildings or new slaves. If the Sith were mobilizing, they were going to make sure all their valuable assets were out of harm's way, just in case the people decided to rise up too far. He then looked at each of them and asked if it was something they could all do.
Freedom fighters, clones, Jedi, and everyone around the table agreed. This would be their finest hour. Revan quickly joined up with Jor-El, so that they could begin their militarization of the lower levels, and prep the defenses and defenders for what would be a very challenging defense. At the same time, Anakin and Natabre ordered their 9 men to get as much rest as they humanly could. It was imperative for them to be at the top of their game before they reached the space station. They also had some time before they made their strike at the readying Sith forces topside. Anakin and Natabre didn't really have much time to get off Dathomir and prepare for their movement to Coruscant. Pretty much all of it happened within the span of about 2 weeks, which was very jarring for the 2 Jedi, just like it was for Revan. The ARC troopers luckily weren't too winded, because they didn't have to fight on the surface of Dathomir with Anakin, and they weren't forced to be in space with Natabre. So that was pretty much everything they had going for them at the moment. Anakin did wonder how Revan got his place down here. Perhaps that was a story for another time. After all, Revan didn't have much more time than the 2 of them to get acquainted with the people of the Undercity. Regardless, the 11 members of this elite unit settled down and prepared to rest. Anakin and Natabre were the last 2 individuals awake, and they didn't have much to say. So much of their bond was simply unspoken. Even if they didn't have the Force, they could have felt each other's thoughts with ease. They were so tight and connected to each other. Despite being Jedi, there was something so much more precious settling between them. Their shoulders were leaned up against each other's, and they watched over a fire sitting in the middle of the room. There was an escape tunnel, so smoke was ferried out of the building into another direction. Anakin's eyes were heavy as he reeled from a twist in his arm, where his new cut was. He hadn't paid much attention to it since they left Dathomir, in hopes that it would heal when he wasn't looking, but it simply refused. What was it? He didn't know. He just wished that it would stop irritating him. It wasn't like most cuts, ones that linger on and buzz with a weird hum under the skin. This one was dormant, until a sharp pain arose from it without warning. Despite these sharp sizzlings rising from under his skin, he didn't make any reactions noticeable. He was truthfully just trying to get some rest. He and the Natabre were murmuring to each other about their hopes for after this conflict. Destroying the space station surely wouldn't be the end of the war, but truth be told, it meant that the Republic would have the strongest fleet in the galaxy. With the Forge untouchable at 9Z1, the galaxy could very well become theirs soon. Then what? Did they get assigned to different outposts? Did their friendship change? It all seemed so minuscule in comparison to everything else around the galaxy, but it meant something to them. As they were speaking about these possibilities, Anakin fell asleep, and the Natabre tried to get some rest, though she'd be remiss if she didn't admit her arm was burning. They were sitting super tight with each other, but this wasn't the physical warmth that came from another body. This was a burning sensation. She looked down and moved back, feeling the side of his arm with the back of her hand. There was something not right with this cut. It was as if she had put her hand on a burning fire, like the one behind her. She raised Anakin's sleeve ever so slightly, and her eyes found dismay. The waterproof bandage that had been wrapped so tightly, infused with Bacta, was torn to shreds, and his skin was pierced by something else. She looked at his arm and turned back to see if she could find a medic, or someone else. She didn't see someone, so she examined it a little bit more. There was, of course, the cauterized wound, but next to it were black veins, ones that seemed to be poisoning his very body. Natabre took a deep breath, hovering her hand over it and feeling it again. There was something on the other side. This wasn't a one-way connection. She knew Anakin's nightmares had been plaguing him long before this wound was given, but this had to revolve around the same entity. After all, he did fight Maul on Dathomir. Perhaps it was a Night Sister trick, but it couldn't be. However, she remembered the Night Sisters and Mother Talzin, thinking that they could be behind this, and then it led to her getting off the ground and rushing towards the forward flanks. When she arrived, she found Revan and asked him with intensity what Talzin did to them on Dathomir. He looked to her with confusion as she quickly explained everything to him, and he didn't know what she meant, so she dragged him back to their camp and showed him the cursed wound. He whispered quietly to her as to not wake Anakin, hoping that the 2 of them could heal this wound without disturbing his much-needed rest. Though he did want Natabre to get her own sleep. Just as she had, he hovered his hand over Anakin's arm and felt the darkness. This wasn't from the witches. There was something cynical behind this, something that had done great deeds of darkness. Revan pulled back, feeling the call of the dark side again. That was the trouble with keeping his memories. He could still feel the draw to darkness itself. He asked Natabre if she knew how to force heal, and she shook her head. Of course, the Jedi Council forbade such actions. He told her to follow his lead, and with her hand, she reached out, placing her hand just above Anakin's wrist, as he did the same thing. The two of them harmonized together, using the Force to rupture the bond between the Dark Disciple and Skywalker. The connection was slowly severed, and as it was, the one that was formed mentally slowly faded from Anakin's mind. As the mental and spiritual aspects were changed, they twisted their hands in unity, and as they did, the physical wound on Anakin's arm started to seal itself shut, and with the last little bit of energy, it was gone. Revan smiled and patted her shoulder, telling her to get some rest. She nodded and thanked him. Though before he could leave their abode, she rushed to stop him and asked him a question, the same one they had earlier. How did he become so trusted with these individuals? Revan looked to her, knowing that she wouldn't leave without an answer. He explained that he arrived here after drawing the attention of the Sith by activating one of their sensors. He mostly did it to taunt them, because he was challenging whoever was present. Unluckily for him, no one was, so he was forced into the ground with a crashed ship. Luckily, he crashed near one of the portals and was challenged by a trio of marauders. The freedom fighters happened to hear it, and they came up to assist him. In a similar manner to the hero of Uskrew, he fought off these opponents, saved about 100 slaves who were in the supply camps nearby, and darted into the underground with them. He had to heal his crystal following that, but everything, in his mind, led to him being one of their trusted allies. Saving these meant-to-be slaves was something everyone down here could get behind. He laid his hand on her shoulder gently, and told her that the coming battle would be arduous for all of them, and they did not have the energy, time, or strength to spare. He suggested that she try and get some rest. Her friend was safe, and they'd have much more challenging conflict above the heart of the galaxy the following day. She nodded and thanked him, before turning back and walking back to Anakin's side, where she would close her eyes and attempt to sleep again. Revan and Jora would continue their work throughout the night in varying shifts, as the Sith continued to try and startle them, but it didn't work. These people were more than toughened. The night raids did nothing to them. It was all just showmanship from the Sith, and they would pay for their wasted resources. At the same time, the Sith Emperor sat in silence over the planet. He was inside of his personal flagship, overlooking the rapid production of the Resurgent. The metal frame was already getting into place. Much of what they were doing here was retrofitting the materials from Coruscant into ship material. Of course, the supplies were getting ferried in from across the galaxy to this location to make sure it would function as a military vessel. Though as he sat here in his silence, his eyes opened. A disturbance in the Force had caught his attention, and he rose from his throne with slight ease. He walked down the ramp and turned to his right, asking the guards to fetch the commander of the space station. When the individual arrived, he looked to the Sith Lord, with bags under his eyes. Valkorin told the man to get some rest, for Force's sake, and while he was at it, he wanted to prepare the space station for an assault. Something was coming. Whether it was from space or the ground, every single transport from Coruscant needed to be checked 10 times and again. He ordered the deck officer to have the sentries prepared for activation. Every Sith present in the system needed to be in one of two places, the space station or the senatorial district of Coruscant. The man saluted before getting to work on his Emperor's command. When the morning came, with more torpedoes dropped on the surface of the planet, the squad of Jedi and ARC troopers got ready. Despite wearing reg armor, the ARCs were fully prepared for this engagement. The troops were ready, and they were preparing for their strike against the Sith. First things first, they needed to get Natabre, Anakin, and the ARCs inside of one of those transports, while also freeing all the slaves. Though they would likely have to free the slaves after boarding the ship. The issue that became a big concern for the Jedi and the clones is the fact that they would need to free every single slave from the space station if they wanted to operate this efficiently. The task force prepared as they were led across the defense line. During this, Jor-El explained his game plan. They were going to try and seize some of the upper level areas until the Jedi returned, and Natabre dissuaded them from doing so. He explained that if they didn't capture the above ground territory, they would lose this fight upon their re-entry to the system. This made everyone realize that they couldn't just abandon Coruscant after they destroyed the station. Their first directive was to make sure the slaves escaped the space station. Then they could destroy it. Then they could land, and following that, they would be able to leave because as of right now, their shuttle hadn't been discovered in the industrial sector. They understood how this was going to go fully. This was kind of the issue with having two young adults lead a group of child soldiers. Some of their mission statement could get lost in the fuzz, but once again, this was their chance. Revan told Jor-El that he would lead the squad to their location, so that they could sneak into their vessel and escape the planet with the Sith forces. He nodded his head and wished that the Force be with them. He knew that this coming assault would be the most trying time of conflict on Coruscant. When the Jedi reached their target location, they could see that the Sith were already on the move, which for Revan meant he needed to run back to the main chokehold. There were a couple Sith acolytes on the front lines, which proved why Revan needed to be there. There were other Jedi Knights waiting to greet them, but Revan was the most skilled saber user here. He turned to Anakin and Natabre and told them to trust in each other, trust the Force, and never forget the importance of the mission. If they didn't get everything set the way they needed it, they could try again later. The lives inside that station were far more valuable than destroying it. They agreed and thanked him. He smiled warmly, reminding them that the Force would be with them. He turned back and rushed to meet up with Jor-El. The Sith were getting ready for their first strike against the planetary defenders. The two Jedi looked at the squad and bobbed their heads. Everyone was ready for this. They rushed in, as the first sound of battle started. They could see the Sith troopers rush in towards their first breach, and as they did, an explosion lifted up into the air, as a shockwave of the blast poured over the ground and toward the task force. They covered their heads and continued running forward, sneaking into the Sith camp. It was a huge location, where they were rounding up slaves and supplies. The 11 troopers scanned the area, using Revan's rough layout as a guide, and they found their target. The last ship was preparing to leave. A Sith trooper cracked a light whip and told the slaves to move faster or they'd be killed. Some of them preferred that, but the trooper wasn't allowed to kill them. The slight resistance from one of the newly acquired slaves gave the squad a chance to duck in when the trooper wasn't paying attention, where they got into hiding and silenced all the slaves with them. Natabre and Anakin spread out to different sides of the ship to avoid detection. The clones all repeated the strategy. They quickly found hiding spots as their eyes scanned the battle growing beneath them. Sith tanks were exploding as they were drawn into traps set by the defenders. Skywalker on the other side of the ship grinned. Natabre, where she was seated, wondered if Revan and Jor-El would survive. But at the end, she gazed out a viewport at the closing darkness of space. War was ravaging her home once more, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This was a fight for the heart of the galaxy. Our season concludes entering the space station over Coruscant. People out here on the front lines of combat didn't keep count. Somewhere, far away from the heart of the galaxy, some analyst in Republic High Command was keeping count. The turning of this day was a very significant day for the galaxy. It had been a full year since the Sith Empire had returned, and what a terrible year it had been for the people of the galaxy. The starship transporting dozens of slaves to the space station docked, and it lowered its ramp as Imperial troopers moved to make sure there were no stowaways inside. One of the troopers, the one with the light whip, cracked it once more, as the chains that tied the slaves to the walls of the interior released, and he demanded that they start moving. The men and women quickly got on the move as they shuffled, with their feet tied together down the ramp. At the bottom, one of the troopers stamped permanent tattoos onto their wrists. These had numbers written in the language of the Sith, or simply put, backwards Arabish. Inside the ship, the ARC troopers got to work. Their hands quickly moved against the Sith troopers, who were hard to find in the interior of the vessel. Necks were cracked and bodies quietly dropped to the ground, as Skywalker and Morden slipped through the landing gears. Anakin helped his troopers down as Natabre rushed out across the massive hangar bay, hiding in between crates and stacks of random materials gathered from the surface. The troopers quickly followed her as she did, and Anakin was the last to meet them in the hidden location. They searched the area. It was packed with troopers. There weren't a good 20 feet in the entire hangar alone that weren't covered by Sith personnel. Natabre pointed toward the gate and told Anakin that there were 2 Sith acolytes making sure no one got through. One of the ARC troopers pointed to the ceiling, informing them that there were vents. Anakin and Natabre looked over with a confused expression, one shared by both of their faces. The trooper's hand glided down from the ceiling to the floor, where another vent was located. He suggested that their best option was to go down there. Another trooper cut in as he gestured with his hands. In his own hand was a device. It scanned the floor. He told them that if they opened any of these vents, They would activate sensors that would trigger alarms system-wide. They had to have special access codes if they really wanted to get inside those vents. One of the other arcs pointed towards a tower on the far end of the hangar bay. He said that if they could sneak into there, they might have a chance to get those access codes, or even better, a route to the reactor room, and potentially the armory or the electronic key to unlock every single slave chain in the entire facility. The Jedi agree with this plan, as they started moving quickly. The Sith Empire was moving supplies into the hangar bay, along with several others at the same time. Anakin took point this time around, as Natabre covered the rear. They quickly moved from one large stack of crates to another, where they could eye more Sith troopers marching around. A unit of 20 soldiers marched prestigiously through the halls, as another group of about 50 slaves were pushed past them into an adjacent corridor. Natabre told everyone to duck as she slid behind their crates. A ship exited from hyperspace, and it slowly drifted into the hangar bay and landed. The Sith were really operating at full capacity here. They waited for the gears to catch, and they moved about, allowing the opening of the ramp to be a distraction for them. As they did this, Anakin and Natabre continued switching who took point. The 11 members slid around another corner and eyed the tower they were trying to get to. How they were going to get there, they didn't know. They were too large of a squad to get across the hall altogether. If they had moved outwards, they would be seen by everyone in the entire hangar bay, and they would be killed instantly. One of the clones moved away from the group without anyone noticing. He tapped into a device on one of the crate carriers before he dipped back into the little hideaway. He tapped on his wrist and noted that the device was working. They all looked over to him. He was always too quiet for anyone's own good. The trooper told them all that he could use his carrier to get over to them and cover their approach. They all looked over as another group of 20 men marched towards them from an adjacent direction. The troopers pulled some crates down, and they all lay quickly on the ground as they waited for the troops to pass by. The lead of the Sith squad assigned 2 men at the back of the squad to guard this location. Great, now the Republic troopers would have to find another way out. The 2 men stationed themselves right in front of the 11 Jedi and clones. Luckily for the Republic squad, these 2 didn't notice them. They were tired of all this marching around, and standing guard would be their best way to chill out and catch up on their previous conversations. Anakin used his hand to signal to the clones behind him. The lead of the squad got up and moved around the crate that was stacked 5 times high, giving them the cover they needed to stand up, almost fully. However, they would need to keep moving. They were very exposed here. This could sink their entire mission, and maybe the Jedi would survive, but these ARC troopers unluckily didn't have lightsabers, and wouldn't live to see the Jedi succeed, if they did in such a scenario. Once everyone was off the ground, they turned the carrier on and it hovered forward out into the open. The Jedi and clones looked to their sides to make sure they were clear, as they moved along the outside of the hovering device. Hopefully those 2 dopey troopers weren't looking down, as proved by their inability to spot 11 intruders. They weren't too interested in this task as it was. The squad, on the other hand, followed slowly with the carrier as it lined up under the tower, and the troopers stopped it. Another one of the tech-savvy men got to work on hacking the pad. Out from the edge of the hangar bay came another squad of 20 Sith troopers, and they came out of a hall that was perpendicular with the tower they were under. Anakin and Natabre tried to think of something, but nothing would just do it. They couldn't turn this carrier, or it would expose them to the other side, the bigger side of the hangar bay. The squad of 20 troopers slowly peeled around the corner to start marching towards the tower. The lead wasn't facing frontwards, and he slowly started to turn around. Just as he did, the tech-savvy trooper broke the code and the door shot open. The Jedi and clones piled in. Anakin and Natabre gave the go, as the troopers rushed up the stairs, and the one ARC turned the carrier back on as to not draw attention to the tower. They ascended the stairs inside, taking out the cameras quietly, until the men in the front rolled around across the floor of the tower, using their stun rounds to completely knock out the deckhands maintaining hangar operations. Anakin and Natabre were the last to enter as they checked the door that led into a corridor behind the tower, leading into the rest of the space station. Anakin opened the door with a panel, and Natabre used the Force to seal it shut, without allowing it to fully open. Anakin clocked that there was a squad of 4 guards down the hallway, and what seemed to be an alarm system that would activate if they did anything stupid. The door was then quietly sealed shut, and Natabre took a deep breath after releasing it. She spun around and looked at the clones, who were in here with them. They were quickly siphoning through the computer consoles. Luckily for them, this entire room was under their control. and with blacked out windows, they had just as much time as they needed. They hoped that everything on the surface was going much smoother. Just inside the portal on Coruscant itself, the Freedom Fighters followed their leaders into combat. The Sith came prepared with warriors who squared off with Revan and his surviving Jedi Knights from the first battle of Coruscant. Their lightsabers clashed across the underworld. Without much light to share in, thanks to the underworld dwellers knowing the darkness much better, the Jedi and Freedom Fighters were able to take advantage of the Sith's unpreparedness. Revan's squad of fighters continued to blast their blades off against the Sith. Blue, purple, green, yellow, and crimson fought off the Sith marauders, who sought to cripple the Freedom Fighter defense of the underworld. Revan clashed with two marauders at once, their blades slipping past his face and his torso, as a part of his plan. He extinguished one of their weapons with the Force and dragged his amethyst saber through their torso, before parrying with a reverse grip and pushing it backwards as he dug his saber around his side and spun it in against his opponent, who fell backwards, catching themselves and rushing back. Just behind him, two of the knights thrusted their blades through a single marauder, who fell lifelessly to the ground. Revan twisted the marauder's wrist before cutting them down with one swift strike. He turned back as a hulking Sith opponent launched him from his feet. It was one of those naturally large sentient species. Revan knew of this one by reputation. Their species was a Dawatan, and they were called the Warden. This individual's responsibility was the surface of Coruscant, and Revan liked his odds here. The other Jedi scattered away from this massive opponent, per Revan's orders. He slid his lightsaber into his hands and told the others to rendezvous with Jaraal. He would finish off this monstrosity. The one called the Warden ignited the second side of their lightsaber and grinned under the mask. She asked Revan if he enjoyed the light. Revan just held his lightsaber to his side, pacing to his left as the massive Sith marauder told him that she would gut him like a wretch. Revan twisted his neck, cracking it in multiple places as he readied his weapon, tempting the Warden to come and get him. The Dawatan Sith spun her lightsaber and launched herself at Revan again. He ducked out of the way, sliding behind her and striking at her back, but the pike quickly covered her and slapped his weapon backwards as her raw physical strength doubled back against him. He defended the incoming strikes, almost wishing he had given himself extra allies, so that he could conserve his own energy for the entire battle. Revan struck at her and she blocked it, using the massive pike to sweep the ground beneath Revan, forcing him to leap across the battleground. As he extinguished his lightsaber, hiding himself in the darkness. She laughed at him. Did he really think a Sith would be afraid of a little darkness? Revan told her that he planned on her, feeling like she could control it. The saber left her hands and spun in a circle as she launched it around the room. Revan lay on the floor, watching it pass over his head and land into her hands. She turned around facing away from him. Revan slowly got to his feet and crept up behind the Warden, before she turned around, feeling his presence get closer. But he dove out of the way, avoiding her glance. She saw nothing and heard the bouncing of his body against the thick floor, which forced her to turn away from him, mishearing, listening with her ears and not with the Force. Revan anticipated the Warden would be distracted by this. He rushed her, and his lightsaber ignited, but she ducked him, swinging swiftly against his overstep. He dipped his saber back towards his face, and blocked the strike, lifting his hand out towards the floor and holding himself up. He grinned to himself, and he scrunched his face up, pushing her back with all he had, before using the Force to propel his body forward towards her. She stepped back, preparing for a counter, and he didn't make it, instead using the Force to shred her lightsaber into pieces, breaking the crystals out of their holders. He saw this moment and swung aggressively at her and cut through her body, dropping the massive Sith to the ground in pieces. He looked down and held himself together. The darkness was calling, like a drug, and he was rejecting the urge to be swallowed whole by it again. Inside the space station, the Arcs figured out where they were going. They were also able to figure out where the slave command was, though they suggested they split up. The two Jedi agreed. They would need to be quick and efficient with this. They were already working against the clock here, because the battle on the ground started and they, only just now, had a layout of the space station. The Arcs suggested that they make a move on the reactor. It would be likely the most guarded area, whereas the Jedi would have the most success with the slaves inside the main facility. It was closer to the armory as well, which hopefully, if all went right, the Jedi could get the slaves to revolt, start their own conflict, and then get them to the transports so they could set the charges and leave the station before it blew. The Jedi then asked if they wanted to meet up at a shuttle or rendezvous on the surface. The Arc leader suggested to play it by ear. That would be the best choice to go with for now. The Jedi took the codes necessary to access the vents without triggering the alarms, and started for the ceiling vents inside the tower. The Arcs, on the other hand, prepared to take down the Sith troopers in the hall outside the tower, in the same corridor where the 4 troopers had already been spotted. Just as the 2 squads started to get to work on their own respective missions, in the Star Cruiser across from the space station, his eyes opened. Valkorin knew someone had infiltrated his shipyards. It was only a matter of time until someone did. But that wasn't the truth. Maybe? Despite the darkness covering the galaxy, there was something else. Now that Skywalker wasn't shaded by the apparition that covered his mind, there was a blinding light present. It corrupted the Emperor's own view of everything. He knew that one of a few things were true. Either the Jedi had gotten aboard a space station, or there was a battle on the surface of the planet. However, his deck officers would report on something else, relating to neither of these things. He was informed that a Jedi Council member had found themselves outside of Malachor. The dormant temple needed to be reactivated, and the Sith hadn't quite figured out the key to doing so. Plus, all the energy readings depicted a location that had been drained of its energy, so the temple wouldn't really be useful. This led to the Sith Emperor wondering why a Jedi Master would investigate such a location. Though Valkorin would not have to worry about sending a fleet to deal with these Jedi, there was already an individual present at the location. It was Darth Malgus, and he was preparing to counter the Jedi Master, known as Plo Koon. He had been dispatched from Mandalore to investigate, due to Mandalore's present safety, thanks to Skywalker's fleet location just north of the planet. Plo wasn't present with his whole fleet, more so just a couple vessels, himself, and a group of clones. They were doing investigative work when Malgus reported seeing the Jedi forces at the planet. He did inform the Emperor of the foe he was about to face. Malgus was simply playing politics at this point. He cared not for Valkorin's rule, but he intended to earn his favorability in all of this, which is what he was accomplishing here. Malgus went down to the surface of Malachor without the Emperor's blessing, something Valkorin noted mentally. He, instead of focusing on the conflict soon to come between Master Plo and Lord Malgus, turned his attention to Coruscant, demanding that his troopers report on what was happening. As it turned out, the Warden hadn't been extremely close to Valkorin, and she told him to expect combat in the few coming days, without giving him a specific date or time, something she knew would irritate Valkorin. However, the Warden planned on taking the underworld and claiming it for herself. Little did she know that Revan had turned to the light. This same lack of information could be said for Valkorin. Regardless, when he learned that the Warden began her assault, he was visibly upset. He planned on terminating her life when she returned, if she did. Inside the space station, Morden and Skywalker crouched their way through the vessel, using the layout of the facility as their guide. From the vents, they could see all assortments of troopers, which worried them. If they freed the slaves, it would be pandemonium, and it also meant that they wouldn't be able to save everyone. The Tybri suggested that they use the armory to the best of their abilities. If they could get the slaves to the armory, they could temporarily start a revolution, possibly. It wouldn't be as widespread as a panic, but there was no way in knowing how well it would work for everyone involved unless they did it. The two of them continued whispering to each other and discussing their strategy. Inversely, the clones were working quickly to cut down Imperial troopers with their stun rounds. They effectively, as a squad of 9, took down entire hallways of troopers before anyone could notice. Partially, they were trying to help create distractions to help the Jedi get their side of the mission done. The more enforcers distracted by the dropping troopers in the corridors meant the less troopers watching over the slaves throughout the main facility. Though, even with this taken into account, there were far too many troopers inside the space station for this exact reason. The Sith Emperor didn't want the Jedi to claim victory. As the clones were rushing through, 2 of them broke off, as they happened to pass the control center for the main shipyard. They told their brothers that they would meet them in the main reactor room, or on the surface. The others didn't question it, as the remaining 7 continued to do their duty. These 2 tech wizards rushed down an adjacent corridor and popped smoke into the control center of the new Sith Star Destroyer. The smoke filled the air, and the 2 arcs took it from the ground, stunning the Imperial deckhands before tossing their bodies to the side. The 2 troopers got to the computer console and started getting to work. Their entire intent was to remove the new destroyer from the data files of the Sith military. If they could accomplish this, it would at the very least save the Republic from having to worry about the Sith creating a Star Destroyer variant at a different space station. Due to how rushed this mission was, a lot of these specifics were last-second thoughts. But it is, after all, why ARC troopers were brought along for this mission, rather than regs. Anakin and Natabre knew they could trust their men to do their job. While the troopers were inside the new Star Destroyer, one of them decided to download the data for the Resurgent-class Star Destroyer for the Republic to use, hoping that this model could be sent to the Star Forge and used for the Republic fleet as another con job by the Republic. If the Sith wanted bigger ships, then the Republic would build them and use them against the Sith. As they deleted the main hard drive and sent a virus through the main computer console inside the space station, they readied themselves to meet up with their brothers in the reactor room. Upon turning around, their chests were pumped full of blaster bolts. The sentry droids created by the Sith Empire were activated and they were vile. Their armor was thicker than B-2 battle droid armor, another product of Valkoran's secret arsenal of toys. The sentries confirmed their kills and informed the rest of the station that 2 clones were executed. There were likely more stowaways on board. Anakin and Natabre felt terrible about the deaths of these men once they heard about it, but it meant the squad was down 2 men. On the bright side, which wasn't too bright, it meant that their deaths didn't reveal how many more clones were with them. The Sith could be looking for dozens or hundreds of troopers, especially because the sentries didn't disclose what type of trooper they were, assuming that the ARCs were just regs, based on the outfits they were wearing. Natabre and Anakin switched ventilation shafts and jumped down instead of climbing up. Their feet hit the floor and the lightsabers ignited. They both used the Force to knock out a few guards, before blocking the shots into the remaining ones. They each turned to each other, confirming that the other was safe, as Anakin told Natabre that the armory was just a few corridors to the right. She nodded her head and told him that she would inform him when she freed the slaves. She leapt up the stairs into the control room and out the door. When she sped to the corner, she looked to the side to see a huge group of exhausted slaves. They were on the brink of collapse and their morale was defeated. That of course was the case until Natabre's saber sounded. The emerald blade spun around the corner where she, with her golden and white robes, slashed and blocked blaster bolts back at the Sith troopers. Behind her came the activation of a light whip. She moved forward towards the remaining troopers and killed them with the toss of her saber. When she turned around, her wrist was caught by that light whip. Its yellow glow trapped her arm and started to burn her. She faced the guard fully and twisted her untouched hand out from behind her, pulling her saber with the Force before igniting it behind her back, using the crossguard of the hilt to defend the counter made by the guard, as she slashed her saber through his hips and cut him into pieces. She buzzed Anakin's comlink, which alerted him to release the cuffs of the slaves, in this corridor specifically. Luckily for Anakin, everything was labeled really well. The table was massive. It had every single corridor with slaves in it, with an identifying number that told him how many slaves there were with each. Natabre led the slaves into the armory, where she told them to grab as many weapons as they could. There were a couple individuals who came to her directly and asked where the control center was, and she led them there. It would be these few rebellious slaves who would relieve the Jedi of their position, allowing them to work together to free more slaves around the facility before the cuffs could be dropped. The intention of this was to save as many people as possible without getting them killed directly. On the surface of Coruscant, Jyrral was finally joined by Revan. The firefight was only getting more intense. The Freedom Fighters were holding their ground and the Sith were completely eviscerated from their initial attack. The assault they made at first was able-bodied. It just wasn't prepared because the Freedom Fighters had trapped the territory so well. When the Sith came in with their heavy tanks, many of the bridges constructed were meant to break. The civilians, since there was no access to the top side, created bridges to reach it without using transports, in other words, walk up it, because they would hit the barricade at the top of the portal if they used actual transports. There were 2 sets of bridges. Both were armed with traps. The first trap deployed, dropping the Sith heavy tanks to the bottom of the pit, sending explosions to Coruscant's surface. As these tanks were destroyed, the Warden and her Sith fell victim to the Jedi and Revan. Jyrral and its Freedom Fighters at the same time made their counter. They knew that if they wanted to save the slaves from the space station, they needed to strike the Sith supply fields, just outside of the portal. This was an uphill fight, literally. The Sith troopers used the embankments at the top of the portal to defend themselves from the rising Freedom Fighters. However, Jyrral and his forces weren't guerrillas for no reason. They had backup plans for everything, and in using the same exit strategy as the Jedi used to get into the shuttle that took them to the space station, these guerrillas poured out from behind the Sith lines and instead of taking the fight to the Sith directly, started planting homemade pipe bombs and explosives on the vessels and supplies. They intended to trap these Sith warriors and exterminate every single last one of them. Jor-El was struggling to get something going, but he, at the front of the line, led his troopers with courage, and they fed off of it. They could see Sith troopers dropping at the top of their ramparts. They may have had the high ground and the ability to defeat them using their superior numbers, but they did not have the heart of these revolutionaries. They would win this fight. Just as Jor-El prepared to make his second push, Revan got by his side and ignited his lightsaber, slashing and blocking strikes back into the Sith lines. He asked his comrade if they were ready to counter yet, and Jor-El shook his head. They were waiting for the signal. Once the explosion went off, they would go. Across the stars on the planet of Malachor, Plo Koon and his scouts found what the Sith had already found. The temple was something not to be activated. This was a case of the Jedi and Republic getting greedy with their Sith artifacts. But Master Jocasta was right for wanting to see this thing through. If it was indeed an ancient weapon, which it was, then it'd be great for them to use. However, it wasn't of anyone's use as it seemed. The Sith tried to activate it, but they had lost their touch with the temple apparently. They weren't sure why it wouldn't work. Regardless, as Plo and his men were about to leave the surface, overlooking the temple, which sat below a white-covered terrain, Malgus stopped him. The Sith Lord, one wearing a mask and covered in an evil haze, told the Jedi Master that he wasn't going anywhere. Plo ignited his lightsaber, as he was contacted by the captain, who volunteered to join him on this investigation. The captain informed him that they were going to do a fighting retreat. Plo and his men needed to get off the surface as fast as possible, and he understood. Master Plo told his Jedi to fall back and use whatever artificial cover they could to find and hold their lines. Malgus asked why the Jedi were leaving so soon. Couldn't they just stay a little longer for a history lesson? Plo swung his saber in his hands and told the Sith Lord that the only lesson to be learned here today was the reason the Sith went extinct to begin with. Malgus didn't like that tone and his saber ignited, as his hood dropped without even a slight movement from his body. The Sith troopers behind him started to fire at the clones as soon as his Sith weapon ignited. Plo moved in, and Malgus didn't hesitate. He swung aggressively at Plo, who was forced to defend himself. In this moment, Plo realized that they should have declined the Council's belief that there was something worth their time coming here for. The Sith artifact they had could win them this war. The Starforge was fantastic. They were getting greedy. Plo and Malgus clashed their blades with each other, their forms both nastily aggressive, and the firefight around them defining their deadly combat with the blood of others. Clones and Sith troopers dropped on each side, as above them, in space over Malachor, the small Republic fleet with 2 Venators and a couple support ships doubled back, and Arquentans guided by a swarm of LAATs started to drift towards the surface. Plo bashed his saber against Malgus and shoved him back, as their blades caught in a tight grip. Malgus was a hulking brute, and incredibly talented with the lightsaber. He dragged his weapon down towards the ground, driving Plo's weapon into the surface, before backhanding Plo with his metallic glove, shattering part of the Jedi Master's breathing apparatus. He stumbled back, quickly fixing it, with one hand while using his other, non-dominant hand to defend a strike from Malgus. Plo stepped backwards as his clone troopers started to lose control over the battlefield. The Jedi quickly bashed his weapon at Malgus and stepped back aggressively, fixing his mask finally, as Malgus taunted him. What? A Kel Dor? The mighty Kel Dor council member was afraid of a Sith? How could that be? He wanted the Jedi Master to break his calm resolve, but Plo refused to bite the bait. He raised his saber and prepared for another barrage. Above him, he could see, cutting through the atmosphere, the swarm of LAATs defended by the Arquentans' light cruiser. Plo turned back to see a flash of red driven at his face, and he narrowly survived with the defending strike, but his balance was completely thrown off. Malgus drove his weapon forward, cutting through Plo's defense, and then driving his lightsaber down across the Jedi's forearm, completely removing it. Plo used the force to stop a strike from completely killing him, but he was jabbed again as he rolled to the side. Plo grabbed his saber off the ground and ignited it once more to defend himself. Just as he did, he was knocked off balance again. He only now realized that in this intense standoff, his mask wasn't properly calibrated. Malgus had seized the advantage with the same strategy that could be used against himself. The LAATs from the fleet arrived, and Malgus used electricity to cripple one of them, bursting it into an explosion, sending clones out into a fray of fire and death. Some of them were still alive, burning, and Plo turned to use the force to put their fires out. As he turned back around to the excruciating pain of a jab in his lower hip, barely missing some of his vital organs, Plo stumbled away as Malgus spun around, clashing his saber against Plo's last defense. The Jedi Master stumbled across the white tundra, and used his hand to cushion himself, pushing himself off the ground towards the LAAT, where the clones fired at the Sith Lord, who stood idly, watching the Jedi Master flee him. This was yet another successful day for the Sith. His eyes turned down as Sith fighters sped through the atmosphere. Most of them were intercepted by the Republic light cruiser, while the rest were cut off by the LAATs that got into the air and started their ascent towards the retreating fleet. Malgus stood silently with pride washing over him. He smiled to himself. His men continued to pepper the backs of the LAATs as they slowly got out of range. Malgus would have good news for the self-proclaimed Sith Emperor. Perhaps Malachor could find use after all. He turned to the men with him, ordering a transmission to be sent back to Coruscant, and a group of scouts to join him in yet another pursuit of knowledge from this temple. They quickly got to work. Inside the LAAT, Plo held his forearm, as he called to the men who were just mere moments ago on fire and asked them if they were alright. They nodded to him, thanking him, and he shook his head, leaning against the wall of the LAAT as he breached space, and told them that he was grateful for their brotherhood. Without it, he may have fallen out there. Their LAATs docked inside the captain's Venator, which was smoking from several ports, but still able-bodied enough to make a return to Mandalore. This miniature skirmish at Malachor was a terrible decision by the Republic and the Jedi. From now on, they needed to focus on the importance of the Forge. Inside the space station over Coruscant, the remaining 7 ARC troopers rushed into the reactor room. They were precise with their shots, some of them killing deckhands, others shooting troopers off of their guard points, and so on. The troopers quickly did what they could, moving into cover and firing at their opposition. The lead of the squad ducked behind the control console and started to unload his backpack so that he could set the charges. As he did that, the clones encountered their first wave of sentries, the same that had killed their brothers earlier. The ARCs took cover, using their reg armor to the best of their ability to defend themselves. They split up, leaping from walkways to other platforms and trying to spread these sentry droids out, hoping that they could keep them away from their leader as he planted the bombs. But just as per the way these droids were constructed, their armor couldn't be just breached by mere blaster fire. They needed much more heavy ordnance if they wanted to cut through the defenses. The more they shot these droids, the more damage they did, but it wasn't stopping the droids themselves. Their armor was tough, and it did dent, but it didn't hit the vital circuitry needed to shut these monstrosities down. The clones were split up, 3, 3, and 1. One of the brothers laughed to himself, saying that they could certainly use the Jedi right about now. That was very true, but the Jedi were not coming. One of the ARCs got the idea to bomb the flooring under the sentries, which he was able to toss a grenade to, and it worked, detonating a catwalk and dropping the sentry droids into the heart of the space station, extinguishing them by melting their chassis. The clones on the other side of the reactor chamber started to do the same thing, until the one with the grenade was shot in the head, dropping it and detonating the entire side of the walkway, killing not just the sentries but his own 2 brothers in the process. Just as the last of the sentries fell into the reactor, the leader of their squad cried out in agony. The other 3 clones looked over to see a Sith marauder taking in the pleasure of executing the clone before he could set the charges to blow. Though the marauder only got to enjoy this moment temporarily, as he turned back to look at the other clones to gloat and was shot through the back, and dropped down lifelessly on the ground, on top of the clone leader. The remaining 3 ARCs ran around and got to the reactor pit, where the controls were. They had to set these charges and hope that the generals were finishing up their leg of the mission. If not, this entire plan could severely backfire and kill more people than it needed to. Across from the space station, in orbit of Coruscant, the Sith Emperor walked into the bridge of his starship. He looked at the station itself and asked if there was a disturbance. One of the deckhands admitted that they had lost communication with one of the towers in the hangar bay. There was also word of a slave rebellion, and the sentries had been activated for defensive maneuvers after killing 2 clones. Valkoran thought quietly to himself. He asked about the resurgent plans, and the same deck officer told him that those plans had been corrupted. Unluckily, the individual who drew them up was also inside the space station, probably sleeping in their quarters. The Sith Emperor told the deck officer to send whoever they could into that station and save him. Valkoran could afford to lose the station, the slaves, and the supplies, but he could not afford to lose such revolutionary designs. Those destroyers could be the key to Sith dominance, or retrospectively, another year of grueling conflict. The deck officer quickly got to work as Valkoran asked another officer about the updates on the surface of the planet. They piped up, informing him that their heavy tanks had been lost, and even further than that, the warden was unaccounted for. Chances are she fell victim to the traps of those insurgents. The Sith Emperor tied his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Perhaps they should change the way they addressed those insurgents, because some of their best men had been lost to them in combat. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The entire bridge fell silent, especially after the other deckhand sent out orders to a task force that was getting deployed inside the space station so that they could find the engineer responsible for the resurgent design. A mind like that could not be lost. Valkorn thought quietly, allowing the silence to wash over the entire bridge as he walked himself towards the viewport of the ship. He felt outwards with the Force, trying to see who else was here. Just as he was about to lock on, a communication came in. A Sith trooper from Malachor informed them of their quick skirmish and the victory over the Jedi Master named Plo Koon. Valkorn smiled to himself, before turning back to face the hologram, thanking them for the update, requesting that Malgus send scouts to follow the retreating Jedi, if it were not too late. Master Plo may have lost, but if he survived, then his whereabouts would inform the Sith of important Jedi locations across the galaxy. A master of such reputation, or standing inside their order, would not be deployed just anywhere in the galaxy, which led Valkorn back to his main question here. Who did the Jedi send to Coruscant? He knew it was someone with experience, surely. Someone that had to be in close proximity to Coruscant. Someone who could get here quickly enough, but was trustworthy. Valkorn could sense the strength of a counselor or two inside the space station, but there was something lacking. The individual and/or individuals inside the vessel did not have the same experience that'd be shared by an individual singular counselor. There were two people, and their combined knowledge, experience, and training did not equate to a counselor. How interesting. This isn't to say he doubted their abilities, but through sensing their presence, he realized that there was something else about them. He slowly figured it out. This attack was aggressive and unlike one traditionally done by the Jedi of this era, as seen from the past year of war. It was done with the intention to follow Jedi tradition, saving the innocent slaves, so it was individuals loyal to the code. Valkorn continued to tug at this idea until a wide smile formed along his face. He turned back and issued out his orders to the deck. They were confused initially by his decision, but Valkorn had figured out who was here, and he'd also figured out how he planned on dealing with their presence at Coruscant and in this war. On the surface of the planet, guerrilla fighters surprised the Sith forces by bombing their airfield. Shuttles, supplies, and Sith reinforcements were destroyed in the explosions. Some of them worked, not all of the bombs did, because after all they were homemade boom booms. Though Jural and Revan made a push up to the remaining bridge, and after a grueling self-defense from the low ground, the guerrilla counter made the Sith troopers panic. Revan used force speed to get to the top of the ramparts. When he reached the top, he waved his amethyst blade over his head, and he leapt down, engaging with the few remaining marauders on the surface, those who were told to remain behind per the Warden's orders. Their blades began clashing as the freedom fighters rose over the top of the ramparts. Surviving Jedi fighters joined in with Revan as they began blasting away at the Sith marauders. The troopers, on the other hand, were pinned down, and despite them trying to find cover, there was none to be had. They were cornered quickly, and the guerrillas seized their opportunity to slaughter these monsters. Jural joined his men, and as they reached the top of the ramparts, his eyes landed on Revan, whose blade moved quickly between his opponents. The other Jedi with him were feeding off of his energy and his morale. He was an inspiring light to all of them. He cut through the Sith forces, one after another. He used his robes as a distraction, blinding them with his movement and cutting through their weakening defenses. The Jedi slowly moved to join the rebel fighters as Revan held off the last two marauders and used their own blades to cut through each other. Jural ordered the final execution of the remaining Sith troopers. As the order went out, Sith gunships started to buzz over the barren wastelands of the broken skyscrapers and burning embers. The freedom fighters didn't really have a moment to take it all in, and they wouldn't now. They quickly got to their defenses up here on the surface and waited for the Sith gunships to land. The Sith quickly deployed, their troopers lunging out of their bay doors and firing on the freedom fighter lines. They took some initial casualties, thanks to the air superiority of the gunships, but there was a benefit to two things that the freedom fighters had. They had more rockets and used them to shoot down a couple of gunships, not to mention their other advantage. Those same homemade bombs that hadn't deployed had delayed reactions and eventually actually detonated, sending a ripple effect through the remaining Sith lines, and eventually their new gunships, which had just landed at the supply area. Jor-El and his men formed up around the broken ramparts of destroyed Sith vehicles, the ones that didn't even get to the portal yet. They fired into the Sith ranks, and they stood very little chance, despite them coming in with a very strong counter-offensive, though there were more Sith forces coming in from varying directions at the same time. The freedom fighters turned their attention towards them and took down what little they could, as they formed up into a large circle just outside the portal. Without the advantage of being able to use the guerrilla tactics, this combat arena quickly became a war of attrition, but Jor-El and Revan were ready. Inside the space station, Anakin and Natabre split up. They were working double time. They knew that at this current moment, the ARC troopers were going to be getting their explosives ready. Little did they know that those men were in grave danger at dying at this current moment. The slaves were incredibly helpful, though the Sith sentries were now all focused on this slave rebellion. Skywalker was freeing a group of slaves, as more of them were coming with weapons from the armory, or fallen Imperial troopers, and handing them off to their freed brethren. The entire slave revolution inside the space station was something to marvel, and as they were revolting, the sentries that couldn't be destroyed by blaster bolts crossed Anakin in the hallway. He told the free people with him to go and save their brothers and sisters, after watching blaster bolts essentially bounce off the sentry's armor. He twisted his lightsaber to the side and blocked shots, before darting forward. He crushed his blade through one of their abdomens, and used the wall to slingshot the body into another one as he spun around, jabbing his saber through another sentry's chest. He twisted back, using the force to crush another one with pure strength as he blocked more incoming shots. Anakin was amazingly quick, as he slipped through their offense and crushed through their bodies with his Jedi weapon. The sentries were impressive, but they had a long way to go before they could truly ever square off with the Jedi. Natabre on the other side of the slave rebellion was having a similar encounter, though instead of fending off the sentries from killing the rebels, she was in a tight engagement with two acolytes of the dark arts. Her blade moved delicately between the attackers as a third one darted into the fray. She pulled a panel off the wall, slicing it across the new opponent's leg, as she ducked a strike and countered the last one with a defending strike, using the base of her crossguard to defend herself. She smiled cockily, before bashing her saber upwards towards the ceiling, levitating the acolyte's offense into a quick defense. She spun back to cut through the individual she cut with the wall panel, before leaping over their fallen body. She used the force to throw debris and the dead acolyte at the incoming Sith. She readied her weapon and rushed in. She dabbed at one, again using the base of her cross guard to shift their saber, driving it into the ground and spinning back, slashing the wall open and igniting sparks into the eyes of the acolyte. She used the wall and kicked off of it, slamming down aggressively into the thigh of the acolyte on the left, before slamming her saber to the right and cutting through the other warrior as she defended a counter from the final. She used their momentum to drive their saber into the ground and gutted them by dragging the weapon across their abdomen. The Natabre spun back around and waved her saber and comfortably set into her traditional stance. They were dealt with. She could hear more blaster fire as she ran back. When she got to the control room, Anakin was on the other side, and he confirmed with the slave operators that everyone inside the facility was free. They all nodded their heads, and the two Jedi told them to evacuate all personnel from the station. They were going to detonate it. The freed slaves did exactly that. Across the station, the battle over Coruscant, the battle for the heart of the galaxy, was led by those enslaved by the evil Sith Empire. This was their moment. Explosions started to ring out across the station, as freed slaves did their best to leave their mark. Anakin and Natabre made their push for the reactor, contacting team leader and asking for a status. He didn't answer, but one of the other three men gave them an update. The two Jedi could hear blaster fire over the communication device, but the clones were very adamant. They were giving the Jedi and slaves 60 seconds. That was all they could afford. The entire reactor was surrounded by Sith forces, and they were firing down on the clone lines, and all they could do was hold them. Natabre and Anakin looked to each other, telling the troopers to not give up. They were coming. But the Jedi were cut off when their troopers belayed that directive, ordering their Jedi generals to get out of the station now. They weren't going to last as long as they hoped, and it had been a true honor serving with the two of them throughout the duration of this battle and of this war. They told the Jedi to get out now, and never forget this sacrifice. They just asked that the Jedi do one thing: win this war. Anakin and Natabre nodded to each other and promised the clones that they would. They turned and started for one of the main hangar bays on the vessel. Valkorin watched from a holomap as a bunch of shuttles started to disperse out of the hangar bays of the space station. He smiled in amusement. They thought that they were simply going to win this engagement. There was total chaos inside the chambers of the space station. Despite the Sith upping their defenses, the slave revolt was making a push, and they would not be deterred. Of course, the greatest ally to this was the different tasks being made by the Sith. They were focused on two directives, the reactor and the engineer. Unbeknownst to the Sith, the engineer had been executed by a slave while he was eating. He didn't even see the revolutionaries come into the cafeteria, but they did, and he paid the price for being there at the same time. In the reactor room, three brothers, clones that had been podmates, fought side by side. Their names were Recoil, Knight, and Tremor. They all locked in, holding down each side of the control panel as Recoil continued to fidget with the controller for the explosives. Knight and Tremor fired over the computer consoles and watched Sith troopers drop to the ground. They leaned up against each other as Knight told his brother that his kill count was higher than his. They laughed for a short moment as Recoil removed his helmet with a smile, telling his brothers that his kill count would always be higher than theirs. The three brothers took cover next to each other, all holding each other's hands, as they held on for the end of their lives, as an explosion rocked the reactor chamber, detonating the entire room and sending a mix of detonations out of the main chamber into the various hallways and corridors around the station. The last transport of slaves out of it had Anakin and Natabre, jumping in at the last second, and the vessel piloted away from the explosive space station. The two Jedi looked to each other and smiled, before running to the cockpit of the ship to look out over the Sith station as the detonation blew up brighter than the sun located at the heart of the core. The two of them took a deep breath and turned to each other, embracing for a short moment. This was everything to them. Of course, they'd be going back down to the war zone, but for now, this was the right thing to do. They both needed each other in this. Their entire squad of ARC troopers had been killed, a stark contrast to the Tython 4 and their survival during their fight against Scion. But thankfully, they wouldn't be encountering any Sith Lords on the surface. Judging by the viewport, the Sith fleet had disbanded and moved out of sight due to the incoming explosion of the space station. On the surface, Jaraal and Revan were finally getting their final push in, and they could see the Sith troopers begin their own retreat. They were winning this fight. From the sky came more Sith dropships, but Jaraal told the troopers to not fire. This was likely the Arcs and Jedi coming down with their friends and family. The remaining Sith troopers in this area of town got into the still-standing gunships and lifted off, as blaster fire pelted the exterior of the ships as they retreated into the smog over the city. The freedom fighters turned their weapons on the new vessels, and waited as the first ship's hatch opened, and dozens of former slaves fled. Jaraal let out the first cheer, and it hung openly in the air as the rest of his fighters called out in jubilee. Another transport, and then another and another. Following those came several more, and with each transport landing, more former Coruscant natives escaped. The last transport landed, and out came the two Jedi, following the rest of the slaves. The people were very excited, and Jaraal started to tell the people to start their movement into the underworld. Just as those words left his mouth, his and every single heart of those in the group of celebrators dropped. They heard the booming roar of an engine, and at its conclusion came the ringing of heavy cannons. Terror ensued, and from the bridge of his flagship, Valkorn watched with pride. If they wanted to take his resurgent and his space station, they could, but it would cost them everything they had sacrificed. Explosions riddled the ground as hundreds of survivors were launched into oblivion. Some were ragdolled into the air, others were blown into pieces, while the rest, those few who survived the first blasts, ducked into cover. Nothing could be heard but the ringing of ears, as everything became slow motion. The freedom fighters of the space station rushed for the underworld, as Revan and Jaraal waved them to come their way, as more explosions smashed into the ground and people were lifted from it. Bodies were thrown in every which direction as Valkorn ordered his operators to continue firing down until nothing remained. He was certain of this directive. The flagship continued to unload everything it had into the surface, and those who fought for the portal were killed, those who survived enslavement were killed, and guerrillas were killed too. The terror couldn't be overstated, as people ducked towards the underworld, though Valkorn's vein wouldn't stop with those who fought for the surface. With the portal blown open because of the traps, those inside would also feel his wrath. Explosions littered the sides of the interior of the portal, shredding the villages that had been built in the year since the Sith Empire returned. People were screaming, crying, and in complete despondence. The Jedi with Revan rushed in to save those injured, some of them destroyed by bombs, others ripped limb from limb. Revan was safe because he had tackled Ja'Ral to keep him safe from an explosion that would have killed them both. Anakin and Natabre were at the back of the lines as more explosions rocked the ground before them, separating them from each other, as their Jedi duty took over their responsibility to each other. Anakin helped up a young man and pushed him towards the portal, only to turn back 10 seconds later and see their lifeless gaze fixated on him. The cannons continued ringing out over the city, as another skyscraper, one nearby, was smashed into pieces and tipped over. The tower of the skyscraper dipped into the portal and dropped down, following in the trail of destroyed tanks from the previous battle, as smoke started to litter the battlefield. The Natabre, on the other hand, was carrying an injured young man towards the portal as another couple freedom fighters took him from her hands, and she helped up another woman. Anakin turned towards her and saw an explosion of light blind his eyes as he was forced backwards. Revan rushed out of the portal as Ja'Ral led the few remaining survivors into it. Skywalker sat in absolute stun as Natabre slammed down into the ground, her body dipping over a broken piece of debris weightlessly. He got to his feet and rushed over, slipping on another individual's body as panic filled his heart. Revan saw this and he jolted outwards, knowing who Anakin was, and he couldn't die here. He, himself, tripped trying to get to Anakin as he watched Skywalker pick Natabre off of the debris and feel her pulse. It was still there, but very, very faint. He carried her towards the portal, hoping and praying to whatever force was out there in the galaxy that they could make it, and Revan reached out his hands, using all of his strength to shield Anakin and Natabre, as Skywalker carried her across the scorched earth and ripped apart victims of the bombing raid. More explosions rattled the ground, sending debris into Anakin's back and shoulders as he continued to push through the excruciating pain. The few freedom fighters still on their feet rose to help whoever was still alive into the underworld, as Revan focused with all of his strength on keeping the two Jedi alive. Valkorn spotted this and ordered a shot to target Revan. As the cannons unloaded, more rounds fired at the surface of the planet. The shot at Revan grazed his head and smashed into the wall behind him, detonating another piece of the underworld village. Revan slammed backwards due to the extreme speed of the rocket passing by. Ja'Ral caught him and saved him from falling into the pit and dying. When they looked over, Anakin carried Natabre down to the bridge, as Revan and Ja'Ral, the last two survivors on the top side, followed the remaining people into the breach. When Anakin got down there, he could see fear and chaos. People were rushing the injured to medical bays, and Anakin knew they wouldn't have room for Natabre. Revan could see that look on Anakin's face and told him to go. Go to wherever the Jedi were hidden at, and tell them what he had seen here. Go and trust the Force. He called Anakin young Skywalker, as he watched the two vanish into the darkness of the underworld. Revan turned back as more detonations rocked the side of the portal, before Valkorn's starship moved right above the portal itself and deployed its heavy cannons into the walls and sides of the portal, destroying everything he could, going down as far as he could. Valkorn stood there with his arms placed behind his back and turned ever so slightly, telling them to deploy the troopers, march on the people, and destroy them, kill all of them. If Revan survived, he would deal with him himself. The deckhands nodded as they continued to barrage the underworld portal with their cannons, until Valkorn's troopers deployed on the surface. As the gunships landed, there were the few, very wounded people who had survived the initial bombardment, and they were executed per the Emperor's instructions. After the few survivors were gunned down, the troopers marched into the lower levels. Luckily, Revan and Ja'Ral were able to get the few survivors deeper into the underworld, but they would have a fight on their hands as a new siege began. Anakin rushed into the industrial sector, and with the last of his physical strength, laid Natabre down on a table inside the shuttle. He quickly fell over himself, placing Bacta on Natabre, and shakily doing everything he could. His breath was unsteady. He called to her, knowing she was unconscious and begging her not to leave. He couldn't lose her too. Anakin quickly placed a stent into her arm that fed her Bacta. Anakin moved to the other side of the ship, activating the medical droid, who was placed in a container. It transformed and walked out, quickly assessing the patient. It moved about the cabin speedily, doing everything it could to make sure Natabre remained stable, but she was very, very close to flatlining. She had been hit almost directly by a cannon shell itself. There were debris and soot all over her body. Ash and embers burned her skin and her robes. She was lost somewhere inside the Force, inside of her mind, maybe even visiting with the wills of the Force, where they would decide her fate. Anakin got to the cockpit with tears slipping from his eyes uncontrollably. They had to get to Ahch-To or somewhere. He initially would have chosen the fleet, but he couldn't prepare for the possibility of another battle taking place. He just needed to focus on her, and getting her to a proper medical facility, which the Jedi homeworld had. They were prepared for something like this. Jocasta Nu might also have some other medical tools to help them. Even further, Ahsoka and Zala weren't with the fleet. They were sent back to Ahch-To, because they needed to be around a Jedi instructor for the time being. Anakin grabbed the controls and did everything he could to firm his hands on them, but he barely could, as he accidentally smashed into the side of the wall in the industrial building, before sliding out and speeding towards the atmosphere. He quickly spoke the coordinates into the ship's navicomputer, and it departed into hyperspace. Anakin got up and rushed to the bedside, where he looked at his friend, asking the doctor if she would make it, and no response came as it continued to focus on his medical procedures. Anakin knew he needed to give the droid some space, but he couldn't. He stepped away so the droid could maneuver freely, but his heart sank deeper and deeper into his stomach as he tried to come to grips with what he had just seen. His face fell into his hands, and he just had to wait. He had to wait until they got his friend to a place where she could be taken care of. On Coruscant, the Freedom Fighters would hold off Alcorn's first wave of attacks, and they would gleefully call it a day. If the female Jedi died, then it would encourage the male one to turn to the dark side. Operation Skyfall may have still been in effect, but he was willing to kill Skywalker and Morden if it meant total victory against the Jedi, especially at Coruscant. In Valkorn's mind, they were even now. They took his space station and his resurgent blueprints, and he took the Jedi, and he stormed the barricades of the Freedom Fighters of Coruscant. A fair trade. Valkorn walked away from his bridge after ordering more troopers to his position, so that the true siege for the underworld could begin. On Mandalore, Plo Koon relayed information about Malachor and his defeat to Malgus, showing off his new robotic forearm, one that would replace his dominant hand for the foreseeable future, being that Kel Dor do not simply grow their limbs back. Plo was ashamed with his defeat, but he and the Council remained optimistic about Morden and Skywalker's attack at Coruscant. The Jedi and the Republic could really use a pick-me-up at the current moment. Exiting hyperspace over Ahch-To, Anakin piloted his shuttle down to the surface, while also informing Jocasta Nu that he needed her and her medics for an important problem. She responded immediately, promising her readiness. When Skywalker landed in a haste on the Garden Island, Jocasta and her medical team rushed the ship with a tube and placed Natabre into it. The medical droid had already placed her into a medical-induced coma. Anakin just didn't know that. He wanted to go with her, but Jocasta stopped him, looking him sincerely in the eyes and telling him to stay here. They would take care of him. However, there was something else he needed to be aware of. Anakin rolled his sleeves up and sighed heavily as a tear slipped from his eye, watching Natabre get taken into a stone building that had been built in the months since he was last here. Jocasta got closer and placed her hand on Anakin's shoulder and told him that there was another tragedy that sat for him and his friend. She could see his heart stop for a short moment. She explained that during their mission to Coruscant, Zala had some sort of issue. She was gone. No one knew where she went, but as far as they knew, she had abandoned Ahch-To, and for a matter of fact, likely abandoned the Jedi Order. Anakin's head sunk, as he placed his hand on top of Jocasta's, which sat firmly on his shoulder. She apologized, knowing how close they all were. He heaved heavily before asking if Ahsoka was alright. Jocasta nodded, even though Anakin wasn't looking. She expressed that Ahsoka was okay. She was a little upset and shaken and confused, but okay nonetheless. Anakin lowered himself to the ground and held his hands to his face, as Jocasta promised that they would try and save young Morden, but at this point, this medically induced coma could be a state of permanence or simply a temporary resolution. They didn't have enough knowledge at the current moment. As Anakin sat there, he felt his head and rubbed tears from his eyes. He looked over at the stone building where his friend was capped. He then closed his eyes again, rubbing his wrist with his arm and feeling something. The wound, it was gone. He looked at the arm with blurriness and wiped that blurriness from his eyes. Did she? No. Did she seriously heal him while he was sleeping? How was that possible? How could she? His heart ached more, but despite the pain, there was something missing. Something that was dark and deep. Something that trailed far off of Ahch-To. Something sinister that resided on Dathomir, deep inside the caves with a loyal servant of darkness. That something, the something that had been infecting Anakin Skywalker with nightmares and tormenting him with apparitions was none other than a Sith Lord, one with so much influence, so much power and knowledge of the Force, a Sith Lord by the name of Darth Plagueis the Wise. And that, my friends, is Season 3 of the Sith Clone Wars. Special thanks to all of you for enjoying this series. I don't have much else to say. Season 3 is my personal favorite of the story so far. I've said this before in comments, but as long as you guys keep enjoying, I'm going to keep making, and as long as I keep enjoying, I'm going to keep making. It's a two-way street for both of us. I love the series. I know you guys love the series, so I'm very invested in continuing this series. So, you know what to do. Smash that like button. Full movie will be out next Saturday, so make sure you go and check that out and watch the whole series back over again so that you can get hyped for, well, Season 4 of the Sith Clone Wars. I don't know. But anyways, I love you all. I hope you all enjoyed this conclusion. Spread the love, and always remember, friends, may the Force be with you.